as only Mr. Darcy can. A light-hearted, Pride and Prejudice romantic romp by Laura Hile, narrated by Benjamin Fife. Epigraph. And then, what do you think we did? We dressed up Chamberlain in woman's clothes, on purpose to pass for a lady. Only think what fun! When Denny and Wickham and Pratt, and 2 or 3 more of the men came in, they did not know him in the least. Jane Austen's Lydia Bennet, Pride and Prejudice. Chapter 1. Halfpenny Valentine. It was all the fault of his London tobacconist. What business had he to place such things on the counter? But here they were, a row of embossed cards for sale, each painted with a riot of roses and violets. Beside them was a hand-lettered sign, "For your lady love." His lady love. That was rich. In spite of himself, Fitzwilliam Darcy sorted through the cards, his lips twisted into a reluctant smile. Even if he had a sweetheart, he would never send an ugly Cupid to do his wooing. And surely he could do better than to spout the time-worn nursery line. The rose is red, the violet's blue, the honey's sweet, and so are you. This was hardly the pinnacle of heartfelt romance. Even he knew that much. "Halfpenny apiece for the Valentines, sir," said the clerk. "Twopence for 5. 5, said Darcy, before he could stop himself. The clerk grinned. "Popular with the gentlemen, these are, sir. Especially the officers, if you take my meaning." Popular with officers, indeed. How his cousin Fitz would laugh. But Fitz would send these cards if he had them, and probably to more than one lady. Impropriety on every hand. But Fitz would gladly embrace the risk. "It's romantic," he would say, as if this explained everything. After years of being pursued by the marriage-minded, Darcy had decided that he was not romantic. And didn't Fitz take special delight in pointing this out to him? "You are hopeless, my dear fellow," he would laughingly say. "Altogether hopeless." Darcy studied the cards. Fitz would be well served to be caught sending these so-called Valentines to more than one lady. In fact, he dug in the pocket of his waistcoat. "I'll take 5, was what he meant to tell the clerk. But since he found 4 pennies, he said, "I'll take 10. And so it was that Fitzwilliam Darcy walked out into the bitter January cold with his tobacco and a pocket filled with Valentines. At dinner that night his sister's spirits were decidedly low. Darcy did his best to draw her out, but without much success. One would think that after a lifetime of practice he would be better at making dinner conversation. To her credit, Georgiana faithfully answered his questions and even attempted a smile. "Have you seen any crocuses out in the square?" he heard his voice bleat. What brilliant conversational gambit! His poor sister! Surely he could do better than this. "No," she replied solemnly. "I suppose they are delayed because of the cold." "More than likely. It has been a dismal month." Silence followed. Was he reduced to speaking about the weather, or, even worse, about flowers? He knew little of them, for the simple reason that he cared little. Roses were his mother's favourite. He knew that much, but roses did not bloom at this time of year. Camellias, rhododendrons, no, bluebells. In early spring Pemberley's woodlands brimmed with bluebells. And something else, a yellow flower. Now what was its name? Georgiana broke into his thoughts. "And yet," she said, "I search for crocuses each day when Mrs. Annesley and I walk the square, and for daffodils and snowdrops as well." She paused. "Flowers are cheerful, are they not? They are a sign of hope, Mrs. Annesley says." Mrs. Annesley was Georgiana's new companion. God bless the woman. More than anything, his sweet sister needed hope. "Springtime," said Darcy carefully, "brings hope for new beginnings." "Just as with Easter, Mrs. Annesley says."
The loveliest flowers come in March and April, which is quite perfect. It is funny that you mention flowers, because I have been meaning to ask."
Darcy leaned forward. "Yes?"
"If it would not be inconvenient, might I have the carriage one afternoon this week?"
"Of course you may," he said promptly. "Tomorrow, if you like." Georgiana's cheeks flushed with pleasure.
That would be splendid, thank you."
Darcy's next question would be a delicate one. Where was she planning to go? After the trouble with George Wickham, he had learned to be watchful. Fortunately, Georgiana answered before he could ask.
"Mrs. Annesley thinks I would enjoy the Royal Botanical Gardens, particularly the orangery," she said in a rush. "She says it is heartening to see plants and flowers growing, and the glass houses offer a fine display. But Kew is not at all an easy distance. If you do not like it," she added, "you have only to say."
"Richmond, a very easy distance, my girl." There was a little pause.
"Would you care to accompany us?"
"I would indeed," said Darcy promptly. "Even the coldest weather shall not keep us away."
"Oh, thank you, Fitzwilliam. I shall enjoy it above all things. And also—"
"Is there something else?" he said, smiling.
"There is, yes," she admitted. "I have been thinking about this for some time. Will you take me with you when you visit Aunt Catherine at Easter?"
"No," he said directly. "This is not the time."
"I would so love to see Anne, and Aunt Catherine too, of course."
"Not this year. It is out of the question."
"But why?"
He gave her a measured look. They would not speak of this subject before the servants. Later, as they took after-dinner coffee before the fire in his library, she brought it up again. None of his excuses satisfied her. In the end, Darcy was forced to be forthright. "Are you picturing my time at Rosings as a pleasure visit, dearest? Banish that notion. It is anything but pleasant."
"Fitzwilliam!"
"I am sorry to be an ogre about it. That honour is reserved for our beloved aunt."
"That she is ill-tempered I know already. Perhaps I can cheer her up."
"Georgiana, I will not have you plagued by her discourses, or held hostage to her critique of your gowns, or your bonnets, or your shoes."
"My shoes?"
"Or your conversation and manners, or," he added, "your skill as a musician." At this her chin came up. "Nothing escapes her notice," said Darcy. "In her own home, our aunt feels entitled to express opinions on a surprising variety of topics, some of them very personal."
"I am not such a weakling."
"Of course you are not, but 3 weeks is a considerable time to be under her thumb. I will not allow it." Georgiana studied the carpet.
"Are you worried about what almost happened at Ramsgate coming to light? Surely our aunt knows nothing."
Darcy reached out and took Georgiana's small hands in both of his. "The look on your face just now," he said quietly, "would be enough. Aunt Catherine would leave no stone unturned until she knew the whole. You must trust me concerning this." Georgiana sighed. It was not an angry sigh or a sigh of resignation. It was the type of sigh he recognized all too well, having heard it throughout the autumn. Heartbroken and hurt, it hurt to be excluded. Or was there more to it? Could it be that she still mourned the loss of that scoundrel Wickham? Later, before Georgiana went upstairs to bed, Darcy gazed searchingly into her eyes. Did she love Wickham still? Had the man inspired lifelong devotion in her innocent and inexperienced heart? He thought not, but he had been wrong before. After kissing her cheek, he sent her off with her candle. Wickham. The man knew how to be charming. Darcy gave him that. Young though she was, Georgiana had been willing to marry him out of hand. But Wickham cared only for her fortune. She knew that now. She felt his betrayal deeply. As well, she knew that she had been played for a fool, Darcy understood the feeling. He returned to his library and paced about. Georgiana would forget George Wickham. She must. There were other men, decent and honourable gentlemen, who would love her as she deserved. At 16, she had no way to know this. You could send her a valentine, secretly. Darcy pulled up short. Where had this thought come from? He had never sent a valentine to anyone. And why would he do such a thing? To cheer Georgiana? 10 to 1, she would think it was from Wickham, and then where would he be? Then you ought to send one to Miss Elizabeth. Darcy flung over to the fireplace and stood gazing into the flames. He had come to London with Bingley in order to escape Miss Jane Bennet and her sister Elizabeth. They were not beguiling and manipulative like Wickham, thank God, but his friend Bingley's fortune was a temptation for even the most respectable of families. Mrs. Bennet's bold ambition was a force to be reckoned with. Before Jane Bennet could fall in love with Charles Bingley, Darcy had taken him away. Already he was showing signs of forgetting her. But have you forgotten Miss Elizabeth? Yes, he said to the empty room. I shall forget. I must. Like Georgiana with Wickham, he must consign enchanting, adorable Elizabeth Bennet to the past. Not that there was anything to regret. There had been no romantic interludes. Quite the contrary. Elizabeth Bennet disliked him thoroughly. And isn't this a welcome change? Darcy brought a booted foot to rest on the fender. Bingley's infatuation for Jane Bennet would heal, and then Darcy would be free to return to Pemberley, leaving Miss Elizabeth exposed and vulnerable to Wickham's advances. This stray thought was all wrong, for the Bennets had no fortune to tempt Wickham. Miss Elizabeth and her sisters would be safe. Are you certain? I am not, said Darcy. In any way, shape, or form, Elizabeth... He stopped. It would do no good to say her name aloud, even in private. I am not her keeper. But she knows nothing of Wickham's true character. Darcy was not taken in by this line of thinking. Caveat emptor, he told the rows of books. Let the buyer beware. She, and more pointedly her father, ought to be on guard against rogues like Wickham. As was Georgiana. You left her alone. I trusted in the character of her companion, Darcy fairly growled. How was I to know that young woman was in league with Wickham? This was ridiculous. He was having an argument with himself. And Georgiana was very nearly lost to you. Send the valentine. Darcy cast his gaze to the ceiling. Where were these thoughts coming from? Show Miss Elizabeth that there are suitors other than Wickham. Give the girl some hope. In other words, practice deception by sending one of those blasted cards in secret. Darcy, who was surrounded by sycophants on every hand, had told Elizabeth himself that he loathed deceit in any form. No, he said aloud to the room. Absolutely not. But even he recognized that his words lacked conviction. Those cursed Valentines. Where would this end? Midnight found Darcy seated before the narrow writing table in his bedchamber. This was no fit business for his library. On the floor lay numerous discarded attempts, crumpled and ready for the fire. Who knew it was so difficult to write a bit of cautionary poetry? At last he sat back and studied his handiwork. It would have to do. Nicely cryptic, yet with a message that any woman would understand. With a wry smile, Darcy dipped his pen into the inkpot once more. Out came the Valentine card with the ugly Cupid. Would Elizabeth appreciate him? He thought not. You are much too good, my lady fair, to be gulled by a scoundrel unaware of hearts he has broken and lies he has told. Not all that gleams yellow is genuine gold. His mistress is wealth, you sense this is true. He hasn't a heart. best to bid him adieu. Last should come the signature, but what to write? Not anything to do with his name or identity. Darcy's preference was to add nothing. It was the safest course of action, but would it insult her? His purpose, after all, was to demonstrate that there were gentlemen other than Wickham, and that she was desirable. Your friend? No, it would have to be more than that, but something less than sweetheart. Again, Darcy dipped his pen into the ink-pot. Sincerely, he wrote, an admirer. Before he could change his mind, he enclosed the card in a folded sheet of plain stationery, and sealed it. Instead of his signet ring, he pressed a button into the hot wax, and then wrote the direction, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, Longbourn House, Meryton, Hertfordshire. There, it would go out with the Morning Post, his first and only Valentine. Chapter 2. A Story Too True.
Is this not the most enchanting shade?
Lydia pushed a spool of satin ribbon along the counter.
Lizzie, did you hear what I said?
Elizabeth Bennet gave a start and turned toward her sister. This day was dismal and cold, and there was little in the shop that was new, but Lydia's zest for shopping was undimmed.
This ribbon, Lydia went on, will go very well with my sprigged gown, the green one. I did not intend to rework my new straw bonnet, but this ribbon will transform it.
Elizabeth was about to reply, but Lydia kept talking.
I know what you will say, that I have spent my allowance, but Mary will spend nothing.
She looked across the shop at their sister.
Mary does not give a fig for clothes, and oh, she ought to. But if she will not spend her share, why should it go to waste? Lydia, you needn't look at me like that. Mary may have my bonnet at summer's end, and the sprigged gown as well.
A generous offer indeed. But sarcasm was lost on Lydia. Elizabeth made another attempt.
If Mary prefers to purchase music instead of ribbons and dancing slippers, that is not our concern.
Lydia struck her hands together.
Dancing slippers! I am in desperate need of another pair. The soles are worn to nothing, and Lady Day is months away.
Lydia gazed at Elizabeth with pleading eyes.
Will you buy them for me, or lend me what I need? Do say yes.
Elizabeth now noticed the other items that Lydia had placed on the counter.
Do you truly need new hairpins, this silk flower, and another pair of gloves? You have no idea how it is. When one is as popular as I, one needs nice things. Mamma understands. It is not a crime to be pretty.
Lydia turned away, but a moment later she gave a cry of surprise.
Kitty!
Lydia's tone was urgent.
Kitty, look there!
Kitty Bennet turned around.
Look where? Not in the shop, silly. There, out in the street. What? Not what? Who? Hurry, for we must speak with them before they leave.
Lydia went rushing off, with Kitty in tow. Elizabeth glanced to the front windows and caught a flash of red regimentals. Of course, the officers. Trust Lydia to announce their presence to everyone in the shop. Elizabeth knew that there would be no bearing with Lydia until she engaged them in laughing conversation. Elizabeth's lips compressed into a line. What was once a novelty was now wearing thin. For 4 months these officers had been in Meryton, and in all that time Lydia had not learnt to curb her tongue, or her flirtatious spirits. How Elizabeth missed Jane's kindly good sense! How she missed her friend Charlotte's steadying presence! It was left to her, as the sole voice of reason, to deal with the situation. Elizabeth went at once to Mary, who was earnestly sorting through music sheets.
"This collection by Pleyel looks rather nice," said Mary without looking up. "However, I have spoiled my copy of Gluck's Che Faro, and here it is. Shall I buy it?"
Mary hadn't the voice for any of Gluck's arias.
"The Pleyel is the better choice. Unfortunately, we must leave at once. Our sisters."
A woman's voice interrupted. "Such foolish, brazen girls."
"Man-mad, that is what they are,"
said someone else. Elizabeth froze to silence. She would not turn around. She would not give Mrs. Brock the satisfaction. "This is what comes of having a militia quartered nearby. Pretty girls and idle young men. There can be only one result." Mary's startled eyes met Elizabeth's, and Elizabeth laid a finger to her lips. There could be no doubt of whom these women were speaking, Lydia and Kitty. "Their father," said the first voice, "ought to put a stop to it." "Not he. At the house most every night these officers are, from what my Maddie tells me, carrying on right under the mother's nose, shameless. It won't be the mother that stops it. She was much the same, so they say." There was a pause. "She did very well for herself. A pretty thing she was, much like Miss Lydia." Elizabeth leaned in. "We need to leave," she whispered to Mary, "now, as quietly as possible." "But there is never any arguing with Mrs. Brock. You know that. Meet me at the door." "I have not yet selected. Oh, bother." It was very much a bother, but what choice did Elizabeth have? Then there was the matter of detaching Lydia from her circle of admirers. Mr. Wickham was as handsome as ever, laughing and teasing in his easy way. Such a charming man. Elizabeth steeled her heart. She must act now to stop this. Lydia shook off Elizabeth's restraining hand. "Not now, Lizzie. You cannot be so cruel as to part us from our friends. After all," she added with a saucy look, "we have not seen them for an age." She made a play with her lashes. Elizabeth saw a look pass between Mr. Wickham and Mr. Denny. "Duties, my dear Miss Lydia, duties." "We must bid you good afternoon, gentlemen," said Elizabeth pleasantly. "Come, Kitty. We should not keep Mamma waiting." "Do say that you will come tonight, Wicky," cried Lydia. "After supper for cards, and, yes, for dancing. Mary shall play for us." Mr. Wickham's laughing eyes met Elizabeth's. Such a charming man. "We have no engagements this evening," he said, smiling. "But we have. Some other time, perhaps. Come, girls." "Engagement? What engagement?" Lydia fell into step beside Elizabeth. "Aunt Phillips has asked us to her card party. Do you not recall?" Lydia was not at all happy with Aunt Phillips. The sisters walked in silence for a time. "I say," said Lydia suddenly, "shall I go back and ask Auntie to invite our friends? She won't mind." "But I would," said Elizabeth. "A lady does not chase after gentlemen." Lydia gave an unhappy huff. "I do not see why not. How else shall we get on? Dear Wickham spends nearly every evening with that Mary King." She fairly spat the name. Elizabeth kept her countenance. "Does he?" "That's what Sarah Bloomfield says. A fine way to repay our friendship, for we were the ones who introduced him to Miss King." Elizabeth did not reply. Her sister had a point. "And he thought nothing of Mary King until she inherited all that money," added Kitty. Again, more truth. "Such is the way of the world," said Elizabeth lightly. "Indeed it is not," said Lydia. "Pretty trumps wealthy every time. Ask anyone." Elizabeth opened her mouth to chide Lydia, for she should not be using gaming cant, but relented. It was up to their mother to correct Lydia's speech, a thing that was not likely to happen. Sure enough, when they arrived home, Lydia lost no time unburdening her soul. The sorry state of her purse, the jokes shared by the officers, and the unfairness of having to go to their aunt's, were poured out into Mrs. Bennet's eager ears. Elizabeth did not stay to hear it. Instead, she ordered tea brought to her father, for it was nearly time for their afternoon game. "This is the best part of the day." Mr. Bennet smiled at Elizabeth over the rim of his cup. They were together in his library, with a bright fire and the chessboard for company. "When you get to be my age," he went on, "you shall better understand. For you girls, everything is rush, rush, and talk, talk." He paused. "I take it Meryton Village still stands?" Elizabeth cast a look in his direction, and, without much thought, moved one of her pawns. She must speak to him of Lydia's behaviour, and here was the perfect opening. "That it does," she said, "no thanks to my sisters." "And did you happen upon Miss Mary King while you were out?" Elizabeth could not mistake the teasing note in her father's voice. "Why do you ask?" "Our Lydia has developed such an aversion for this young lady that I begin to fear for her well-being, or more precisely for the state of whichever bonnet Miss King is wearing at the time." Mr. Bennet moved his bishop to guard his rook. "Yesterday Lydia vowed to tear it from Miss King's head and rip it to shreds. Yet for all that I cannot discover the extent of her offences."
"Miss King," said Elizabeth carefully, "has lately come into an inheritance. She has captured the attention of several of the officers." Her father laughed softly. "Mr. Wickham's as well?" Elizabeth felt heat rise to her cheeks. "Why, yes, I suppose she has." "Poor Lizzie. I have done my best to further Mr. Wickham's cause. Of all your suitors he is the least objectionable." Mr. Bennet lowered his voice. "It is now your move, my dear." Elizabeth quickly moved her knight. Too late she noticed that she had foolishly brought him to the rim of the board, instead of toward the centre. Her father's brows lifted. "It is not like you to neglect your back rank. Focus on controlling space, important squares and open lines, before launching any attack." This beginner's advice brought a sigh. "To say truth, my heart is not in this game." "Not if it is fixed on Mr. Wickham." Mr. Bennet reached for his teacup. "As the bard so wisely says, love is a smoke made with the fume of sighs." Stung, Elizabeth countered. "Did not Shakespeare also say, 'Don't waste your love on somebody who doesn't value it'?" Her father smiled. "Romeo and Juliet, not the most promising of love stories." "Nor is Mr. Wickham the most promising of suitors. I have no intention of losing my heart to him, father." "I beg your pardon," he said politely. "Is there another? Young John Lucas, for example." Elizabeth's eyes found the chessboard. As always, he must make a gentle joke at her expense. She had no taste for teasing today. "Because of Mr. Wickham's interest in Miss King," Elizabeth began again. "And her newfound fortune," her father added, smiling. "You must not forget the material point, my dear." "The material point, father, is that Lydia seeks to re-establish herself as first in his affections." "Overlooking the fact that she has never been first with him. That honour is yours." This Elizabeth ignored. "Our Lydia is willing to go to almost any extreme to be noticed by him, or by any of them. If you could see how she behaves in town—" "No doubt she is very silly. Girls are at her age." He took a sip of tea. "You ought to check her, father. If you had only heard what Mrs. Brock said about her." "My dear, Mrs. Brock has nothing to do in life but gossip. You know better than to mind what she says." "But Lydia—" "Is not worth the fuss and bother. In time she shall outgrow her youthful boisterousness." Elizabeth primmed up her lips. "At 15, even you indulged in rude frivolity, Lizzie." He twinkled at her. "Poor Clara Downing. You gave her the cut direct, as I recall." "But I did not flirt." Elizabeth broke off in frustration. How could she make her father understand? "Yes, I was silly and coltish and rude, but I did not flirt with officers in the open street." Mr. Bennet brought out his pipe and reached for his tobacco. "Is Lydia as bad as all that?" He sounded amused. "Are you afraid she will frighten off your suitors?" "That is left for Kitty to do, for she follows Lydia in everything. You know she does." "Your concern does you credit, my dear. You and Jane do an admirable job of looking after Lydia and Kitty." "With Jane in London, and me leaving for Hunsford next month. There will be no one here to check them."
Mr. Bennet lowered his pipe. "By Jove, I'd not thought of that." His brows knit in a frown. "Only Mary."
"You know they never mind what Mary says."
"Then there is only one thing to be done. You must write to Mrs. Collins, and inquire whether Lydia would be welcome as a guest."
"Take Lydia with me to Hunsford? But, father—"
"I am only funning, my dear. We shall manage to keep her amused somehow while you are away. Speaking of letters, this came for you." He passed it to her. It was stiff and white. The direction was beautifully written. "No doubt Mrs. Collins writes to speed your journey," he added, smiling.
"No doubt,"
said Elizabeth lamely. But the writing was not Charlotte's. It was not anyone's she knew. Presently, half hidden in a wing-chair before the parlour fire, Elizabeth broke the seal. So great was her surprise that she almost dropped the card. She read the poem several times, and even examined her name. The direction was clear. This was meant for her. Who could have sent such a thing? One of the Lucas boys for a jest? After all, in their eyes, Charlotte had stolen Mr. Collins, Elizabeth's so-called suitor. But surely not. Neither of them could have managed to write her name so beautifully, unless they involved their tutor, the curate. There was no way Mr. Brooksby would stand for such nonsense. Moreover, the poem contained a warning. She was being gulled by a scoundrel, fooled by a man who was not as he seemed to be. The only person who fit this description was Mr. Darcy. He was disagreeably proud and cold of heart, plus he had cruelly wronged Mr. Wickham. But was Mr. Darcy a scoundrel? There was no one in whom Elizabeth could confide. She must reason out the mystery on her own. She again examined the poem. Not a romantic message, this. It must have been sent in jest, for with a clever stroke of the pen, the sender had quirked the Cupid's eyebrows, giving him personality. He had also enhanced the pupils of his eyes, so that their bland gaze was now quizzical. In other words, this admirer of hers had a sense of humour. George Wickham. Elizabeth felt her heart skip a beat. Charming, amiable George Wickham had sent a secret Valentine to her. This was a nonsensical idea, but Elizabeth did not see how it could be anyone else. Chapter 3. Speed the Plough. The hour grew late, but Darcy's guest showed no interest in departing. A bright fire burned on the library hearth, while outside the wind rattled bare tree limbs, and sighed at the corners of his London house. "Fine cuisine, good company, and—" Colonel Fitzwilliam lifted his glass of after-dinner cognac. "An excellent wine cellar. You know how to put heart into a poor and friendless soldier." "Friendless, I'll see that," said Darcy. His cousin Fitz was one of the most popular officers in his regiment. "Although you are expensive." "I now, I am not." "Although expensive," repeated Darcy. "You are not precisely poor." "I dare say I am. Ordered about like a lackey, too. A soldier's life is not his own. I am bound for the north, cousin of mine, first thing tomorrow morning. General Sir John Foley, bless him." Fitz pulled a face. "Has a packet for me to deliver. Matter of importance, entrusted to my hand alone. Travel north, in all this frigid cold. Frigid does not begin to describe it. If it snows, I'm done for. Not you. You'll hole up in some country inn and lie abed while stuffing yourself with sausages and cheese, and whatever the tap has to offer." Fitz laughed and finished his cognac. Darcy stretched a leg toward the fire. "Georgiana laments the icing over of our early spring blossoms. Let us hope she shall not as well lament the icing over of her favourite cousin. Speaking of blossoms, I have been waiting all evening to ask, what, pray tell, is the meaning of this?" With a flourish, Fitz brought out a card, stiff and white, and gaily adorned with hearts and flowers. Darcy had to laugh. I did not wish my humble invitation to be overlooked. You needed a reminder. A Valentine! You sent a Valentine! To the Army Office, blast you! I thought my secretary would die laughing. Moreover, you doused it with scent. A sister, or more precisely the contents of her perfume bottle, has her uses. You robbed Georgiana in order to make a laughingstock of me. You came, did you not? Yes, in order to eat you out of house and home, and drink your cellar dry, and also to discover the meaning of this knacky verse. It is impossible to love and to be wise. Francis Bacon, supplied Darcy. You ought to read more than just the Observer and the Gazette. Fitz gave him a measured look. Come to dinner, it says. And? There's a double meaning in that. Fitz brought a hand to his breast. My poor heart, broken beyond repair, when I realized that an admirer was you. And I took such pains to conceal my identity. From me? Impossible. The lowercase r gave you away. That quirked peak at the left side is you all over. Observant fellow. Darcy leaned forward. You don't happen to pass through Hertfordshire on your way north? No, probably not. Should I? I'd like to have eyes and ears in a place called Meryton. Never heard of it. The local militia is quartered there for the winter. Militia, scoffed Fitz. He reached for the bottle and refilled Darcy's glass. Mamma's boys in regimentals, that's what they are. Peacocking in the village square if ever a pretty girl happens by, swaggering it as if they have seen action. We have a mutual acquaintance who joined up in November, said Darcy carefully. You remember Bingley, he took an estate in the area. I'd hate to see trouble come as a result of our friend's presence. Colonel Fitzwilliam lowered the bottle. Which friend would that be? Wickham. Fitz nearly spat. That devil! He would join a militia. He looks well in the uniform, I give him that. You saw him? I could scarcely avoid it. Within a week he had entrenched himself with the leading families. Sniffing out the heiresses, is he? There are none, save for Bingley's sister. She is now in London, well beyond his reach. Wickham and Miss Bingley, that's rich. The son of an earl? Said Fitz mockingly. Why, you are the son of an earl? He refilled his glass. That is what I am to Miss Caroline Bingley. Honestly, where do people get the idea that we enjoy being fawned over? Darcy grinned. Novels, probably. I dare say Miss Bingley has read a bushel basketful. Perhaps not. She works industriously at being a proper lady. Fitz grinned. Touché, old fellow. Well done. Yes, if she is a Bingley, she is certainly industrious, whereas a real lady does not care. Darcy hid a sigh. This would be Elizabeth Bennet, adorably secure as a gentleman's daughter. She hadn't an ounce of Caroline Bingley's artifice. Best to return to the business at hand. There is none whom I trust so well as you to handle the matter involving Wickham. Darcy paused to give his cousin a look. Although there is a risk. Indeed there is, if I have my pistol at hand, said Fitz cheerfully. A little shooting accident is easily arranged. Target practice, if you will. Trust militiamen to be working at marksmanship. They are notoriously poor shots. Would you become a murderer? It is not murder to rid the world of vermin, Darcy. Before God, I could not do it. Well, admitted Fitz, neither could I, not in cold blood, but one can always hope for a carriage accident, or an angry blacksmith father with a hammer in his hand, or a fleet of angry tradesmen cheated out of what's due them. Darcy smiled slightly. I was thinking I might put a hand in there. Be serious, will you? Wickham cannot have run through all that money. He stopped. But if the man has joined a militia, he must be desperate. Desperate and coveting the respectability that regimentals bring. Many a heart has been swayed by the red coat. Many an heiress, too. "I would serve you if I could, you know that," said Fitz. "I do. But perhaps there is no need. I was in to see old Manning the other day. I've kept him on, as it helps to have a London solicitor to see to our properties here. I noticed that he has a son." "Better and better. A reliable chap?" "I believe so. Unmarried, intelligent, eager to make his way in the world, and no doubt willing to take on a confidential job of work." "You will send him to wherever this place in Hertfordshire is?" "To Meryton, yes. He can make discreet inquiries about the state of Wickham's debts, and, if necessary, get the magistrate involved." "Earlier rather than later. I heartily concur." Colonel Fitzwilliam took another sip of cognac. "You do realize," he said presently, "that by driving out that devil, you could well preserve the virtue of an innocent village girl." "Yes, I've thought of that," said Darcy. The idea persisted long after Fitz went on his way. The virtue of village girls would be preserved, and, please God, so would the trusting heart of his beloved Elizabeth. Beloved only in the mind, nothing more, never anything more. Still, there were those Valentine cards. Of the 10, 8 remained. Darcy discovered that he was smiling. His cousin's card had been a splendid success. Why not send another to Elizabeth? Why not, indeed? It was not yet the 14th of February. There was plenty of time. Again, Darcy seated himself at the writing-table in his bedchamber. He sorted through the cards and found one with a faceless butterfly. Poor fellow, born without a smile. He would soon fix that. Rhymes about Wickham came bubbling up, and Darcy seized a sheet of paper. Words spilled onto the page. "He is too much a coward to march off to war, a companion of drunkards, a friend to the—" Darcy gave a shout of laughter. Best not use that particular rhyme, even if it was abundantly true of Wickham. He'd probably had a shade too much cognac. Yes, that was it. Even so, these secret Valentines were becoming rather fun. Chapter 4. As Handsome as Any. The following week, another Valentine arrived for Elizabeth. Among the riot of painted flowers perched a butterfly, and the admirer, whoever he was, had added friendly eyes and a smile. As before, his poem contained a warning. "Oh, he's guileless as a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, but his guilt is like a melody played in a minor tune. The truth is harsh, my bonny lass, for deep in debt is he. Faith, he must snare a wealthy wife, or off to France he'll flee, till the seas gang dry round here, and friends run out of funds. Oh, he will lie his head off, dear, till out of town he's run." Elizabeth gave an unhappy sigh. Lie his head off? What sort of expression was that? Something from the stables, or the army? Who was the admirer, and why the warning? Elizabeth examined the poem more closely. With each card he sent, she learnt a little more about him. His handwriting had already betrayed him as a gentleman, or possibly a clerk. Here was a new thought. What if he was a scrivener in her uncle's law office? This dreadful idea she quickly dismissed. She knew none of the men working for her uncle. The admirer was obviously an educated gentleman. He read poetry. The parody of Robert Burns' poem was cleverly done, signifying intelligence. The butterfly's face displayed whimsy. Elizabeth knew that she ought to destroy this Valentine. In a household filled with sisters, it would be the prudent thing to do. But how could she consign the butterfly with his adorable crooked smile to the flames? Moreover, if she could not guess the admirer's identity, how could anyone else? There was a measure of safety there. So the butterfly joined the Cupid in the privacy of Elizabeth's writing desk, well hidden beneath its false bottom. Down she went to her father's library with a request.
"May I borrow your copy of Burns, please?"
Mr. Bennet was only too glad to take down the volume. "Robbie Burns, the Bard of Ayrshire," he said fondly. "Oh, my love's like a red, red rose." Over the top of his spectacles he gave her a twinkle. "Thinking of love, are we?"
"Why, no,"
she stammered. "Certainly not." "Mr. Wickham and his friends have come, much to the delight of your mother and sisters." This was news to Elizabeth.
"Have they? We have not seen them for some time."
"Coyness does not become you, Lizzie. Why not join them in the drawing-room, for it appears that Miss King has not captured quite all of Mr. Wickham's heart."
"What has that to do with me?"
"It's merely an illustration, my dear. A man wishes for more than just a pretty face in a lifelong companion. Intelligence and wit, these are his solace and delight."
"Including the ability to best him at chess."
Mr. Wickham was not skilled at the game. Her father's smile widened into a grin. "A home truth such as this is best concealed until after the wedding." There was that twinkle again. An unwelcome suspicion crossed Elizabeth's mind. Was her father the sender of the Valentines? Was this a joke of his, a deliberate tease? She fixed her gaze on his face.
"Faith, he must snare a wealthy wife," she quoted. "Or off to France he'll flee?"
Her father's brows went up, but there was no gleam of recognition. "Every man seeks a wealthy wife, does he not?" he said mildly. "But you are beyond compare, Lizzie. You cast Miss Mary King, and your sisters as well, into the shade." Elizabeth concealed a sigh. No good would come of her father's obvious preference for her. And he was wrong about a man wishing for a clever wife. Lydia was right. Pretty did trump clever, always. Of this Mr. Darcy was ample proof. "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me." That offhand remark made months ago still stung. But what was she about, to be thinking of Mr. Darcy? With Burns in hand, Elizabeth left the library and went into the drawing-room. Naturally, Kitty and Lydia were fluttering over something Mr. Wickham was saying. Mr. Denny and Mr. Chamberlain hovered nearby. Elizabeth chose a seat on the sofa and opened her book. She found Burns' poem just as more laughter burst forth.
"Admit the truth, Wickham," said Lydia playfully. "Are we not more lively fun than Miss Mary King?"
Mr. Wickham's response was to smile. "A fellow cannot have too many friends, now can he?" Lydia dimpled.
"We are certainly prettier to look at. There, you see, Mr. Chamberlain agrees with me."
Sure enough, poor Mr. Chamberlain's cheeks were flushed, and his eyes shone with admiration. If only Lydia would guard her flirtatious tongue. And if only Wickham were not so fine. Today his blonde hair appeared sandy rather than gold, but it was no less attractive. And when those grey eyes of his met hers... Elizabeth bent to study her book. There was no point in thinking of Mr. Wickham's eyes, or of his smile, or any of it. She was near to behaving as foolishly as the smitten Mr. Chamberlain. She was not smitten with George Wickham. She was not. But what if he is the admirer? Well, then, she would have to test him. His pleasant, open manners would make him an easy mark, as gentlemen would say. Surely he would betray himself. Unless the admirer were Mr. Brooksby, the curate, or one of the Lucas boys, or a clerk in her uncle's office. A new thought made Elizabeth squirm, but no, Mr. Collins was safely married. He would never send a Valentine. But who else was there? Her Uncle Gardiner? He would never. Mr. Bingley? Of course not. Mr. Darcy? Heavens! Elizabeth was left to chew her lip and wonder. Once tea was brought in, Mr. Wickham changed his seat for one near Elizabeth. His friendly interest drew from her a reluctant smile. "There now, that is better," he said. "You have been silent and solemn with your book. You must smile and laugh instead." Elizabeth now knew the admirer's poem by heart. "But guilt is like a melody played in a minor tune," she told him. The expression in Mr. Wickham's grey eyes never wavered. The line she'd quoted meant nothing to him. "Guilt?" he said gaily. "Of what are you guilty, Miss Elizabeth?" "Of silence and solemnity, according to you. The truth is harsh, my bonny lass," she said significantly. Again he did not flinch. Nothing. "Truth?" he scoffed. "If you must sit alone contemplating truth and the meaning of life and all that, as Miss Mary is wont to do, we shall never get on." He leaned forward. "Of what use is truth on a fine afternoon like this?" Elizabeth decided to answer in kind. "When tallying lottery tickets, truth is vitally important." "Exactly so. As long as one is doing the winning and not the losing, truth is paramount. Now then, I wonder if you can help sort out a mystery." At the word mystery, Elizabeth put her book aside. "There's a new fellow come to Meryton. I wonder if you have met him, seeing that your family knows everyone here. A tall, dark chap, inquisitive. He is lodging at the Boar's Head. His clothes shriek London lawyer." "How would you know what his clothes say?" "I used to study the law, don't you recall?" Mr. Wickham's gaze was both eager and confiding. Was he always this familiar? Had she encouraged him so much? Elizabeth did not know where to look. Just then Lydia plunked down on the sofa beside her. "Imagine you, a barrister," she teased, "dressed all in black with a wig, as they wear at the assizes." Elizabeth hid a sigh. Trust Lydia to eavesdrop. What did her sister know about the court of assize? But Lydia must talk, so she went gaily on. "I much prefer the red coat, Wicky. You wear your regimentals as stylishly as a woman." It was all Elizabeth could do to keep silent. What a thing to say! But Mr. Wickham was never at a loss. "Coming from you," he replied smoothly, "this is a compliment indeed. Now I wonder, what would you think of me in clerical garb?" "Like Mr. Collins?" Lydia broke out laughing. "I was meant for the church, you know," he added, "but Mr. Darcy denied me the living promised by his father." "That is very bad of him," cried Lydia, "but I cannot be entirely sorry. Your red coat is so much better. It suits you perfectly." Were they to have a conversation about Mr. Wickham's clothes? Knowing Lydia, it was entirely possible. Fortunately, he introduced a new topic. "I say, your father is a fair-minded fellow," he said in his breezy way. "Would he mind putting in a good word for me at the George? I find that my lodgings at the Boar's Head are not up to par. It is time to shift ship, as the sailors say." "I did not realize you knew about sailors," cried Lydia. "What else do sailors say?" Mr. Wickham tapped a forefinger against his temple. "When it comes to knowing, I am a man of many parts. Sailors say anchors away or shove off when it is time to leave port, and they say tide me over when they need a loan." Lydia was delighted. "I know another thing that sailors say, I do. Ship-shape and Bristol fashion, although I have never been to Bristol." "Sailors also say cut and run when they need to make a hasty retreat," said Elizabeth. There was a short silence. "Do you mean when they're running away from the enemy?" cried Lydia. "That's famous." Elizabeth did not reply. Why had she brought up cut and run? It was all the fault of the admirer's wretched poem. But then why did Mr. Wickham look at her with such a startled expression? What had he to do with cut and run? Chapter 5. For Pay and Praise. "Hothouse roses, brought in from London." George Wickham shot his friend a look, trust Denny to grumble about the expense. "My good man," said Wickham, "the point of Valentine's Day is to be memorable. Bluebells and what not, plucked from the meadow, are said to be romantic, but roses. To give roses at this time of year is noble, a beau geste. Any stable boy can gather wildflowers. Roses are extravagant, stammered Chamberlain. Indeed they are, said Wickham. I shall prove to you that our money was not wasted. Actually, it was not his money. Denny and Chamberlain and Pratt had paid for the roses, a detail Wickham was not about to disclose. It was only right and fair, this arrangement. Without his clear-headed forethought, there would be no flowers to present on Valentine's Day. A labourer was worthy of his hire. At the hedge surrounding Kingsbury House, Wickham signalled a halt. "One for Mrs. Holderness," he said, removing a rose from the bunch. "Who's she?" This was from Chamberlain. "The guardian of the Dragon's Lair, otherwise known as Kingsbury's housekeeper." Wickham resumed counting. 1 rose for Mrs. King, the lady of the house, and 2 for Miss Mary King. Chamberlain was still frowning. "Will there be enough roses for Longbourn? Miss Lydia must have a rose." Poor, timid Chamberlain. He hadn't a chance with Lydia Bennet. It took character and money for a girl as lively as Lydia to tolerate a baby-faced fellow. "And so Miss Lydia shall," said Wickham, "and by your own gracious hand, but not until after we call at Lucas Lodge." He rewrapped the remaining roses loosely in cloth and passed the bundle to Mr. Pratt. "Into the hedge they go," he said, helpfully parting the boughs. "The rain cannot hurt them in here, and it is not yet cold enough to freeze." "It doesn't take long to give flowers," agreed Pratt. "A rose for each lady, that is our scheme," said Wickham, and he presented one to Denny and Pratt. "Smiles for all and offence to none. Especially Miss Lydia," Mr. Chamberlain chimed in. Although Wickham smiled, he had not much concern for Lydia. A rose must go to his benefactor, Mrs. Bennet, and another to her sister, Mrs. Phillips. Through these two the drawing-rooms of the leading families of Meryton had opened to him, and, by extension, to his brother officers. Here was yet another way in which Wickham proved his worth. According to Captain Carter, the officers had not been nearly as well received before Wickham joined them. Carter would never admit it, but Wickham knew exactly why. He was simply irresistible to the ladies. The men turned in at Kingsbury's gate. "We have done rather well for ourselves, and here I thought the citizens of a country town would be hostile to militiamen." "That was the Americans," said Pratt. "Didn't like quartering soldiers, had a war over it. But we are quartered in the camp, or rather, most of us are." Wickham's gaze shifted to Pratt's face. Was resentment budding? Best to quash that at once, for Pratt was useful. "I am content with a camp tent," said Wickham smoothly, "but only during those months while we are training. Besides, it is winter, my good man. The mark of a gentleman is a willingness to bear necessary expenses." "Our reception here has not been a thorough success," said Benny. "The Bingleys of Netherfield were cordial enough, at least the brother was. Alas for my pocket-book," he added. "I was hoping to strike up a friendship with his sister." "You might as well level at the moon," said Wickham, "for the lady won't give any of us the time of day. They say Miss Bingley is worth 20,000. "Pounds?" Mr. Chamberlain's tone was reverent. "And now she is gone," said Denny. "Not much to look at, was she?" said Pratt, "aside from the clothes and the jewels." "Everyone knows that all heiresses are ugly," said Denny. "Not quite all." Wickham reached for the door-knocker. "I think Miss King is quite pretty," said Mr. Chamberlain loyally. "She is indeed a comely lass," agreed Wickham. Comely was the kindest of compliments for such a plain girl. No, the lovely heiress he had in mind was not Mary, but Georgiana Darcy. Even now her trusting loveliness and her fortune haunted him. He had managed the elopement poorly. Caught by her innocent ways, he'd tarried too long. How was he to know that she would write to her brother? Thus £30,000 had slipped from his fingers. 3 times the amount inherited by Mary King. This time he would not be so pedestrian. But first Mary must be charmed into malleability. She must welcome his marriage proposal. She must be thoroughly in love with him. Now Elizabeth Bennet, she was almost at that place. Wasn't it a shame that she had no fortune? But it was pointless to think about Elizabeth, especially today. He had a campaign to carry out. "Here now, look lively," he said. "Your hat's crooked, Denny. Best foot forward. Who knows what fair companions might grace the king's drawing-room?" The housekeeper answered the door, and Pratt presented his rose. She coloured up like a schoolgirl, and went off to inquire whether the mistress and Miss King were at home to callers. Elizabeth's father halted beside the sofa where she was sitting. "Mrs. Collins must be especially eager for you to visit," he said, smiling, "for here is another letter. If I did not know better, I would say this is an invitation." He held it up enticingly. Elizabeth could not help herself. She snatched at it. Sure enough, the sealed paper held a stiff enclosure. Another Valentine. This time it came on the day itself. She thanked her father and tucked it unopened between the pages of her book. She resumed reading, although she saw little of the text. Her father's expectant curiosity was palpable. She could not allow him to see this card. But why? There was nothing to hide, was there? "Mary," she called to her sister, "shall we practice Che Faro?" Mary rose and went at once to the pianoforte. "Why don't you play it through, and then I will sing it with you?" This was a desperate tactic, but Elizabeth knew that once Mary began to play, her father would not remain in the drawing-room. Neither would Lydia or Kitty. Soon Elizabeth was alone on the sofa with her book and the admirer's letter. Mary was intent on counting the quavers as she played, leaving Elizabeth free to break the seal. Even so, she held the card concealed between the covers of her book. This time there was no comical face among the hearts and flowers, a disappointment. Nor was there a poem. Instead, a curving musical stave was artfully drawn across the card. Notes were written there, and they were not random. Although Mary's playing made reading them a challenge, Elizabeth persevered, humming from note to note. No, it could not be, but there was no denying it. Whoever the admirer was, he was musical enough to copy out Purcell's famous melody. Elizabeth knew the words by heart, for she had sung it often. "Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss within the cup, and I'll not ask for wine." There was nothing more, not even a signature. Elizabeth then realized with a start that the drawing-room was silent. "I am now ready for you to sing," said Mary. Elizabeth returned the card to her book and stood, keeping a firm hold on it. Mary played the opening measures, and Elizabeth did not hesitate. "Che farò senza Eurydice," she sang from memory. They continued together until the bottom of the second page. Mary reached to turn it and was interrupted. "Pardon, miss," Hile's voice called from the doorway. Elizabeth stopped singing, and Mary's fingers stilled. "The officers have come, as you can see, miss," said Hile. Sure enough, crowded behind her were Mr. Wickham and his smiling friends. Surprisingly, Hile was holding a rose. Elizabeth took up her book and gripped it tightly. "Won't you come in?" she said politely. "Please don't let us interrupt. We were only practicing. Pray be seated, gentlemen. Mrs. Hile?" Elizabeth sent a silent request for refreshments. "But you must play and sing for us, I insist. What could be better on Valentine's Day than a love song?" "Che Faro is not much of a love song," Elizabeth pointed out. "Anything sung by a beautiful woman today is a love song." Said Elizabeth, hiding a smile. This particular aria was usually performed by a male soprano. Mr. Wickham would enjoy the irony, but for some reason she did not feel inclined to confide in him. "We cannot stay," said Mr. Pratt. "We come bearing gifts, ladies." It was then that Elizabeth noticed that each officer held a rose. Mr. Denny approached Mary. The rose he was about to give her was sad and limp. At once Elizabeth stepped forward.
"Why, Mr. Denny, is this for me?"
He said. "Why, yes." Lydia's voice came echoing from the vestibule.
"The officers? They're here?"
Into the drawing-room she came, skirts swirling and face aglow.
"Dear Wickham, I have been waiting for you officers all day. After all, it's Valentine's Day."
She dimpled. Mr. Chamberlain gallantly held out his bloom. "For you, Miss Lydia." She laughingly made him a curtsy, and he added, "We sent all the way to London for these." Lydia's enthusiasm knew no bounds.
"How perfectly splendid!"
Mrs. Bennet and Kitty came in, amid much excitement. Mr. Denny and Mr. Pratt presented their roses. Mr. Wickham came over to Mary, rose in hand. "I believe this is for you." Before Mary could thank him, he turned to Elizabeth. "Tell me about the song you were singing so enchantingly."
"It is an aria from Gluck's Orfeo ed Eurydice,"
said Elizabeth. Mr. Wickham's eyes were smiling into hers. He was completely ignoring Mary. Odious man.
"Orfeo has broken his pledge," said Elizabeth crisply, "and in consequence his wife has just died."
"Ah," said Mr. Wickham, "so perhaps not the best choice for Valentine's Day."
"On the contrary, sir, I think it is quite perfect. If you will excuse me."
Book in hand, Elizabeth went out of the drawing-room without a backward look. Chapter 6. Set a Watchman. At breakfast, Darcy found a letter beside his plate. Manning's first report from Meryton. He was so eager for news that he almost tore it open right then. However, Georgiana had come down, and it would not do to neglect her. Her companion, the excellent Mrs. Annesley, was ill, so it fell to Darcy to bear his sister company. The afternoon was well advanced before he could be alone in his library. He paused for a moment to compose an unexpected feeling of elation. Frankly, he was thrilled to expose Wickham's debts and speed his departure from Meryton. Yet Darcy found himself longing for more than just a report. Elizabeth had received his Valentine by now, the one with the musical notes. Had she recognized Johnson's lyrics? Had she deduced their meaning? There was no way under heaven Manning could tell him that. And hadn't he been a fool to send it? "Drink to me only with thine eyes." What was he thinking? When Georgiana played this song, the truth of Johnson's words struck home. Darcy had experienced this very thing while Elizabeth was a guest at Netherfield. Caroline Bingley would make a ridiculous statement, and unaccountably his eyes would meet Elizabeth's, sharing a moment of amusement. How he missed that! But it was pointless to think of Elizabeth. The main thing was to keep her safe from Wickham. Darcy broke the seal and spread the page. "Your requested timely communication, sir, and I have done my best to comply. There is not much of substance to report, aside from the fact that I have arrived and am settling in. In accordance with your suggestion, I have obtained lodgings in the same inn as the subject." Darcy's lips curved into a smile. Manning was the right choice for this assignment. Who else but a lawyer's son would so astutely avoid mentioning names? "I find him to be much as you described, well turned out, with manners that are easy and free. His personality, I am sorry to report, is appealing to women, from the girl who scrubs our floors to the well-born gentleman's daughters I encounter in town. However, the tradesmen here, myself included, if I may be so free, would prefer to give him a kick. He is that sort of man." Darcy's smile widened. He well understood the feeling. "The barkeep is a loquacious fellow. Through him I have learned that the subject is seeking less expensive lodgings. However, there must be an outstanding balance because he is still here. Of late, the subject has been at the gaming table into the wee hours. A scheme to pay his debts? His confidence is misplaced, for he is not adept at cards. Last night I won 2 crowns off him. Oh, Darcy was liking Manning more and more. Card games involved strategy and patience, whereas Wickham relied on charm and talk. So much talk. No one knew better than Darcy how plausible the man could be. The remainder of Manning's letter was unremarkable, being a preliminary list of Wickham's debts. Manning's most pressing concern was to establish a plausible reason for remaining in Meryton. Had Mr. Darcy any suggestions? This question nagged at Darcy. What reason would a young man have for staying in a country town like Meryton? A young man in training to be a lawyer. A lawyer? Great Scott, Elizabeth's uncle was a solicitor. What could be more natural than for Manning to seek employment in the man's law office? Darcy had met him, a top, lofty, self-important fellow. He had had a private laugh, because he and Pemberley's farrier shared a surname, Phillips. His wife was a social creature. Had she not invited the officers to her card parties? It would not be long before a fellow of Manning's stamp would likewise be invited. Would an invitation to Longbourn follow? Of a certainty. Thus news of Elizabeth would come Darcy's way. At once he hunted up a fresh sheet of paper and began his reply. All that week the Valentine roses occupied a place of honour in Longbourn's drawing-room. Even though the petals were brown and curling, Mrs. Bennet insisted that the flowers be left on display. "Our friends come less frequently now," she explained. "We need something to remember them by." Never mind that every lady of their acquaintance had received a rose. "But a soldier's life is not his own," she added. "No doubt they are busy drilling and marching about." "Or visiting Miss Mary King," complained Lydia. "Oh, to have a fortune! Then men would fall at my feet." "You have liveliness and good looks," Mrs. Bennet put in. "You are worth 10 of Mary King, believe you me." The afternoon was enlivened by the arrival of their aunt, and all the more because she had a young man in tow. "Unmarried," Mrs. Phillips whispered, but loudly enough for Elizabeth to hear. Lydia and Kitty began to giggle. "I've pulled him from his duties in the office, no doubt incurring Mr. Phillips' displeasure, but I could not wait another minute to present to you Mr. Manning, dear sister, and here he is." Introductions were made, and Elizabeth set her book aside. Mr. Wickham had mentioned something about a London lawyer. This must be the man. As Aunt Phillips talked on, she learned several things. Mr. Manning was her uncle's new clerk, and he was an absolute treasure. "So knowledgeable in the law," gushed Mrs. Phillips, "which should not be a surprise, seeing that all the men of his family are lawyers of one sort or another. Mr. Manning's skills as a scrivener are unparalleled. Those are my husband's very words." "Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well," quoted Mary. Mr. Manning, who looked to be of a solemn, scholarly disposition, had the grace to blush. Elizabeth's interest was caught. A scrivener, with beautiful penmanship? Could this dark-haired stranger be the admirer? Surely not. He politely answered every one of Mrs. Bennet's questions about his family and his mother, but, alas, poor Mr. Manning was soon eclipsed by the noisy arrival of the officers. "At last," scolded Lydia. "It has been a full week. Do you see? We have kept your flowers as tribute." Mr. Wickham clapped a hand over his heart. "I am touched, dear ladies. Who knew our poor roses could inspire such devotion?" Just like that, Mr. Manning was no longer the centre of attention. How could a sombrely clad fellow compete with red coats? Elizabeth watched as he moved to her side of the drawing-room. Of all things, he chose a chair near Mary's. When he inquired about the title of her book, Mary looked embarrassed. He tipped his head to read the spine. "Ah," he cried, "Fordyce, an old friend." Mary's pained expression transformed into one of wonder. "My parents had me read Fordyce," he told her, smiling. "A most instructive exercise in moral conduct. My uncle is a barrister, a trial lawyer, you would say. In that profession, knowledge of human nature is invaluable."
"Do you mean in the assize courts, or in the higher courts in London?"
"Both. London cases are tried at the Old Bailey or Guildhall."
"It sounds exciting."
"I find it so, although most ladies do not share my interest." Laughter from across the room interrupted. Elizabeth saw Mr. Manning's gaze shift to where her sisters sat with the officers. He returned his attention to Mary. "I should not be so hard on your sex. Even my own mother finds the trial process ghoulish."
"I think it heroic. Imagine defending a man falsely accused of murder or treason, or bringing a criminal to justice."
Mr. Manning's expression became thoughtful. "My uncle sends me published transcripts of the court proceedings, a newspaper of sorts, when he has finished with them, for study, as one day I would like to become a barrister myself. Would you enjoy reading them?"
"Oh,"
cried Mary, flushing,
"I should like it above all things, but doubtless there will be much I shan't understand."
"I can help explain if you like." Elizabeth concealed a smile. She had never known Mary to converse for so long with a young man. "Perhaps you can help me with something else." Mr. Manning lowered his voice. "What do you know of that fellow, George Wickham?" Mary gave a great sigh.
"You are not going to sing his praises like everyone else, are you?"
"Should I?"
"No, indeed. According to my mother and sisters, he can do no wrong. From his good looks and his clothes to his manners, he is everything a gentleman ought to be, or so they say. My sisters, not Elizabeth, but the younger ones, can speak of no one else."
"Not Elizabeth," he echoed. "You have a very fine sense of justice, Miss Mary."
"Justice is important, and I will tell you this. Mr. Wickham is a gossip. No sooner had we met him than he was telling tales about Mr. Darcy."
Elizabeth scarcely dared to move, so great was her interest in this conversation. It was unlike her sister to confide in anyone, let alone a man. Yet, to be fair, few gentlemen showed any interest in Mary. "You have not known him long," said Mr. Manning.
"Goodness, no. Only since November."
Mary paused.
"I dare say you will think me a moralizing busybody, but I can think of no reason to trust him. We know nothing of his character, other than the stories he tells us. Mother sees only his fine regimentals and polished manners."
"He is a handsome fellow, I give him that."
"But for show is not substance. And now, after he has ensnared Lydia and Catherine, he is breaking their hearts by courting another, all because she has just inherited £10,000.
Mr. Manning nodded sagely. "That is a substantial sum."
"Sometimes," confided Mary, "I think that money is all gentlemen are after. A pretty face and a large bankroll."
"I do know what you mean. But not every man is so inclined. Some of us value intelligence and good sense." Elizabeth saw the warm smile that accompanied these words. Was this young man flirting with Mary? Chapter 7. Eye of the Beholder. Manning's next report was no less interesting. As expected, Phillips had taken him on, and Meryton's doors of social opportunity were opening. He was diligent in pursuing information, and, as Darcy requested, his observations included details. "I have lately become acquainted with a family residing at the Longbourn estate by the name of Bennet. Although insouciance favours my investigation, I find the lack of parental oversight disquieting. The two youngest daughters are ardent admirers of pretty clothes and officers. Therefore it is in their mother's drawing-room that I am brought into contact with the subject. The middle daughter is sober-minded and intelligent. The eldest is away in London. The second eldest will be joining her shortly, and then journeying on to Hunsford." Darcy broke off reading. Hunsford, in Kent? The village adjacent to his aunt's estate? There would be no reason for Elizabeth to go to Hunsford. save that her cousin Collins lived there. Darcy heaved out of the chair. Manning's report was forgotten as he began to pace. Had her parents prevailed upon her to marry that dolt? Why else would she be in Hunsford? He must write to his busy aunt and ascertain, for if Collins were planning to be married— Darcy passed a hand over his eyes. Elizabeth married to that contemptible fellow. It was a sickening thought. And yet, should it be? Who was he to direct Elizabeth's life? As long as she was not ensnared by Wickham's schemes, what did it matter whom she married? Collins was not wicked, merely stupid. It was no crime to be stupid, or pompous, or pig-headed, or mealy-mouthed, or deuced awkward in every social situation. Vividly, Darcy recalled Elizabeth's embarrassment at Bingley's ball. The thought of clever, adorable Elizabeth shackled for life to that buffoon was nauseating. Darcy returned to his desk and threw himself into the chair. The left-hand drawer was slightly ajar, with its contents temptingly near. Perhaps one final Valentine, warning her off Collins. He drew a long breath and let it out. Those cursed Valentines! It was as if they'd opened a door to his heart, a door he could not seem to get closed. There was something on Mary's mind. Elizabeth had known it for days. Mary had a habit of coming alongside and beginning to converse, only to fall silent and move away. Elizabeth knew better than to tease her about it. Now she was here in Elizabeth's bedchamber. "Are you wearing that to dinner?" Mary indicated the dress Elizabeth wore. "I am, yes," said Elizabeth mildly. "Then, do you think I might borrow one of your other gowns for tonight? Whichever you think will look best." Elizabeth went at once to the wardrobe and drew out a gown of pale blue silk. "What do you think of this one?" With Mary, it was always better to ask. Mary gazed at it with wide eyes. "It is pretty. It would be a nice change, don't you think?" Mary had worn her favourite yellow gown so often that it was almost a laughing-stock. "The blue will look well with your eyes. Shall we have it on?" "Yes, please," said Mary in a small voice. And my hair. I dare say Mamma is right. It is a dowdy style. I would call it severe rather than dowdy. You need a few curls to frame your face. Turn around, please." Elizabeth began working at the buttons, and soon Mary stepped into the blue gown. "There, you see." Elizabeth did up the buttons, and turned Mary toward the looking-glass. Together they studied her reflection. "Will you need to cut my hair for the curls? They seem frivolous and unnecessary. Think how pretty you will look." Mary looked unhappy, but she did not protest when Elizabeth removed the pins and took down her hair. "I do not wish to appear as though I am over-fond of fashion. Your character and conversation are enough to prove your worth. There is no harm in looking your best." Lydia entered the room hard on her knock. "Trying on dresses, are we? I say, that looks rather nice," she grinned. "And I know why. Miss Mary has a beau." Mary swung around, pulling her hair from Elizabeth's grasp. "I have not. It's only Mr. Manning. He comes to explain the papers he loans me." "He has been coming almost every night," teased Lydia. "What papers? Are they love notes?" Mary looked uncomfortable. "They're about the law." Lydia tossed her head. "Such stuff. And he is not my beau. You cannot expect us to believe that. Why else does he come if not to court you?" "He comes because—" Mary paused to compose herself. "If you must know, he comes because he enjoys conversing with me. He is no more interested in courting me than Mr. Wickham is in courting you." "Dear Wicky, he is not the only one in love with me. There is Denny and Pratt, and dear Captain Carter." "Lydia, really," said Elizabeth, "they cannot all be in love with you." "Why not? I am pretty and amusing, and I dance better than anyone." "Gilbert Manning is interested in loftier things than amusement." Mary lifted her chin.
He reads Fordyce." "Ha!" cried Lydia. "He would. But then what can one expect from a clerk?" "A clerk," Mary hurled back, "is certainly better than a militiaman. Mr. Manning has prospects. He is studying the law under his uncle's sponsorship." "Mary," said Elizabeth quietly, "has Mr. Manning discussed his prospects with you?" "Not in the way you mean, Lizzie. Nothing improper was said." "I say that it is high time he met with father," taunted Lydia. "What a shame that he is probably too poor to offer for you." "He is no pauper. His clothing tells you that. His family is in a very good line of business." "Oh," said Lydia dismissively, "business." "He that hath a trade hath an estate," Mary quoted. "Not according to mamma. Mamma and her dreams of Netherfield. How else was the Bingley fortune realized if not through trade? I'll have you know." "That's enough," said Elizabeth. "You are right on every hand, Mary. We were wrong to tease you. Now, as to dresses, if you do not care for this one, choose another. You are welcome to any of mine." "And to mine as well," said Lydia generously. Below, in the vestibule, a door slammed. "Lydia!" Kitty shouted up the stairwell. "Lydia, it has happened!" Lydia ran out to the landing and called down. What is it?" Elizabeth heard the sound of Kitty's feet pounding up the stairs. Had someone died? "The foulest news! Our own Mr. Wickham, our own dear friend. He is engaged to marry King." "No!" cried Lydia. "Impossible!" Lydia brought Kitty into Elizabeth's bedchamber. Her eyes were red from crying. "Lady Lucas had it from Mrs. Long, who had it from Mrs. Brock, who had it from the King's parlour-maid, Sarah. So you know it has to be true." "Wickham," wailed Lydia. "It is too base. And to think that if I had such a fortune he could be mine."
"You will not believe what I've just learned." Darcy opened the library door and motioned his cousin inside. Colonel Fitzwilliam commandeered a wing-chair before the fire. Soon he was nursing a cup of coffee. "Let me guess," he said after the footman went out. "Wickham?" "The very same. I've done a bit of investigation here in town. When Wickham came into Meryton this past November, he sported a fine regimental coat, obviously new. Now I discover that he never paid the tailor. Moreover, he used my name and that of my steward." Colonel Fitzwilliam minced no words in voicing his opinion. "He did something similar while we were at Cambridge," Darcy went on, implying without specifically stating that my father would pay his shot. "Not this time. I have forwarded the demand for payment to the magistrate in Meryton." "With a copy to Wickham's commanding officer, I trust?" "But of course, you have trained me well. That'll settle him, or send him scuttling back to London. My man in Meryton tells me something else. Apparently Wickham is courting a girl who was not part of his social circle while I was there. Let me guess, she has lately come into a fortune? According to Manning, yes. A leopard does not change his spots, nor Wickham his tactics." Fitz paused. "And now for my news." Darcy smiled slightly. "I figured there was a reason for this visit. I did not like to speak of it before Georgiana. The long and short of it is, I've been ordered away at the end of March, for who knows how long. Where? At this point, I have no idea. Like as not one of the embassies. The generals enjoy trotting me round from time to time. The Earl's son, impeccable manners and all." Fitz rolled his eyes. "And all the while being under their command. Convenient. What of our stay at Rosings? Aunt Catherine will be mad as fire to have her plans overset, but it cannot be helped. Unless—" Fitz cocked an eye at Darcy. "Do you wish to oversee the estate finances on your own this year? You are joined with me as trustee. I refuse to let you off. Coward. When must we leave? Are you able to free the time?" "Have I a choice?" Darcy took a sip of coffee. There was something. "Confound it, I have Georgiana on my hands. Mrs. Annesley is ill." "And?" and I dare not leave her without trustworthy supervision, not after what happened at Ramsgate." Colonel Fitzwilliam winced. "As I've said before, you should have let me shoot Wickham. It would have solved a fleet of problems." "He will never get within 20 miles of Georgiana," vowed Darcy. "The thing is, she has already been asking to come. Dare I risk it? Aunt Catherine will be angry due to our change in plans." "She'll be angry in any case. The woman positively enjoys ruining my Easter." "I refuse to allow her to ruin Georgiana's." "Bring her along. What's the harm? She might be able to coax Anne out of the Dismals." "There is that," said Darcy slowly. "See here," said Fitz. "An officer is a slave to the crown. I'll write to our aunt. She cannot argue with duty. A month early won't set her back. What demands has she upon her time?" "None, but that won't stop her. She'll think of some reason." "Naggiest woman of my acquaintance. Can you be ready to leave early Wednesday?" "The day after tomorrow? That will be fine." Darcy's lips curved into a rueful smile. "Let us hope," he added, "that your letter arrives at Rosings Park before we do." Chapter 8. From Bad to Worse. "2 on the same day," said Mr. Bennet. "Your Mrs. Collins must be lonely indeed." Elizabeth took the letters her father held out with a quiet word of thanks. Unfortunately, this did not go unnoticed. "What is it, Mr. Bennet?" called Elizabeth's mother. "A letter for our Lizzie? From whom?" By now Elizabeth knew the shape and stiffness of the admirer's cards, and she quickly concealed his beneath the folds of her skirt. She held out the other. "It's from Charlotte, mamma." Mrs. Bennet turned to her caller, Mrs. Long. "No doubt she writes to inquire after the state of my husband's health. I have always found Charlotte Lucas to be a self-absorbed, hypocritical young woman. Now that she is married to Mr. Collins, she must be counting the days until she can pounce and take my rightful place as mistress of Longbourn." "But of course," quipped Mr. Bennet, "everyone knows that His Majesty's post is the surest way of speeding my demise." "Oh, Mr. Bennet," she complained. "Well, Lizzie, what does Mrs. Collins say? No doubt she finds the parsonage cramped and uncomfortable." Elizabeth broke the seal and spread the page. "She writes that everything is in readiness for our arrival. As father surmised, she wishes that we were already with her in Hunsford. It seems that the early spring blossoms at the Rosings Park estate are very fine." "Our park is the same. No doubt she wishes that she were here. What else does she say?" "Nothing of much interest. For instance, she asks that I bring with me a bonnet that was left behind at Lucas Lodge. She fears that Maria might forget." "I do not see how that is possible. Charlotte Lucas had precious few bonnets to begin with." "I'll just step over and speak to Maria about it now." Elizabeth could not leave the drawing-room fast enough. Once in the vestibule, she wrapped up in a shawl, and put on the first bonnet she could find. Out she must go, and quickly, lest her mother discover the existence of the second letter. Fortunately, it did not rain. Elizabeth's thoughts moved even more rapidly than her feet. Was this another Valentine card? It certainly felt like one. How could this be? The holiday was almost a fortnight ago. If so, the admirer was either nonsensical or extremely stupid. Once Elizabeth passed the gates to Longbourn, she risked taking a look at the letter. Her father was not mistaken. At first glance, Charlotte's handwriting was remarkably similar to the admirer's, and yet there were important differences. This was from him. Elizabeth knew that she ought to wait for the privacy of her bedchamber to examine it, and surely she ought to be more concerned about her friend's missing bonnet, instead of longing to see whether a smiling butterfly lurked among the flowers painted on the card. Had he copied out the notes to another song? Was there a poem? And why must her heart hammer in this foolish way? It was not as if she was pleased to receive another letter. No, it was because she was walking too quickly. That was it. She was simply out of breath. Presently the lane opened to the path that led to Lucas Lodge. Tree boughs, clad in the new green of spring, concealed Elizabeth from view. Suddenly she brought out the admirer's letter, and recklessly tore it open. A spray of lilacs and roses greeted her, along with a friendly caterpillar added by the admirer, whose face expressed comical dismay. "Remember this, when you to Hunsford go. The best defence is always the word no. The man's a fool, more than his dance steps falter. Courage, my dear, go nowhere near that altar." Elizabeth's dismay matched the caterpillar's. What in the world did the admirer mean by altar? Moreover, how did he know that she would be travelling to Hunsford? That afternoon it was Kitty who took up the lament.
"Another day come and gone,"
she said around a sigh,
"and still no sign of our friends. I do not see why the officers cannot come without him. It isn't as if they are betrothed to Mary King."
"Must you say her name?"
complained Lydia.
"He liked us best. Everyone knows he did. Why are men's hearts so fickle?" "Handsome young men must have something to live on, as well as the plain," said Mary.
"It is all very well for you. Your Mr. Manning comes often enough."
"He is not here this evening, and he is not my Mr. Manning." "Best to have a care, then," said Kitty. "When he discovers your lack of fortune, he will desert you, the same as Mr. Wickham deserted us."
"It is too tragic,"
added Lydia. Elizabeth saw her father come in. After a glance at Lydia and Kitty, who were now sniffing into their handkerchiefs, he gave a huff of disapproval. Mrs. Bennet rallied to their defence.
"I well recall how it was when the local regiment was ordered away. We cried for days. Girls do."
"It has been over a week since Mr. Wickham's engagement was announced," said Mr. Bennet, "and yet the tears continue. My poor nerves can stand no more."
"Mr. Bennet!"
Presently the drawing-room door came open, and Mrs. Hile entered. She went directly to Mr. Bennet and said something quietly. "Sir Hugh?" he said in surprise. "Yes, of course. I shall see him directly. In my library, if you please." Mrs. Bennet's head came up.
"Sir Hugh has come? Why, you ought to bring him here. We have not seen Sir Hugh this age."
"My dear Mrs. Bennet, I have no desire to expose the squire to all this crying and sighing."
"Dry your tears, girls," said Mrs. Bennet bracingly. "We have a caller."
But Sir Hugh did not come into the drawing-room, and it was almost an hour before Mr. Bennet returned. "Well," he said, "you tried to warn me, Lizzie. I give you that."
"Warn you?" said Mrs. Bennet. "When did Lizzie warn you about Sir Hugh?"
"Not about Sir Hugh, but Mr. Wickham. I have just heard news that does not bode well for him." Lydia bounced up.
"Has Mary King broken the engagement?"
"No, but she would be well advised to think twice before shackling herself to that fellow."
"Huzzah!"
cried Lydia.
"How perfectly splendid!"
Mr. Bennet hesitated. "I might as well tell you, as the news will soon be known everywhere. Mr. Wickham has had charges brought against him for unpaid debts. As magistrate, Sir Hugh came to me for information. Of all the families in Meryton, Sir Hugh feels that we are the ones who know Mr. Wickham best. To my chagrin, I had to admit that we scarcely know him at all."
"But that is not true, father," said Lydia. "He is a dear and trusted friend."
"Trusted, is he? Let us hope, then, that he has the means to pay."
But no one ever pays," said Kitty. "Or if they do, it's only gaming debts."
"What do you know about gaming debts?" Mr. Bennet's brows drew together in a frown. "Does Mr. Wickham owe you money, Catherine?"
"No, but he won 10 shillings off Lydia the last time he was here."
"That man has won money from my daughters?" Elizabeth felt her eyes widen. She had seldom seen her father this angry. "He shall do so no longer. Is that understood? You shall not play for money, not even for penny points."
"But, father," cried Lydia, "that is what makes the game such fun."
He looked at Kitty and Lydia in turn. "I dare say this is why you continually outrun your allowance."
"But I don't, at least not much.
and then Mamma always—"
Lydia broke off speaking. "Yes, go on. Your mother always does what?"
"Merciful heavens!" cried Mrs. Bennet. "It is not as if a few pounds here or there makes a great difference."
"It happens that it does. A fondness for gaming and financial unconcern has led to the ruin of many. As for Mr. Wickham," said Mr. Bennet, "the debts in question are not new. It appears that he meant to hide himself in the militia rather than pay. A reprehensible course of action."
"But it isn't true, father," said Lydia. "How could you believe such a monstrous lie about dear Wicky? I dare say," added Kitty, "that it is all a misunderstanding."
"Let us hope for his sake that the matter is resolved amicably. As for you girls, my mind is made up. We shall have no more officers in this house. Their influence has been decidedly detrimental."
"No officers?" cried Lydia. "Not ever? But that is absolutely heartless. You cannot be so cruel."
Kitty began to cry. "You are but 15, Lydia. You are far too young to have your mind and your morals corrupted by officers."
"Corrupted? What bacon-brained nonsense! My morals are fine."
"I beg your pardon? I'll thank you not to use cant terms, my girl. It is obvious from whom you learned that expression." Silence fell in the drawing-room, broken only by the ticking of the clock. Then came the far-off sound of the door-bell. Muffled male voices, light-hearted and laughing, could be heard. The officers. Elizabeth held her breath. Kitty and Lydia sat open-mouthed. All eyes were fixed on Mr. Bennet. Mrs. Hile came in.
"Are you at home to the gentlemen of the militia, sir?"
"We are not, Mrs. Hile. I shall see them myself, in the vestibule."
"Our dear friends turned away,"
wailed Kitty.
"I shall die of shame, I truly shall."
It seemed to Elizabeth that Lydia was more angry than tearful.
"You know how father is. He'll relent. He always does. You'll see."
At the door, Mr. Bennet turned. "I have a good mind to send you to Hunsford with Elizabeth, Lydia, away from officers of any kind."
"You have got to be joking. Send me to Hunsford? What would I do there?"
"Do you not recall how Mrs. Collins wrote to speed Elizabeth's arrival? It will be no trouble to add you to the party."
"Never! I shall never go near that dreary place. Imagine spending a month or more in a parsonage."
"It would certainly do you no harm." Elizabeth sent a warning glance in Lydia's direction, but it went unheeded. She continued to look daggers at their father. "A sensible course of action, now that I think on it," continued Mr. Bennet. "You may wail and shed your tears in Collins's presence, not mine. Moreover, under his supervision, your vocabulary could well improve. At the very least, you will learn no more cant terms."
"Father—"
"After I speak with the officers, I'll step over to Lucas Lodge and talk it over with Sir William. He's a reasonable fellow. It would be better, under the circumstances, if Elizabeth and Lydia were to leave earlier than planned. Tomorrow morning would be ideal." Mrs. Bennet gave a cry of dismay.
"You would deprive me of Lydia." "And me," added Kitty.
"This has gone on long enough. I'll send an express to Gardiner, informing him of the change. I suggest," he added with a pointed look at Lydia, "that you begin packing."
"But,"
she cried, "you'll be in London for a day or so. Think how Kitty and your mother shall envy you."
"As if I care for that!"
Mr. Bennet went out, leaving Lydia to stare at Elizabeth.
"Lizzie," she said desperately, "you are father's favourite. You must change his mind. You must."
Chapter 9. Served you thus. The gig hit a rut, nearly throwing Wickham from his seat. "Have a care," he shouted to his companion. "I'd like to board the mail in one piece." Denny only laughed. "Why must you catch it at Hertford? Why not Meryton?" "I have no wish to sit outside on the box, thank you. At Hertford I can secure a seat." "No offering your place to fair lady, eh?" said Denny. This jibe did nothing to improve Wickham's frame of mind. "You would hire the mangiest horse and gig of the lot. Pity my pocket-book. Beggars cannot be choosers." Wickham ground his teeth. He was not reduced to begging, yet. Denny had no idea. As a younger son of an obscure country squire, Denny cheerfully accepted his lot in life, whereas he, George Wickham, was an only son who had been educated at Cambridge for pity's sake. He was accustomed to the finer things of life, and he was short of cash. "It's a shame that you must leave us just now. Will your business in London be swiftly dealt with?" Wickham shifted in his seat. "It's hard to say. These things take time." Time was one thing he did not have, not where that Savile Row tailor was concerned. Tradesmen were such testy fellows. That Mickle and Sons had traced him to Meryton was the rottenest piece of luck. What nerve to inform his commanding officer of the warrant! Never was there enough money. It was not for lack of trying. Was it his fault that the Bennet family had not produced the right sort of introductions, save for Miss King and her paltry 10,000? And now she must be given up. The warrant meant that he must pay up or face confinement. The only thing to do was flee to London. His old friend, Mrs. Young, would help him hatch a scheme. In any case, she was good for at least £10. Women were such stupid creatures, always hoping for romance. There was no fool like an old fool, and Sadie Young was no exception. But she would be of use only if he could board the mail in time. Wickham slewed round in his seat. There was no sign of the magistrate's men. Was what he had heard from Colonel Forster an idle threat? He had no way of knowing. The coaching yard was busy. Moreover, it had begun to rain. It was all Denny could do to avoid catastrophe, for he was not a skilled driver. Nor, for that matter, was he skilled at anything else. Between them they hauled Wickham's trunk from the gig. "Beastly heavy," grumbled Denny. "One would think you'll be gone for a year instead of a fortnight." Wickham gave an easy laugh. "I am, first and foremost, a slave to fashion. To wear regimentals has been a refreshing change, not to mention being easy on the eyes for the ladies." He was wearing regimentals now. It was impractical to be so particular about his appearance, but first impressions were everything. He'd learned that much from Darcy. "Fancy is as fancy does," quipped Denny. "You wasted no expense on this trunk, I see." One is judged by the quality of one's baggage, even in military circles. Only the best will do. And, of course, the rain must increase. Sliding through muck and water, Wickham and Denny managed to bring the trunk to the porch of the coaching inn. Wickham fought the impulse to shine the trunk's brass fittings. If only he could afford a batman to see to his things. "Will you be desiring a room, sir?" The innkeeper's tone was respectful. Wearing regimentals had advantages. Wickham surrendered to the temptation to wink at Denny. "How long until the London mail arrives?" "A good 3 hours, sir." "What?" cried Wickham. The innkeeper began to rub his hands in a pleasing demonstration of dismay. "There's a coach due for Kent, sir, within the hour, if that's more to your liking." Why would anyone wish to travel to Kent? "I'll wait in the tap-room, thank you. Care for a pint before you go, Denny?" The tap-room was warm and welcoming, and a seat by the window gave Wickham a view of the yard. Presently there was a new commotion, involving the arrival of a town coach. It was an elegant black affair with a crest on the door, but it was listing to one side. Denny leaned forward to see. "Hats off to the driver for making it this far. I dare say that wheel is done for." The occupants of the coach descended, obviously distraught. In spite of the sheeting rain, the trunks were being handed down. "The innkeeper will fill his rooms tonight," remarked Wickham. He could only hope that the weather would deter the magistrate's men. Denny motioned for the barkeep. By the time Wickham had consumed a second pint, he was feeling more optimistic. After a fine meal of pork pie, accompanied by another pint, he was laughing at his fears. That is, until Denny upset the gravy boat, drenching Wickham's cloak and breeches. Wickham pushed back his chair with a string of oaths. "Look what you've done! Now I'll have to hire a room to change," he shouted. "See to that, will you? Have my trunk brought up while I do my best to repair this." He indicated the offending stain. "You needn't yell," grumbled Denny, and off he went. Outside there was shouting too. A vehicle had been hired to transport the occupants of the crippled town coach. Wickham could see the trunks being carried out and reloaded. No one came to inform him about his room, and this did nothing to improve his temper. All the world bowed to money and social position. He, a respected officer in the militia, a lieutenant for pity's sake, was left to kick his heels alone and unheeded. Once that fine lady and her entourage appeared, he became as nothing. At least she would be leaving. Then perhaps he would receive his due. Denny returned with the key to his room. "I carried your trunk upstairs myself." "Just as you should, seeing that this is your fault. But since you are my particular friend, I will allow it to pass." Denny brightened. "Shall we have another?" "I think not. You'd best be on your way." "In all this rain?" Denny could not conceal his dismay. No matter, the man deserved to suffer. In fact, it was all Wickham could do to keep from smiling as he bid Denny farewell. Up the stairs Wickham stumbled, humming as he went. The stain on his cloak was nothing to that on his breeches. This was why, whenever possible, he travelled with a trunk. The bedchamber was what he expected, small and ill-lit, with a bed that was too narrow. In the centre of the room stood his trunk, still wet from the rain. In spite of himself, Wickham pulled out a handkerchief and buffed the brass. It was, after all, a very fine trunk. It took some doing to locate the key, probably the fault of the beer. For some reason the lock would not work properly. Wickham knelt and peered at it. There was a brass plate that he had never seen before. He rubbed his eyes. This could not be right. There were initials engraved in elegant copper plate. Lady L.S. Who the devil was she? And where was his own trunk? The rain that had begun mid-morning showed no sign of letting up. After taking many hours to navigate the 20-odd miles to London, Elizabeth was worn to the bone. Maria Lucas was now upstairs with Jane and Aunt Gardner. Sir William had taken a hack to St. James Street. Lydia sat with her in the gardener's drawing-room. Just now she was gazing out to Gracechurch Street below. "What filthy weather! And here we are with nothing to do. I thought the point of leaving so wretchedly early was to give us time for shopping." A gust of wind flung rain against the window-panes. "If this keeps up, it will be more pleasant to shop when we return from Hunsford," said Elizabeth. "A month or more from now, the London shops are filled with such pretty things, and we are stuck here, unable to see any of them. It is too tragic. The day is still young, the rain could let up. Uncle did mention the possibility of the theatre this evening, but only if his man is able to procure tickets." Lydia bounced up. "I call that a jolly plan, and there is no if about it, Lizzie. One simply buys tickets." "Only if there are enough available for a party of our size on short notice." "Are we to be denied a treat because of that?" "We have come earlier than planned, remember?" "Because of father. But anyway, 4 is not so many." Lydia counted on her fingers. "Me, you, uncle and aunt. And Sir William and Maria and Jane." "Sir William is too old. I dare say he would rather go to bed. And Maria shan't care for the theatre, being so young," said Lydia loftily. "Well, she is, Lizzie, even if we must now call her Miss Lucas. Mamma says her manners are fit only for the schoolroom. I'm sure Jane would enjoy remaining behind with her." Elizabeth did not answer. She could feel her sister's eyes studying her face. Lydia gave a theatrical sigh.
I suppose I shall have to wait until Hunsford to enjoy myself. Of course there will be assemblies and dinners and card parties. I think not, apart from invitations to the Rosings estate. Mr. and Mrs. Collins do not socialize. Oh, pooh! His neighbours cannot think Mr. Collins that odious. Elizabeth gave her sister another look. They are not circumstanced so as to be able to reciprocate invitations. Lydia wrinkled her nose. Good heavens! They cannot be too poor to host guests for dinner. Charlotte implied in her letters that the local gentry are well above their touch. You will not mention this, if you please, for I won't have Charlotte embarrassed. The life she has chosen for herself is hard enough without you sneering at her. I shan't sneer. Much, said Lydia. And besides, why should I pity her? She is to replace Mamma one day. You needn't remind her. She feels badly enough. I doubt she feels anything at all. If she did not wish to have Longbourn for herself, why did she marry Mr. Collins? Charlotte did what she thought best for her future. You will speak no more about it. I shall say what I like, thank you. Who died and made you queen? Elizabeth rose to her feet and closed the distance between them. Her fingers gripped Lydia's forearm. Now see here, my girl. You haven't Mamma to hide behind any more. You are 15, a very young, very ignorant 15, the same age as Maria. You will mind your manners, and you will keep your spiteful opinions to yourself. No one here is interested in hearing them. Ow! You are hurting me. Mind what I say. Charlotte has been very kind about the change in our plans, and so have Aunt and Uncle. Lydia pulled away. Kind indeed. I do not see why I must share a bedchamber with you and Jane. It's shabby. Lydia, said Elizabeth warningly. She gave a loud sniff. Some holiday in London this is. Chapter 10. Finders Keepers. For a full minute Wickham stared at the trunk. That idiot Denny had hauled up the wrong one. So now, along with everything else, he must scare up one of the boys and pay him to carry it down and bring up his own. Why could nothing be simple? Wickham stepped into the corridor. "Boy!" he called sharply. "Boy!" There was no answer. There were voices below, men's voices. Wickham felt a prickle of danger. Were these the magistrate's men? He stood listening. No, there was no anger, no sense of urgency. It was well that he'd cleared out of Meryton at the first sign of trouble. Wickham closed the door and retraced his steps to the window. The yard below was quiet. Rain beat against the panes. The lumpy bed beckoned. What he wished to do, what he needed to do, was to sleep. 10 minutes would set him to rights. 10 little minutes. Sleep restored his wits, and if the magistrate's men followed him here, he would need them. But would they come? Dare he chance it? No, he decided, sleep was out of the question. He must locate his own trunk and change clothes. He descended to the ground floor, but quietly. Of the fine lady there was no sign, though her damaged travelling coach was still in the yard. Wickham hesitated. He ought to return the trunk to her people. But what of his own? Wickham passed through the entry hall and out to the porch. The spot where his trunk had been was empty. His trunk was gone, stolen. That fine lady had stolen it. As the rain fell, Wickham cursed the unfairness of it all. This ruined everything, just everything. He would arrive in London with only the stained clothes on his back and his hat in his hand, a charity case for the likes of Sadie Young. What a man must do for money. Always she must fancy herself as his paramour. And Lady L.S. She would simply shrug and buy new things, never suspecting the devastation caused by her mistake. His fine clothing, his entree into polite society, was a staggering loss. He'd taken such pains with his wardrobe,
almost as much as with the uniform he now wore. Wickham cursed as he studied that empty spot. Suddenly, a new thought burst upon him. There was a Roman phrase so useful in times of shipwreck. He may keep that finds. Wickham had always liked the idea of finders keepers. And wasn't there something else about all being fair in love and war? The war was admittedly distant from Hertford, but was he not a soldier, a needy, poverty-hounded militiaman? Yes, and the victim of a foul crime. One trunk for the other, a clean substitution. And here was a question that begged for an answer. What was inside that other trunk? Wickham turned on his heel, re-entered the inn, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Had fortune at last decided to smile on him? Once in his room he put a chair before the closed door, and then knelt and studied the trunk. Here was something he had not noticed. Around the trunk was fastened a Cordovan leather strap. Had the trunk's owner experienced trouble with the lock? The mechanism was not much, a simple tab that turned inside the barrel. Wickham removed the strap, unfastened the brass latches, and dug out his key. With a bit of careful fiddling, perhaps. Presently the key turned, and the lock popped open. Wickham gave a cry of delight. At once he set to removing the contents. Here was quite a find, well, for a woman. Such a quantity of items, day gowns and evening gowns and gloves and hats and shawls, even hair-pieces, imagine that. He sat back on his heels, smiling. What arts women employed to appear youthful. He held up a gown and snickered. Its owner was assuredly no slender sylph. Inside one of the reticules was a treasure, a case filled with calling cards bearing the name Lady Lavinia Snowdon. Wickham laughed for the joy of it. The case was made of gold. He'd pawn that. Was my Lady Lavinia foolish enough to hide jewellery in a trunk with a faulty lock? Not substantial pieces, certainly, but perhaps there were smaller, less valuable items. Earrings, necklaces, rings. Wickham could make use of those. Inside one of the shoes was tucked a modest velvet bag. Wickham held his breath and unfastened the tie. Gold guinea coins spilled out, a pile of them. Why, if he bet on the right horses, he could double or even quadruple this money. Wickham's gaze shifted to the window. He must clear out at once. Those guineas were just as good as anything in his own trunk. Besides, his trunk was clearly labelled. Once the mistake was discovered, it would be sent back to Hertford. Perhaps he could even have a London friend call for it. But he felt no obligation to reciprocate. He would pawn what he could, for his need was sincere. Let her ladyship's people search the pawnshops and buy back the missing items, as the wealthy so often did. It occurred to Wickham that he could pay off the warrant, return to Meryton, and marry Miss King. Nothing so tame. Why waste good money on something as paltry as debts? Then, too, he would be forced to return hat in hand to the magistrate's office, publicly humbled before all his friends, while wearing stained breeches no less. Wickham did not consider himself to be a proud man, nothing like Darcy, but even he had his limits. Now then, how best to proceed? Not on the mail. Was it not fortunate that he hadn't yet paid his fare? The innkeeper mentioned a coach bound for Kent. What of that? Hang it all, he could not leave as he'd arrived, for the uniform would be remembered. Wickham stood in the centre of the room, sucking his teeth and thinking. There had to be a way. Suddenly he swung round and studied the pile of clothes on the bed. Lady Lavinia was downright mannish in girth. Was she also in height? Wickham snatched up a dark stuff gown and held it against his waist. The length was perfect. What if? He began pawing through the pile. The hair-pieces closely matched the colour of his own sandy hair. No, just No, he could never disguise himself as a woman. It was too far beneath his dignity. He was no Darcy, but even he had his limits. He ought to abandon the trunk, pocket the guineas and jewellery, and be on his way to London. And risk being traced, hunted, and tried as a thief. Once he reached London, he could easily evade discovery. But first he had to get there. He gave a great sigh, and began to shrug off his coat. It was a cursed nuisance, being in constant need of money. If only Georgiana Darcy had not written to her brother. If only he had married Mary King straightway. If only Elizabeth Bennet had been an heiress. Wickham shoved this last thought roughly aside. Regret was pointless. At least he had caused Elizabeth Bennet to loathe Darcy. That, at least, was something, for he had seen Darcy's admiration. Oh, he had. Well, he would pay his shot here, leaving nothing behind. Once in Kent, he would quietly make his way to London. Wouldn't Sadie Young be surprised to see him at her door? Squirming and tugging, Wickham managed to pull on the gown and fasten it. How fortunate that the sleeves were long and the neck high. His boots were hidden by the skirt, but his hands could not be helped. Fortunately, there were several pairs of gloves. Wickham peered into the chipped looking-glass. It was well that he had had a shave just this morning. Curse it, he had purchased a new shaving kit, and now it was gone. He would have to buy another. There was a commotion below in the yard which drew Wickham to the window. Men on horseback, demanding the innkeeper. Did he hear the word warrant shouted? He hunted out gloves and a lace cap and a deep bonnet. Once the ribbons were tied, the effect was adequate. It would have to be enough. Hastily, he returned the contents to the trunk, snapped shut the latches, and fastened the strap. He pushed the chair aside and opened the door.
"Boy!"
he called in a high and quavering voice.
"Oh, boy!"
This time someone answered his summons.
"The coach for Kent," said Wickham. "Has it departed?"
"Not arrived yet, ma'am," said the boy. "On account of the weather. The roads is foul awful, I hear tell."
"Excellent. Most satisfactory."
Wickham dug out several pennies.
"Take this trunk down to the coach office while I buy my ticket, won't you?"
The boy did as he was told. Wickham watched him with smug satisfaction. Who knew impersonating a woman could be so easy? Chapter 11. Strain at the Leash. Darcy went out to the terrace through the tall French windows. Beneath a dark sky, a light rain was falling. He paid it no mind. Beyond the extensive gardens, just out of sight, was the parsonage. Had Elizabeth been prevailed upon to marry Collins? Darcy knew he should not care, and yet... Light from the drawing-room was blocked by a shadow. Darcy turned to see his cousin standing at the door. Fitz opened it a crack. "Are you coming in? It's wretchedly wet, or haven't you noticed?" "I needed a breath of air." At once Colonel Fitzwilliam came out to join him. Darcy gave him a rueful smile. "I'd forgotten the ceremoniousness of our aunt's table. Thank goodness Georgiana took dinner in her room." "I quite agree, although because of that our dear aunt is in a mood." "Isn't she always? If I have my way, it won't be the last time. Georgiana will please herself while she is here. I shan't allow Aunt Catherine to order her about." Again Darcy's gaze returned to the garden. There must be some way to discover if Collins were married, without engaging his aunt's curiosity. Fitz brought out a cigar and cast an appraising glance at the sky. "I never realized how sentimental you are. Pemberley is worth sighing over, but Rosings Park. One sighs only when one leaves this place, with relief." Darcy was betrayed into a laugh. "Dear Aunt Catherine, one can only pity Anne." "Anne does all right for herself. I dare say she isn't half as ill as she pretends to be." A gust of wind hurled rain into Darcy's face, and Fitz's too. "Blast this weather!" he cried. "Now will you come in?" Again the light was blocked by a shadow, and at once the French doors were roughly opened.
"There you are!" cried Lady Catherine. "Merciful heavens, come inside at once. You'll catch your death."
Darcy saw his cousin pocket the cigar. "We have been, examining the terrace," Colonel Fitzwilliam said smoothly. "Last year there was some trouble with the drains."
"There has been no such thing."
Lady Catherine held the door wide and shooed them inside.
"However, since Anne is resting upstairs, we have an opportunity to freely discuss estate business, which, as you know, is so tiring for her."
"Perhaps it is best put off until another time."
"Certainly not. I loathe put-offs. Tomorrow my rector and his new wife are coming for after-dinner tea. I think you will be surprised in her," added Lady Catherine. "She claims to have met you in Hertfordshire."
Darcy disguised his gasp with a cough.
"Good gracious, you are not well, Fitzwilliam. I shall have a mustard plaster made up straightway. Anne's companion is particularly skilled in this regard."
Colonel Fitzwilliam broke out laughing, and Darcy ground his teeth. "No, thank you, Aunt," he said. "I am perfectly well."
"I shall be the judge of that. You men are all the same, stubborn."
"Alas for us," said Colonel Fitzwilliam, grinning. "I am fine," Darcy repeated. Lady Catherine gave him a sharp look.
"In my opinion, Fitzwilliam Darcy, you are just as stubborn as your father, or perhaps," she added, "even more so."
Wickham had forgotten the challenges of journeying by the stage, for one thing being more crowded than the mail. Its 4 straining horses travelled at glacial speed. Honestly, he could have walked faster. 3 passengers were waiting to board in Hertford, and it was only by the greatest good luck that Lady Lavinia was able to purchase a seat inside. By the time they'd made 2 miles, the air was so stifling that Wickham longed to join those wedged on the roof amid the trunks and boxes. But then the rain resumed, and Wickham changed his mind. At least he was dry. Lady Lavinia's bonnet would not have held up in the rain. To be unmasked as a fraud would mean disaster. For it now occurred to Wickham that there were penalties for dressing as a woman, and none of them were pleasant. In certain parts of London the authorities looked the other way, but not here in the country. He must trust to luck and brazen it out. Not for nothing did he have a pretty face. Always he'd envied Darcy that firm jaw and cleft chin, but not today. Fortunately, Lady Lavinia's cloak had a pocket that contained a treasure beyond price, a finely woven veil of black mesh. No doubt it was intended to keep the dust from her ladyship's fair complexion, but Wickham used it to hide his growing whiskers from curious eyes. His companions were as weary and travel-sore as he, and they avoided conversation. The coach swayed as it travelled over what were surely the worst roads in the kingdom. At times screams came from outside, as the coach jounced through potholes or slid in mud. Wickham grimaced as he stretched his legs. What kind of people did they think rode in here? Children? Somebody nudged him.
"Excuse me,"
said Wickham, in a voice that was anything but conciliatory. If he were to be a titled lady, there was no sense being pushed around by commoners. He then recalled that he wore men's boots and quickly tucked his feet beneath Lady Lavinia's gown. How did women stand it? The gown's buttons bit into his back, and his shoulders were squeezed tight. The lace-edged cap itched, the ribbon ties tickled his chin, and the bonnet became heavier by the minute. Soon enough, however, Wickham discovered something worse than uncomfortable garments. Those pints he'd swilled with Denny were now making their presence felt. The call of nature was simple to deal with as a man, but when dressed as a woman, when at last he would be able to relieve himself, what new horrors would he face? When the curtains fell at the interval, there were stars in Lydia's eyes.
"Was there ever such an evening, Lizzie?" she gushed. "Why, there is nothing like the theatre, nothing.
Who knew that someone as ancient as Shakespeare could write such a delicious play?"
"Timeless stories never grow old," agreed Elizabeth.
"To hear Mary read him aloud, one would think Shakespeare a very dull dog. But that only proves that as a reader Mary is bacon-brained."
Elizabeth bit back a sigh. Her sister would use this favourite phrase repeatedly.
"Lydia," chided Jane,
"don't be stuffy, you know it's true, and this Beatrice is not any better, to be surrounded by so many lovely officers, including that handsome Benedick, yet she scorns them all." Elizabeth had to smile. Much Ado About Nothing was one of her favourite plays. "I had rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me," she quoted.
"Precisely," cried Lydia. "What would Mamma say to that? For although none of these officers wears a red coat, they are simply splendid. Not to mention the prince. Don Pedro proposed to Beatrice. Yes, he did. I heard him myself, and she turned him down flat. Well, if ever a prince proposes to me, I'll have my answer ready."
"Then let us hope," said Jane mildly, "that he is not a scoundrel."
"As if I cared for that!"
This was accompanied by a toss of the head. Elizabeth lowered her eyes. In 4 months' time, her sister had become an incorrigible flirt.
"I must say, there are many fine gentlemen here tonight,"
Lydia went on.
"What everyone says is true. London is the place to get husbands. I dare say you will find Mr. Bingley's equal, Jane, if you will exert yourself a little. Take that fellow there. Look, he is smiling at us. He wants to be friends."
Lydia waggled gloved fingertips. The smile she sent in his direction was inviting. At once he began to make his way up the aisle toward them. Elizabeth and Jane shared a look. This was not good. Meanwhile, Lydia had spotted another handsome fellow to wave at.
"And to think," she said happily, "that I did not wish to come to London. I shall thank Father 1,000 times over."
Aunt Gardner leaned forward. "Lydia," she said, speaking over Jane, "do you know that man?"
"Not yet. One cannot blame him for noticing us. It is such a comfort to have pretty sisters."
Elizabeth saw Mr. and Mrs. Gardner share a speaking look, and then he rose to his feet. Lydia elbowed Elizabeth.
"Do you see? There goes Uncle to make that gentleman's acquaintance. Of course he'll come calling tomorrow."
"We are leaving after breakfast," Elizabeth pointed out.
"Oh dear, so we are."
Lydia paused and then turned to Jane.
"I say, would you mind if I remained behind with Aunt and Uncle? In your place, I mean. I am a dab hand with children, as dear Denny would say. Surely you will enjoy being in Hunsford?"
Jane did not reply. Lydia's gaze travelled to the tiers of seats above them.
"How I wish we were sitting up there in one of those boxes, I think they call them, with the important ladies and gentlemen."
"Uncle was fortunate to obtain the seats we have," replied Elizabeth. "I expect the boxes are purchased by subscription." Lydia would not be deterred.
"Shall we go up to the landing and mingle among them? Don't be stuffy, Lizzie. Where's the harm?"
"Please stop staring," Elizabeth told her. Lydia turned to her sister.
"Jane, you ought to come too. For all we know, our friends the Bingleys are here. Won't they be surprised to see us?"
Lydia was too giddy to notice Jane's pained expression.
"What does the chiming sound mean, Lizzie? Do you know?"
Mrs. Gardner leaned forward.
"The interval is coming to a close." "Oh dear, we have wasted our time. Where is Uncle? How shall I become acquainted with that handsome gentleman he went to meet?"
Mrs. Gardner's expression did not encourage further conversation. She brought a quelling finger to her lips, and an army of footmen began to extinguish the house lights. When the coach stopped to change horses, Wickham dealt with his emergency by following the other female passengers into the inn. It was an awkward business, for beneath Lady Lavinia's gown he wore breeches and boots, but he managed. Thank heavens this was a through coach, without an overnight stop at an inn. Even so, the poisonous looks given by these women were puzzling. Lady Lavinia was not ill-mannered,
Nor was she shabbily dressed. It was as if they thought her a woman of easy virtue. Wickham laughed to himself. If they only knew. For the next stage of the journey there was a new passenger. Wickham now sat beside a round-faced, balding man, whose clothing proclaimed him to be prosperous. A travelling sales agent, perhaps. He seemed impressed with Lady Lavinia. Whenever Wickham chanced to glance in the man's direction, he was rewarded with a smile and a twinkle. Confound it, he knew this kind of smile. Was the fellow flirting with him? Wickham drew himself as far into the corner as possible, and kept his eyes fixed on the darkness outside the window. After several weary hours, including a near collision with a passing mail coach, it was again time to change horses. Wickham was jerked awake by the blowing of the horn and the shout, "Bromley!" And then, under the cover of darkness, there came a hand, a man's hand, and it was sliding under Wickham's thigh. Wickham knew the gesture all too well. Women of a certain class were receptive to this suggestive move. At once he smacked the man's forearm, none too gently. "You dare!" he growled, speaking in his own voice. Then he added, in Lady Lavinia's shrill soprano, "Predatory beast! You deserve to be horsewhipped!" The surprise on the fellow's face was gratifying. It was late when the party returned to Gracechurch Street. Just as Elizabeth was about to extinguish the candle for the night, Aunt Gardner came into Jane's bedchamber. She sat on the bed beside Lydia. Lydia bounced up.
"Dear Aunt, thank you for such an evening. As I told Lizzie, I have been bacon-brained to ignore Shakespeare for so long. But I have never before been to the theatre, you see. I had no idea."
Aunt Gardner smiled.
"I am sorry for the unpleasantness earlier," she said. "I thought I'd best come in so that we can have a little chat about it." "What unpleasantness?"
"The set-down I gave you during the interval, dear. In a public place it is well to consider whether one's behaviour and choice of words are, shall we say, in good taste." Lydia's eyes were wide.
"What words?"
"I refer to the expressions that you have acquired from officers of the militia."
"Oh, those. Mamma does not mind, so why should I?"
"Your uncle and I mind them, Lydia. They are not the sort of words we wish to hear the children use."
"Well," she admitted, "I suppose not. But I meant no harm."
"I understand. You are, after all, very young."
"Now, just a minute. It is not as if I am a child."
Elizabeth saw her aunt draw a long breath. "One day soon," said Mrs. Gardner mildly, "I trust you will model your behaviour along lines that are more graceful and less coltish."
"Coltish?"
Lydia appeared stunned. "In Meryton you are Miss Lydia of Longbourn. You are known to be the daughter of a gentleman. You have a respected position, no matter how you choose to behave." Aunt Gardner paused. "It is not so here." Lydia's expression grew mulish. She folded her arms across her chest, a gesture Elizabeth knew all too well.
"Here in London,"
Mrs. Gardner went on, "your father's status offers no protection. Since we are speaking frankly, I will add that a pretty young woman who is free in her speech and boisterous in manner attracts attention from the wrong sort of man." Lydia lifted her chin.
"I care nothing for what the old matrons say about me. Let them talk."
Aunt Gardner's gaze was steady. "I had in mind not the opinion of matrons, but of the men themselves."
"Are you saying that I shan't find a husband? You are wrong, Aunt. If I had fortune enough, I would have my pick of husbands. Indeed, I would, right this very minute."
"The men to whom I refer are not interested in marriage, Lydia. This is why your uncle was obliged to speak to those with whom you so unwisely flirted tonight. I will add that your behaviour placed him in a very awkward position."
"Because I smiled and waved? Is being friendly a crime? How am I to meet anyone?"
"We have no objection to gentlemen who are honourable and respectable, but not every man is so. You will do well to remember that your uncle is in trade.
In the eyes of the gentry, we are similar to a shop owner in Meryton, or the blacksmith. You know how closely these men guard their daughters. I cannot see why, grumbled Lydia. Because, my dear, some men consider them to be fair game. Elizabeth blushed for her sister's lack of comprehension. You have doubtless heard the term light skirt in reference to pretty girls of questionable virtue? Lydia had the audacity to laugh. But what have they to do with me? I'm a gentleman's daughter. Then I suggest, said Aunt Gardner, that you begin behaving like one. Lydia's response was to sigh and roll her eyes. Chapter 12. Infra Dignitatum. That trunk of Lady Lavinia's was a continual source of trouble. Wickham had purchased a ticket for the most distant stop on the stagecoach's run, the better to foil any pursuers. His plan was to disembark along the way. Bromley had held promise. However, Bromley turned out to be impossible. And why? Because of that cursed trunk. Who knew it would be stacked near the very bottom of the pile? Finally, Wickham found opportunity in a place called Hunsford. Off came the trunk, and at Lady Lavinia's orders, it was carried into the coaching inn. However, it was only by the greatest good luck that Wickham procured a room. The proprietor was not happy to host an unaccompanied female. The bedchamber he provided was surely his very worst. Wickham did not argue. It was enough to have a place to lay his head. Midday brought new challenges. Against his better judgment, Wickham descended to the ground floor of the inn. It was that or starve. He'd selected a gown that buttoned well up the throat. A ruffled lace cap concealed his hair, and over that he wore a bonnet. Tying its ribbons gave him some trouble. How did women put up with such nonsense? Over all he draped the filmy black veil. That blessed veil. His eyebrows would never answer, though he'd combed them repeatedly, and his chin now sported stubble. Wasn't it fortunate that his hair and beard were light? After a hurried breakfast in the darkest corner of the coffee-room, Wickham faced his next chore. Not for anything would he travel as a woman. He must reclaim his male identity. He stepped up to the counter and rang the bell. A man emerged from the back. "I would like this cleaned and pressed, if you please," said Wickham in his best Lady Lavinia voice. "You do have a laundress on the premises?" "After a manner of speaking, ma'am." The man took the rolled-up breeches and, to Wickham's chagrin, held them high. The ugly brown splotch of gravy was displayed for all to see. "That's quite a stain, ma'am." Wickham was not fooled. The man's eyes were laughing. Even now his lips were twisting into a smirk. "I will have you know," said Wickham bitingly, "that this is a gravy stain." The man gave Wickham a look. "Is it now? And is this your garment, ma'am?" Lady Lavinia's trunk contained a fan. How Wickham wished he had it. No wonder women enjoyed fanning themselves. "It belongs to a friend." Through the veil, Wickham could see the man's unpleasant grin. "Left his trousers in your bedchamber, did he?" Wickham leaned over the counter. "Kindly remove your mind from the gutter and have this garment cleaned and pressed." The man's face took on an unyielding expression. "Maybe yes, and maybe no. The Crown is a respectable establishment." Wickham sighed. Tradesmen were so testy. But there was a universal way to gain respect. He drew several coins from Lady Lavinia's reticule. "By tomorrow morning," he said, and placed them on the counter. The man eyed the money. "Coming back, is he?" Did this stupid fellow think Wickham a strumpet? A decayed trollop whose charms were for sale? If so, he knew nothing of the trade. Mutton dressed as lamb had few takers. "Certainly not," snapped Wickham. "He is a trusted family friend, and he will not be back
How could he be, for he was never here? By tomorrow, my good man, and I intend to be gone from this dashed backwater."
The man took the coins and the breeches and gave Wickham another look. "I hope it ain't contagious," he said. "My guests wouldn't like that, nor my servants neither."
"I beg your pardon. Gravy stains are not contagious, and it is gravy."
"Nasty cold you've got. Your voice—"
"Is perfectly fine, thank you,"
said Wickham frostily. Curse it, he'd forgotten to modulate his tone. On the other hand, feigning illness could be useful. Wickham brought a gloved hand to his cheek.
"If you must know, my head aches dreadfully. It is due to fatigue from that ghastly journey, for I was forced, due to an accident, to abandon my own wrecked conveyance. Or else," he added, "it was the soup. What was served to me last night was foul, not that it was soup, being far too watery. I use the term soup as a courtesy."
The man blinked.
"But on the off chance that I have contracted an illness, due no doubt to the damp sheets on my bed, I would prefer to take my meals in my room."
The mulish expression showed itself again.
"In order to spare your precious guests."
Wickham drew out another guinea. The man's fingers snatched it. "Meals in your room, ma'am, aye." He cocked an eyebrow. "Like I said, this is a respectable establishment. No men in your bedchamber." Wickham suppressed a laugh.
"Of course not. What do you think I am?"
The man went off, leaving Wickham alone at the counter. Confounded, he had forgotten to ask about writing supplies. Well, he would buy what he needed at the village shop. He ought to alert Sadie Young of his plans. Should he chance going out? The weather was surprisingly fair after such a stormy night, a distinct advantage. Perhaps he should risk it, if the shop were not far off. Wickham went out to the inn's porch to see. A farmer's wagon lumbered by. From the opposite direction came a barouche drawn by 4 matched horses. Wickham's brows went up, for there was a crest on the door. There were people of note here. Who would have guessed? The barouche came to a halt before the Crown, and so did the riders who followed it. Wickham went rigid. He would know that profile anywhere. It was Darcy, here in this dreary village, and the man with him. Not Bingley. He had too good a seat. A military bearing, in fact. Wickham searched his memory. A man would have to be a true friend, and Darcy hadn't many, to entice him to this remote place. Was this person a relation? Darcy had a cousin in the army. Now, what was the fellow's name? Curse it, Darcy had an aunt in Kent, Lady Catherine. Her invitation would certainly bring him here. And what of her daughter, Anne? Wickham smiled in spite of himself. Wouldn't it be something if the story he'd fed Elizabeth Bennet turned out to be true? The window came down, and one of the occupants put out her head. At once Darcy rode up to speak with her. Wickham had the fleeting impression of pink ribbons and a sweet smile. With a start he came to himself. Why the devil was he standing in full view like this? What if Darcy's aunt noticed Lady Lavinia and demanded to speak with her? No sudden moves, Wickham told himself. He must do nothing to attract notice. He gave a final glance to the barouche, stepped back into the inn, and quietly closed the door. A close call. Up the stairs to his room he crept, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet Wickham's mind was alive with conjecture. Having Darcy here put a different light on things. He would have to think carefully, yes, because when Darcy was present there was money to be had. Never mind Lady Lavinia's guineas, which were rapidly being spent. There was always a way to get ready cash out of Darcy. The question was, how? Wickham sat in the chair before the dilapidated dressing-table, chin in hand. There were 3 women in that barouche, not 2. He must think out who they were. Darcy's aunt, surely, and also his cousin Anne. What about the pretty young woman whose bonnet was tied with pink ribbons? Wickham's eyes narrowed in thought. Darcy had smiled at her, hadn't he? One of his rare, warm smiles. Georgiana? Had Georgiana Darcy come into Kent with her brother? Wickham's heart nearly leapt from his chest. £30,000 bequeathed without condition to this lovely, warm-hearted girl. No matter that he was imprisoned in woman's garb. Here was opportunity. How he would approach Georgiana he did not know. He would find a way. Oh, he would. This time Georgiana's fortune would not slip through his fingers. Chapter 13. Look Both Ways. What had begun as a lark to evade the magistrate was now in dead earnest. Wickham knew that he would not be allowed anywhere near Georgiana as himself, but as Lady Lavinia. Had he courage enough to keep up the disguise, even among people who knew him? Of course he had. People were notoriously stupid, and his need for money was sincere. £30,000 and gentle Georgiana were worth the risk. Now that he thought on it, Georgiana would be far superior as a wife. Elizabeth Bennet was too intelligent, too perceptive, and far too outspoken. Georgiana was pliable and trusting. Was she naive enough to trust Lady Lavinia as a friend and confidant? For this was how Wickham would detach Georgiana from her protectors. What harm could an older, titled woman do? Wickham was liking the idea more and more. In order to seize this prize, he must be bold. Of first importance was to send an express to summon Sadie Young. Lady Lavinia needed a maid, and Mrs. Young would fill the post nicely. In his letter, Wickham listed his needs as to clothing, for he would resume his identity once he and Georgiana went into hiding in London. He also warned Mrs. Young of Darcy's presence. She would need to keep out of sight and possibly alter her own appearance as well. Wickham was playing a deep game. One misstep could ruin all. He then began a more thorough examination of her ladyship's trunk. Here were treasures he had not noticed, vials of perfume, an elaborate turban, 3 elegant shawls, a concave mirror, and a lorgnette. Chuckling softly, Wickham unfolded this and held it up. Apparently my Lady Lavinia had trouble with her eyesight. This lorgnette would be very useful, and after, he could pawn it with the rest, for the rims of the spectacles were made of gold. At the bottom of the trunk was a find indeed, a flat leather case containing tools for grooming. Inside were scissors, a knife for paring one's nails, a file, tweezers, and a small razor. Wickham did not want to think why a lady would need these things, particularly the razor. But who cared? This was what miners called a mother-lode. At once Wickham went out to the landing and ordered hot water and towels sent up. He would shave carefully, even his arms. Wasn't it fortunate that Lady Lavinia's trunk had 2 stylish Spencers and a pelisse? Keeping his arms covered would not present a problem, unless he was invited to an assembly. Then again, her ladyship's long evening gloves would come to his rescue. With the scissors and tweezers, he would groom his eyebrows. Now then, how would he ingratiate himself into polite society? His regimentals, polished manners, and pretty face had done the trick in Meryton. He must trust Lady Lavinia's title and fine garments to do the same here. All he needed was another Mrs. Phillips, who would then present him to a Mrs. Bennet. Somehow he must gain admission to Georgiana's inner circle. Lady Catherine de Bourgh would never recognize him. But Darcy. Hang Darcy. One way or another, Lady Lavinia would storm the gates of Rosings Park. Presently, with his face shaved and freshened with scent, a more confident Wickham returned to the main desk. The boy came when called.
"For pity's sake,"
whined Wickham, using Lady Lavinia's falsetto.
"Where is the proprietor? I have an express that must be sent to London at once."
"Do you mean Mr. Jones? He's over there with Mr. Collins, ma'am."
"That's your ladyship to you, boy. Who on earth is Mr. Collins?"
"He's the rector, your honourable ladyship."
"Rector of which parish? Where does the man live?"
"Why, of Hunsford parish church, ma'am. The parsonage is right at the gates of Rosings Park. Everybody knows that."
At the name Rosings Park, Wickham's eyes narrowed.
"Would that be Lady Catherine de Bourgh's estate?"
"Yes, ma'am. I mean, your ladyship."
Wickham's gaze travelled to the door of the inn, where the men stood conversing. What in the world was Jones saying? Nothing complimentary toward Lady Lavinia, for Jones was speaking behind his hand. Moreover, Wickham did not care for the furtive glances cast his way. Out came the lorgnette. He levelled a bold stare in the men's direction. There was something familiar about the clergyman. Clerical garb, tall build, doughy cheeks. Collins was his name. By Jove, this was Elizabeth's bumbling cousin, the fellow who'd bowed and scraped to Darcy. With mincing steps the man was now crossing the room. Was he intending to converse with Lady Lavinia, a woman to whom he'd not been introduced? He was. Wickham concealed an impatient sigh. He really must carry a fan at all times. At the very least, he could rap Mr. Collins's knuckles with it. Charlotte Collins sat in the parlour opposite Elizabeth. "As you can see, it is rather quiet here." Lydia sighed audibly. "You can say that again. What a bore." She sniffed and dabbed at her nose with a handkerchief. "Not at all," said Elizabeth promptly. "A stroll through the park each morning, and a book to bear me company in the afternoon, will suit me perfectly." Lydia sighed again. "No dancing, no card parties, no gaiety or officers or anything. I shall die of boredom, I truly shall." Then she sneezed. "At times I do miss the liveliness of Meryton," said Charlotte, "or should I say the liveliness of Longbourn?" "My youngest sisters certainly contribute to that," said Elizabeth with a smile. "It is no such thing, Lizzie. It's the officers who bring the laughter and the fun, and now they are excluded forever." "I never appreciated the extent of your mother's hospitality," remarked Charlotte. "Your Aunt Phillips was generous with invitations as well. But yes, the officers brought an air of gaiety to our evenings together." "And now, because of father's cruelty, our good friends have been banned from our drawing-room. Kitty and I have shed rivers of tears." Charlotte spoke again. "Mother writes that the militia could decamp to Brighton for the summer months. Have you heard anything of this?" Lydia emerged from behind her handkerchief. "What nonsense! It's all a take-in, Mrs. Collins. If our dear friends were leaving, why, we would be the first to know." "Their departure would be no bad thing," said Elizabeth. "Yes, it would. It would be a tragedy, for then I would not see them in town or at service or anything." "But what about Mr. Wickham? Won't you miss seeing him?" said Maria. "Well, she should, Lottie. Everyone knows that Mr. Wickham is Miss Elizabeth's favourite." "My dear Maria," said Lydia loftily, 3 words have changed all that. Miss Mary King. Surely you remember that dear Wickham is engaged to marry her. If I had £10,000, he would certainly rather have me. Who wouldn't?" It was more than time to turn the conversation. Elizabeth hastened to say to Charlotte, "Mr. Collins tells me that many of your principal families depart for London at this time of year. At present our ranks are rather thin. There is the occasional card party, but not much society. No assemblies, such as we used to have in Meryton. We quite depend upon Lady Catherine." Elizabeth felt a stab of sympathy. William Collins was not only Lady Catherine's rector, but also her errand boy. Without hesitation he shared with her every bit of news and gossip. Let a villager have a squabble, and Lady Catherine would descend to moderate the dispute. No wonder the gentry of this district kept their distance. Just then the main door closed with a bang. Mr. Collins came into the parlour, rather out of breath. "My dear Mrs. Collins," he began with his usual officious formality, "I wonder if you will mind having an additional guest at dinner tomorrow." Elizabeth's gaze strayed to Charlotte's face. With admirable reserve, her friend waited for her husband to continue. "There is a lady in straitened circumstances in the village. Mr. Jones of the Crown sought me out. She arrived on the overland coach, alone and much bedraggled, as females often are due to the exigencies of travel. The poor woman has become separated from her people, including her lady's maid, due to an unfortunate smash-up involving her coach." "Dear me," said Charlotte mildly. "She has sent to London to rectify the situation, but I thought perhaps we ought to lend a hand, socially." Charlotte's hesitation was obvious. "Is she young? Is she elderly?" "I think she is middle-aged," said Mr. Collins. "She is rather charming in her own way, and to all appearances is of a good family. I shall now consult Debrett's." With that, Mr. Collins went off to his study. "Charlotte," whispered Elizabeth, "does he often bring in strays?" "No, never. Not once has he shown an interest in being the Good Samaritan. Not that we have many stranded travellers here." Mr. Collins came back with an open volume in hand. "Lady Lavinia Snowdon is her name," he announced. "It says here that she is one of the Berwickshire Snowdons, a family of some standing." "I see," said Charlotte. "An evening of Christian hospitality is in order." "Are we obliged to invite her to stay the night?" faltered Charlotte. Mr. Collins puffed out his cheeks. "I think not. A nice dinner. That joint of beef Lady Catherine advised you to buy will do. Our acceptance will go a long way to quell any ugly talk in the village." "Is there ugly talk?" Could this Lady Lavinia add to Mr. Collins' consequence? Was he hoping to gain Lady Catherine's approval? "It says here that Berwickshire is in Scotland, a maritime county on the German Sea." "Perhaps her people were once smugglers," teased Elizabeth. Mr. Collins gave her a quelling look. "Lady Lavinia is a pleasingly modest woman. She was unwilling to look me in the eye, that is, until she recognized my position as a clergyman. When I mentioned dining at the parsonage, she seemed quite surprised." "I imagine she did," said Elizabeth. Forcing an introduction was something her cousin was known for. "Did you prevail upon her to accept?" said Charlotte. Mr. Collins beamed. "Most certainly. I am not without persuasive skills, my dear." "What else does it say about her family?" Charlotte wanted to know. "Could she be known to Lady Catherine?" "Happy thought indeed," added Elizabeth. Mr. Collins gave Elizabeth another look and returned to his book. "The family seat," he announced, "is Snowdon in Lauderdale, a right ancient family in possession well before the Norman conquest." "Her virtue is therefore unassailable," said Elizabeth, "although it says here that there is a branch of the family living in Derbyshire." Elizabeth gave a start. Mr. Darcy was from Derbyshire. Was this unknown lady an acquaintance? But why was she thinking of Mr. Darcy? It was not as if she would see him again. "How grateful I am, Mrs. Collins, for your excellent skill as a hostess, and for your charming conversational abilities. Cousin Elizabeth and Sister Maria, and you too, Miss Lydia." "Achoo!" cried Lydia. "Achoo! Achoo!" Mr. Collins rounded on her. In mounting chagrin he observed her handkerchief, watering eyes, and red nose. "Great Scott! Are you ill?" Lydia shrugged. "I suppose I have caught Clary's cold." "Who on earth is that?" "Clary is what we call Clarence Gardner, my cousin. He's 4. Mr. Collins' voice rose to a squeak. "You have brought contagion into this house." "It's only a cold, which is a great nuisance. However, I don't see that it matters. I am never ill for long." You will leave me to be the judge of that. Until you are completely well, you will go nowhere near Lady Catherine de Bourgh or Rosings Park. Imagine, if I were to be the one, through unpardonable laxness, to introduce infectious disease to either Lady Catherine or Anne de Bourgh. Miss de Bourgh's health is frail enough as it is.
Nonsense! I am not so very ill.
I say you are. Tonight we are invited to after-dinner tea, but not you, he said to Lydia. You will remain at home.
And do what?
Read a book, Mr. Collins flung back.
Have you any books here that are worth a girl's time? I am not about to read sermons and lessons, thank you.
You are a silly, ignorant child. No one wants to hear your uninformed opinions.
How dare you? I am a gentleman's daughter. I'll have you know that I am welcome everywhere I go.
Lydia, cautioned Elizabeth, you are not welcome in the public rooms of this house while you are ill, said Mr. Collins. You will take yourself up to your bedchamber. At once, do you hear? You will remain there until you are well.
I shan't. I shall write to Uncle this very minute. That's what I'll do. I'll demand that he come take me back to London. I knew Jane should have come instead of me.
What a very good thing that would have been. Jane is much better behaved. She is quiet and modest, as a young woman should be. Jane would not embarrass Mrs. Collins and me in Lady Catherine's presence.
So that's what you think? You are ashamed of me?
I have witnessed scandalous behaviour at Longbourn, Miss Lydia. I'll not stand for boisterous spirits and unguarded speech while you are here. Mrs. Collins, would you be so kind as to prepare a mustard plaster for Miss Lydia? Lydia gave a cry.
How dare you exclude me? I shan't stay here alone. Tell Maria to keep me company.
No, said Mr. Collins.
Lizzie, make him change his mind.
No doubt you are tired from the late night and the journey, said Elizabeth. You'll feel more like yourself in the morning.
I shan't, said Lydia. I want to go home.
At the moment, began Elizabeth. Mr. Collins interrupted. As you were purposely sent away from your home, that course of action is not open to you. Here you are, and here you shall remain. In this, he added primly, you are not the only sufferer.
Then I want to go back to London. Don't look at me like that, Lizzie. Aunt and Uncle will have me, won't they? It doesn't matter that I am sick. They'll take me to concerts and to the theatre, and I'll meet people, interesting people, not like the dreary nobodies who live here. There are plenty of handsome and amusing officers in London.
Elizabeth rose to her feet. Come, Lydia, she said gently. You'll feel better after you have slept.
At this hour of the day, I never sleep before midnight. I am not a child, Lizzie.
Come along. Elizabeth held the door open. She gave Charlotte a look of apology.
Mamma was right,
grumbled Lydia as she went out.
This house is cramped and dowdy. I don't care what improvements have been made to it. They weren't enough. Of course Charlotte Lucas married Mr. Collins to get Longbourn. Anyone would.
Chapter 14. Don't just do nothing. Lady Catherine was in fine form that evening. Her conversation at dinner was so irksome that Darcy left Colonel Fitzwilliam to drink his glass of port alone. As it turned out, it was a very good thing that he joined the ladies when he did. As Darcy came into the drawing-room, his aunt was saying, "Must you wear that particular shade of green in the springtime? It is quite ridiculous. A lady should not blend in with the trees and the lawn." Darcy closed the door behind him with a snap. Georgiana, bless her, had no idea she was being insulted.
"Ma'am,"
she said. "It's your gown," said Lady Catherine sharply. "It is the colour of new leaves in spring." Georgiana's innocent smile tore at Darcy's heart.
"Yes, and isn't it lovely?"
She spread the skirt as a young girl would do.
"Winter has been so grey and dreary this year, so cold and forbidding.
Mrs. Annesley helped me choose this colour. I adore it."
"That woman, whoever she is, has exceptionally bad taste. Where do you find these people, Darcy?"
"Mrs. Annesley is Georgiana's new companion."
"She is a godsend. For pity's sake, she should not be allowed to choose the girl's clothes."
"But I chose the dress pattern
Darcy interrupted. "It is altogether lovely." He gave a measured look to his aunt. Lady Catherine put up her chin. "In matters of attire, you ought to take Anne as your example." Her gaze shifted to her daughter. "For goodness' sake, sit up. I won't have you lounging. Mrs. Jenkinson, your slackness in this matter is not appreciated." Mrs. Jenkinson looked stricken. Immediately she cast aside her knitting and assisted Anne to comply. During this exchange, Colonel Fitzwilliam joined them. He now stepped up to change the conversation. "What were you telling us the other day, Aunt, about your new rector taking a wife?" Darcy concealed a sigh. Of all things, Fitz would bring this up. He took a seat beside Georgiana and attempted to steel his heart. One way or another, the subject of Mrs. Collins must be faced. This was what came of not guarding his emotions, of being beguiled by beauty and intelligence and clever conversation, of being so weak as to send those cursed Valentines. "It is no bad thing for a clergyman to be married," said Lady Catherine primly. "I merely told Mr. Collins to choose a gentlewoman, for my sake, who is an active, useful sort of person, not brought up high, but able to make a small income go a good way." Darcy's gaze found the ceiling, a delightful prospect for any young bride. Poor Elizabeth Bennet. "I promised that when he did so," continued Lady Catherine, "I would call on her." Was Elizabeth supposed to rejoice at being visited by the likes of his aunt? "Upon my word, ma'am," cried Fitz, "you cannot order a man to marry." "And why not? Mr. Collins was willing enough. Mind, I did suggest, because his family property is entailed away from the female line, a practice I find barbaric, that he should choose a wife from among his kinswomen." Her gaze focused on Colonel Fitzwilliam. "You should take the hint." Fitz held up a quelling hand. "I have done with discussing Cousin Clara, ma'am," he said pleasantly. "The answer is no." "Then you are more of a fool than I took you for. Her fortune is inducement enough." Darcy saw his cousin draw a long breath and let it out. "You were saying, ma'am, about your rector's marriage." "I allowed Mr. Collins a family visit, and he came home an engaged man." She smiled with simple pride. "You see, some men can be told to marry." She turned to give a significant look to Darcy. Here it was, another reminder that Darcy ought to marry Anne. It would be a cold day in Hades when that happened. Darcy said, "Shall we be meeting the new Mrs. Collins this evening?" Lady Catherine opened her eyes at him. "Why, apparently there is no need for her to be introduced to you. She tells me that you met when you visited. What did you say was the name of your friend's estate? The industrialist's grandson whom you met at school, a young man who, in my opinion, is unworthy of your time." "His name is Bingley. He has taken an estate in Hertfordshire. Do you happen to recall Mrs. Collins' maiden name, ma'am?" "I have no use for information of that sort. It is inconsequential. She is now Mrs. Collins, and Mrs. Collins she shall remain." Darcy said nothing more. Georgiana now spoke.
"Mrs. Jenkinson, I have always wished to learn how to knit. Mrs. Annesley was willing to teach me, but then she became ill. Can you show me how it is done? I should like to begin by making a neck-scarf."
"Good gracious, why?" said Lady Catherine. "It is not as if you would wear such an ugly thing." Mrs. Jenkinson cast a worried look from Lady Catherine to Georgiana, and back again.
"They would be given as gifts to our poorer tenants. Only think what a comfort it would be on a chilly day to have a thick scarf to fend off the cold."
Surely you needn't weary yourself with making them. You could hire a woman in the village to knit for you."
"But I would so like to make them something myself, something that is useful. A knitted scarf is appreciated by both men and women of any age. I could include them in the food baskets Mrs. Annesley and I take around."
"Upon my word, you do not enter the tenants' homes yourself." Lady Catherine glared at Darcy. "What kind of companion is this woman to encourage such a thing? I am surprised at you."
"Georgiana continues the tradition of Christian charity shown by our mother, ma'am. I applaud her efforts. She should certainly learn how to knit. If Mrs. Jenkinson is too busy, I shall find another teacher." Lady Catherine gave a huff.
"So much sentimentality. Ridiculous."
The drawing-room was now silent, leaving Darcy to ponder how he could respond when introduced to the new Mrs. Collins. His agony was short-lived, for all too soon the guests were announced. Darcy and Fitz politely rose to their feet. Here came Collins, one could hardly forget him, with the usual bowing and scraping. Behind him was another young woman. Darcy had seen her in Hertfordshire, but he could not recall her name. Of all things, Sir William Lucas came in next, with an expression of awe and admiration. What was he doing here? On his arm was a girl, who was obviously overwhelmed by Rosing's grandeur. At last Darcy's eyes found his heart's most earnest desire, Elizabeth Bennet. Heavens, she was smiling, and she was every bit as lovely as Darcy remembered. To see her in Collins's presence was truly painful. Was she unhappy? No, the impression Darcy had was that she was not miserable, but curious. How could that be? And then Lady Catherine spoke.
"May I present to you my niece, Miss Georgiana Darcy, and my nephews, Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Here is my rector, Mr. Collins, and his wife."
But it was the other young woman who stepped forward to curtsy, not Elizabeth. Darcy blinked, overwhelmed by what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Lady Catherine had an eagle eye fixed on Mr. Collins.
"Won't you kindly introduce your guests?" she prompted.
He hastened to do so, but Darcy's heart heard only the name Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Elizabeth rose from her curtsy with much surprise. Mr. Darcy, here in Lady Catherine's drawing-room. Mr. Collins had hinted that someone she knew might be present, but Elizabeth had paid him no mind. Whom did she know in Kent? But here was Mr. Darcy in all his solemn magnificence, and his sister too. Georgiana Darcy was of much interest, for Caroline Bingley had hinted to Jane of a match between her and Charles Bingley. Georgiana was quite pretty, with a pleasant and modest demeanour. She looked to be about Maria Lucas's age. And then there was Anne de Bourgh, a listless young woman who did little to acknowledge any of the guests. Was she as proud and as disagreeable as her mother? Mr. Darcy chose a seat near Elizabeth's. She concealed a sigh, for she was now obliged to converse with him. With Mr. Darcy it was best not to wait for him to speak.
"Mr. Collins has been saying that someone I know might be here," said Elizabeth. "His allusions are often so oblique as to be incomprehensible. How do you do, sir?"
"I am well, thank you. In a moment I'd like to present my sister Georgiana. I trust your sisters are in good health?" Elizabeth's first thought was of Jane, not Lydia.
"Our Jane has been in London since after Christmas. Have you chanced to see her there? I believe she called on Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst."
"I am not staying with the Bingleys, so I would not know," he said gravely. "I trust Miss Bennet is enjoying her time in London." How could Elizabeth answer? She could hardly describe Jane's heartbreak to this man.
"Jane is content to care for our young cousins."
A small silence hung between them. Suddenly Elizabeth said,
"Is Mr. Bingley never to return to Netherfield? His sister wrote a letter to Jane in which she hinted that this might be the case. Frankly, I cannot believe it. He seemed so pleased with the house and all the neighbours.
Charles Bingley is much influenced by his sister's opinions. They felt the location to be too remote from London.
Remote? We are less than 30 miles.
He smiled slightly. Actually, in my view, that was a point in Netherfield's favour.
It is disheartening to have him so suddenly disappear, without warning of any kind. Jane.
Elizabeth stopped. Mr. Darcy continued to study her. At last she said,
My aunt and uncle felt that a change of scene would be best for Jane. Good heavens, what was she saying? And to Mr. Darcy of all people.
His gaze was grave. Has Miss Bennet been ill?
Not precisely.
Elizabeth was caught by the intensity of Mr. Darcy's interest. Very well, she would explain.
Our Jane guards against expressing her deepest feelings, as she does not wish to oblige others to respond in kind. When Mr. Bingley did not return to Netherfield, she was saddened.
A frown knit Mr. Darcy's brow. But when I saw them together, I did not detect any evidence of... Elizabeth said nothing. Presently he added, Miss Bennet seemed so serene in Charles's presence.
That is her way. She conceals her most private thoughts and feelings, sometimes to her detriment.
Mr. Darcy was now studying the carpet.
As for my other sisters, Lydia came with me to Hunsford. My father thought it best to remove her from the gentlemen of the militia.
Mr. Darcy's head came up. A wise decision.
Lydia caught a cold when we stopped over in London. Mr. Collins has banished her to her bedchamber until she is well.
I imagine that this is not to her liking. Elizabeth was betrayed into a smile.
Nothing about Hunsford is. Who would have suspected that Mr. Collins could be such a tyrant? But truly, I am pleased that Lydia is no longer under the influence of the officers.
I'll tell my cousin Fitz to be on his guard.
Against what? Said a laughing voice. Of what are you speaking? I'll have you know that I must have my share of the conversation.
Wait, was Mr. Darcy hiding a grin? He was. A smiling man brought forward a chair for himself. How do you do? We were introduced earlier, but I dare say you didn't catch my name. Miss Elizabeth Bennet, may I present to you my cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam? Mr. Darcy paused. I'll just bring Georgiana. As soon as Mr. Darcy was gone, Colonel Fitzwilliam leaned forward.
Now then, Miss Bennet, he said cheerfully, pray enlighten me. Mr. Collins there has been telling us of a mysterious lady in the village. Apparently she comes to dine at the parsonage tomorrow. What are your impressions?
Frankly, I haven't any. How can I, as I've never seen her?
A titled noblewoman? Teased Colonel Fitzwilliam, appearing out of nowhere, without servants or piles of luggage. A likely story, no?
Elizabeth returned his smile.
When described like that, it certainly sounds suspicious.
I will rely on you to make a complete report when next you come. He looked up. You haven't yet heard about the stranded traveller, Darcy. It is quite the mystery. Miss Bennet has agreed to do surveillance. Colonel Fitzwilliam lowered his voice. In army circles, this is known as espionage. I distrust this unknown lady.
But, Cousin Fitz, it could have happened just as Mr. Collins described, said Georgiana. What if I were the victim of a smash-up, abandoned and alone, and forced to take a stage to an unknown destination? Would I be met with distrust and suspicion?
A stricken expression crossed Mr. Darcy's face. So the man was not inhuman after all. He placed a chair for Georgiana near Elizabeth's. We are in need of your assistance, Miss Elizabeth, if it would not be too much trouble. My sister would like to learn to knit. Would you be willing to teach her? Elizabeth gave a gurgle of laughter.
If it is your ambition to knit badly, I am just the teacher for you. I have not the skill to knit mittens or stockings. To be perfectly honest, I have not bothered to learn how to construct garments that are complex.
Only scarves, such as one wears in winter, said Mr. Darcy. What say you? Georgiana's smile was wistfully eager.
Knitted scarves I can do, for they are simple. When would you like to begin? We shall need to purchase supplies at one of the village shops, but that is a pleasant excursion."
"This is all very well and good," cried Colonel Fitzwilliam, "but you shall not forget, Miss Bennet, that tomorrow you are on assignment. Darcy and I expect a full report regarding the mysterious lady."
Lady Catherine's voice came from across the room.
"What is that you are saying? What are you talking of? I must have my share in the conversation."
Gracious, this woman was not only proud, but also a despot. Carefully, Elizabeth concealed a smile. She did not mean to meet Mr. Darcy's eyes, nor did she mean to notice the engaging twinkles in their depths. Sunday came, accompanied by the usual bustle of preparing to attend service. Before breakfast, Mr. Collins paced about, wringing his hands and talking to himself. "Is he always this anxious?" Elizabeth whispered to Charlotte. "Indeed, yes, but his particular concern today is about being on time, because there are so many of us. It is perhaps fortunate that Lydia is ill and cannot attend. As to the sermon, although I have encouraged him to write his own, he prefers to read something from one of his books. In a bit you will hear him practicing in his study. Accurate pronunciation concerns him greatly. I imagine it would." During the service, Elizabeth's interest was caught not by her cousin's style in officiating, but by Lady Lavinia Snowdon. Who could she be? As the congregation stood to recite the Apostles' Creed, it was all Elizabeth could do to keep from looking around. But Mr. Collins' unconventional guest did not come forward to greet them after the service. Instead, she arrived at the parsonage in a hired gig. Lady Lavinia was attired in a gown that was well buttoned up to the throat. Over this she wore a collection of gold necklaces, a handsome Paisley shawl, and, of all things, a turban. Sandy curls peeped from beneath. During the formal introductions made by Mr. Collins, Lady Lavinia peered at each of them through a lorgnette. Because the hour was well advanced, for she was rather late, Mr. Collins escorted her directly to the dining-room. At length Lady Lavinia was asked to describe her mishap on the road. She gave a throaty laugh.
"I wish it were as thrilling as Highwaymen, but, alas, it was drearily commonplace. As another coach passed mine, a wheel struck a mile-marker at the side of the road. One of the axles was smashed to smithereens."
"Was it indeed?" said Mr. Collins politely. "A singular expression, to be sure, quite, descriptive."
"My driver's account was rather more colourful. It was quite the unlucky accident coming as it did. I was travelling the short distance on my own without companions."
Again Mr. Collins spoke. "That is rather irregular, is it not? To travel without even a maid?" Lady Lavinia gave another laugh. A large locket she wore glittered. She raised her lorgnette.
"My good sir, I am known to be remarkably independent, but in this case it was simply because my trunks and servants travelled in a separate coach. They went on ahead so that all would be in readiness when I arrived in London. I so dislike being inconvenienced."
"Surely your people did not desert you?"
"My 2 coachmen were hurt rather badly, and the boy was thrown from his perch onto the road. I believe he dislocated a shoulder."
Lady Lavinia gave a shudder.
"It gives me the shivers to think about it. If I go on, the memories will put me off my dinner entirely."
No one said anything more about the accident. Lady Lavinia drained her wine-glass.
"I was left at a coaching inn to continue on as best I could. Fortunately, the stage was heading for Kent, which brought me nearer to London. I have sent an express to summon my maid, and then I shall travel home."
Mr. Collins spoke up. "Pardon me, your ladyship, but have you been ill? Your voice—" There came another tittering laugh.
"Does it sound odd to you? I dare say it is because of all the screaming. If you have ever been the victim of a smash-up, you would know what I mean."
She paused.
"Or perhaps you have been listening to Mr. Jones at the Crown. That dratted man has decided that I am ill. I became weary of arguing with him and offered to take my meals in my room."
"You are too modest, milady. Mr. Jones's lowly coffee-room would be graced and adorned by your ladyship's presence." Lady Lavinia smiled widely, revealing an even set of teeth.
"I did not wish to say so to Mr. Jones, but it befits my rank to eat apart from the commoners. This makes travelling rather awkward. I am happy to know that you lovely ladies, and Sir William too, did not suffer as I did during your journey."
Elizabeth was surprised into saying, "How did you know that we had been travelling?" Lady Lavinia tapped her temple with a forefinger.
"I am adept at deduction, Miss Elizabeth."
"And also at recalling our names," added Mr. Collins. "I salute you for your remarkable memory, milady."
"I claim no credit, dear sir. It is a natural ability, inherited from my noble ancestors."
"We understand that your family seat is in Scotland," said Charlotte. "Do tell us about Scotland. I have always wished to travel."
"I would gladly do so, my dear Mrs. Collins, but I have not been to Scotland myself. I live entirely in London, and I always have."
"Where would that be?" said Elizabeth. "My uncle lives in London. I wonder if you are neighbours."
"I think not, my dear. I live on, Clarges Street, which, as you know, is in the fashionable heart of Mayfair."
Lady Lavinia paused to smile.
"It is not far from Green Park. I stroll there from time to time."
"Do you indeed? I have read that Green Park has been left in a natural state."
Mr. Collins hastened to interrupt. My cousin is fond of walking, perhaps too fond. After you are presented to Lady Catherine, who is the provider of my living, including this dinner we now enjoy, you perhaps might wish to take a gentle stroll through the gardens of Rosings Park."
"I should like that very much."
Lady Lavinia raised her lorgnette and peered at Elizabeth.
"I am acquainted with many of the inhabitants who live on and around Clarges Street. I have never heard of one called— what did you say your uncle's name was? Gardiner?"
She gave another laugh. Elizabeth's brows knit in a frown. Had she mentioned the Gardiners to Lady Lavinia?
"But enough about me. Do tell me all about Hunsford village, and this charming parsonage. And what was the name of your patroness? Ah, yes, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. I am curious about the history of her estate. Also, there has been some talk of her daughter's engagement. I dare say you know the truth."
Mr. Collins needed no other encouragement. He was off like a shot, describing in details the grounds and the public rooms, and he even recounted the recent addition of an expensive chimney-piece. This subject lasted throughout dinner, and carried into their time in the salon. Coffee was served, but card games were forgotten, as Lady Lavinia proved to be a rapt listener. Mr. Collins was charmed. As for Elizabeth, there would be much to laughingly report to Colonel Fitzwilliam. But she was uneasy as well. Something about this woman was wrong. But what? It was no crime to dress oddly or to speak in a voice that at times sounded gruff. There was something about her that reminded Elizabeth of someone else. But who? Later that night she listened as Lydia bewailed her fate. How Elizabeth missed Jane's calm good sense and patience. How she longed to talk over her feeling of unease. Then again, Jane was unerringly trusting. Would she have noticed that something about Lady Lavinia did not ring true? No, gentle Jane would come up with a kind explanation for each of her peculiarities. As for Charlotte, now that she was married, it was unfair to burden her with an opinion that was so contrary to her husband's. And then there was Colonel Fitzwilliam's report. Elizabeth was under no illusions. He was looking for amusing anecdotes and reasons to laugh, nothing more. But there was genuine trouble here. Every sense was on the alert. Was she a fool to so fully rely on intuition? At last Lydia wearied of talking and turned over to sleep. Elizabeth tossed and turned. Finally, she got out of bed and went to the window. The moon was almost full, bathing the trees and garden with silver light. Elizabeth drew in a long breath. In the morning, she would walk the grove and reason it out. There must be a rational explanation for how she was feeling. There had to be. Chapter 15. I Care Not for This Lady. Darcy went riding before breakfast, as was his habit. It was easier to bear with his aunt after he'd been in the open air, and after she had had several bracing cups of tea. Today he made for the grove of oaks, which edged one side of the park. There, on the sheltered path, was a young woman. Darcy's breath caught in his throat. Elizabeth. Could it be that she was pacing back and forth? He urged the horse forward, and, when nearer to her, lifted his hat in greeting. Elizabeth halted and stood gazing at him. He must say something. "A fine morning for a walk," he managed to blurt out. "It is, yes." Here was a sombre mood. Should he dismount and walk alongside her? His heart longed to do so, but would Elizabeth welcome his company? There was no mistaking her reluctance. If he forced his presence upon her, he would be no better than that clod Collins. Surely the poor girl had already had enough of that. And yet she continued to study him. "Mr. Darcy," she said at last, "may I speak to you about something?" Immediately he swung down from the saddle. "I am entirely at your disposal. How may I serve you?" Elizabeth spoke slowly. "It is odd, but I think perhaps you are the only person in whom I can confide." This held delightful promise. "Please," he said quietly, "what is in your mind?" "Mr. Collins brought home a woman to dinner yesterday, but then you know that already." "Lady Lavinia Snowdon, yes. I take it you have something to report to my cousin." Elizabeth nodded. "I am struggling with what I observed. That is to say, there was no one thing that was grossly out of line. And yet, when taken together, everything about her was wrong." This hinted at an extended conversation. "There is a fallen log just ahead," said Darcy. "Shall we sit?" She gave the ghost of a smile. "That would be very welcome, thank you. I have been walking here for some time." Darcy tied the reins to a nearby tree and offered his arm. Once at their destination, he unfolded a handkerchief and spread it on the log for her. "Now then," he said solemnly, "you must say exactly what troubles you, no matter how slight. My friends will tell you that I have a suspicious nature, especially where strangers are concerned." "Is that not rather hard-hearted?" "Because of my family's prominence, I have learned to be wary. As a boy, I was too trusting, and I suffered for it." Darcy paused, caught by the curiosity in Elizabeth's gaze. "Once I was very nearly abducted." "But why? Upon my word, was it for money?" Darcy felt his lips twist into a rueful smile. "What other motive is there? Even my own sister, but we won't go into that. Suffice it to say, I am mistrustful of strangers. None of your observations will seem trivial to me." "I wonder that Charles Bingley is your friend. He likes everyone he meets." "Charles is guileless and trusting, an endearing combination. Moreover, his wealth is such that he wants nothing from me, save the pleasure of my company." Her eyes studied him. "People want something from you?" "Much of the time, yes. But we wander from our topic. Tell me what you observed." Elizabeth took a moment to gather her thoughts, a practice of which he approved. "To begin with, Lady Lavinia's appearance is rather startling. I found myself thinking that she looked like a gypsy. She wore an elaborate turban to dinner, which seems inappropriate for a country place, and 3 or 4 gold necklaces. Moreover, her manner of speaking was
How shall I describe it? The word inconsistent comes to mind, but how can that be right? At times her voice was high, but at others it was almost mannish. Elizabeth's eyes looked searchingly into his. No doubt you think me a fool.
Not at all. Please continue.
I have lived among women all my life. If asked to judge a gentleman, I would be at a loss. To say truth, I know little about them, save for what I have observed in my father and various friends.
And? Prompted Darcy.
And my experience with women has taught me that there are things about Lady Lavinia that do not ring true. This example might sound inconsequential, but it is telling. When we dined, she lounged against the back of the chair. A titled lady should know better. Also, she knew little of her family history, that is, according to what Debrett's said about her family's seat in Scotland. She talked only of where she lives in London, a place called Clarges Street.
I know it well, said Darcy, smiling. Perhaps, as Colonel Fitzwilliam would say, she is scatterbrained.
But she isn't. She remembered each of our names with remarkable clarity.
Elizabeth's brow knit in a frown.
She knew my aunt and uncle's surname, although I am certain that I did not mention it.
Perhaps Miss Lydia did.
Lydia was confined to her bedchamber. And here is another thing. Lady Lavinia knew that we had recently travelled to Hunsford.
A lucky guess.
I thought so at the time, but she said it as a statement, not a question. Furthermore, she was interested in everything about your aunt's estate, its history, the extent of the grounds, and even who is to inherit.
And naturally Mr. Collins was eager to oblige.
Before she departed, she asked him to draw a diagram of the gardens. She said that, in future, when she walked there, she did not wish to lose her way.
This interests me greatly. What else?
Elizabeth closed her eyes in an effort to remember.
Then her head came up. I thought little of it at the time, but she mentioned your betrothal to Anne de Bourgh.
My what?
I am sorry, I thought your engagement was common knowledge.
It most certainly is not, because it is entirely untrue.
But Mr. Wickham said—
George Wickham, Darcy practically spat, uses truth only when it suits his purposes. His conscience is remarkably adaptable. Here he halted. It would never do to shout at Elizabeth. To be fair, said Darcy more mildly, Wickham might have heard a rumour years ago. My aunt has been unrelenting in promoting the match, but it will never happen, for the simple reason that I shall never propose to my cousin. Elizabeth fell silent. At last she said,
Could Lady Lavinia be a friend of your aunt's?
Not according to her. If she sends an invitation, it will be only out of curiosity, nothing more. A titled lady, dressed as a gypsy, angling for invitation to Rosings, with a diagram of the property in hand. There is much food for thought in what you say. Elizabeth said nothing more, but Darcy could sense that she was pleased. In fact, he said suddenly, would you like to be present when Lady Lavinia comes? I don't yet know the day, but we could arrange your first lesson with Georgiana to coincide. Darcy caught a flash of interest in Elizabeth's eyes.
Could you? But no, Mr. Collins would wish to come with me, and Sir William as well. The poor man told us that even his presentation at St. James's was not as impressive as your aunt's drawing-room.
Darcy sighed heavily. Lady Catherine is known for her ceremonious condescension.
I believe the term Sir William used was elegant breeding.
He wouldn't if he'd met my Uncle Lewis, who, by the way, was a knight. I'll have Georgiana write out an invitation to include only you. Will that suffice?
Elizabeth's cheeks grew pink. Was it with pleasure? Thank you. That would be very welcome.
I'll arrange to have a carriage sent for you. That should keep Collins at bay. With reluctance, Darcy drew out his timepiece. It grows late. We shall each be missed at breakfast if we linger any longer. Thank you for telling me all that you did.
Thank you for believing me."
He paused and then added, "Do you often walk here?"
"When I am able."
"Then perhaps I shall see you tomorrow."
"Perhaps,"
was Elizabeth's beguiling reply. If only she had added a smile. Although Wickham slept late that morning, he awoke in a foul mood. For one thing, he had to sleep while wearing Lady Lavinia's night-dress, with a cursed frilly cap to conceal his masculine haircut. And for another, there was the matter of Elizabeth Bennet. How was he to know that she was a guest at the parsonage? And worse, her flighty sister. Why hadn't Collins mentioned them in his invitation? Not that Wickham would have stayed away, but it would have helped to be prepared. Although what defence had he against that measured gaze of Elizabeth's? Clearly she was not taken in by Lady Lavinia's charming manner. And yet, how could Elizabeth suspect the truth? Impossible. No one would. It was simply too outlandish. If Lady Lavinia managed to strike up a friendship with Georgiana, while Lydia was confined with her cold, so much the better. Would Lydia be the one to find him out? No, it would be Elizabeth. He would need to give her a wide berth. Once he received an invitation to Rosings Park, he would never again call at the parsonage. It was not until mid-afternoon that there came a knocking at his door. Surely it was too soon to be Sadie Young. No, it was only the boy. He held out a sealed letter.
"Came for you from Rosings Park, ma'am. I mean, your ladyship."
Wickham hunted up a penny, not willingly, but the boy's assistance was useful, before dismissing him. Here was the invitation. Wickham paused before opening it, savouring the success of the moment. His plan was progressing splendidly. Lady Catherine de Bourgh was pleased to invite Lady Lavinia Snowdon to after-dinner tea on Tuesday at 6:30. Wickham could not recall her ladyship's appearance, but the sound of her shrill, accusing voice was burned into his memory. 20 years ago he'd thrown rocks at her coach as it passed. Lady Catherine had disregarded his tearful appeals to summon old Mr. Darcy to defend him. Like a dog, he'd been hunted out and whipped by her coachman. Over what? A little dirt and chipped paint? That knot on the coachman's forehead would have healed in a month or so. Wickham had meant no harm. It was just a bit of boyish fun. But life was unjust for a fellow like him, an outsider. Always he was misunderstood. And now he would have his revenge, fooling Lady Catherine and everyone else. If all went well, Sadie would arrive in time to correct the defects in Lady Lavinia's appearance, before he called at Rosings Park. Later that day, Wickham went down to the desk to inquire after a bedchamber for his maid. Here he suffered a setback. "We have no empty rooms, ma'am. Not until Wednesday night."
"Then what the dev? Where am I supposed to house my maid, who could arrive as soon as tonight?"
"We might be able to find a truckle bed to bring in, ma'am. You won't mind sharing for a night or two?" Mr. Jones was barely able to conceal a smirk of delight. "Unless you'd rather have a gent." Wickham's fingers curled into fists. If Hunsford had boasted another inn, no matter how lowly, Wickham gladly would have changed. As it was, he was stuck.
"I shall keep you informed,"
he said glacially, and went flouncing up the stairs. Chapter 16. Long Odds. The next morning Darcy returned from his ride to find Fitz at the breakfast table, nursing a cup of strong tea. It was useless to tease the poor fellow. Whenever Fitz visited Rosings, he made it a point to sleep as late as possible. Darcy had met with disappointment today. He waited in the grove, but Elizabeth Bennet did not come. He understood it. People often became shy after sharing a confidence. "You'll find me in the library," he said as he passed by his cousin's chair. It was not until later that Fitz came in. He quietly closed the door. "If you've something of a private nature to relate, you'd best get to it. We'll have company shortly. Our aunt," he added, "is a prowling menace." Darcy drew Manning's latest report from his writing box. "It happens that I have news regarding our mutual friend." "What friend would that be?" Fitz's eyes studied Darcy's face. "Hold hard. Do you mean Wickham? You've heard from your fellow in— what was the name of that place? Mary something? Meryton." A smile spread over Colonel Fitzwilliam's face. "And he's been taken into custody? Excellent." Wickham got wind of the warrant before it could be served. His commanding officer might have mentioned it, as between gentlemen, giving Wickham the opportunity to settle up and save face. As if that will happen. "Instead," said Darcy ruefully, "Wickham cleared out. A fellow officer took him to Hertford to catch the mail. Without knowing Wickham's true intent, I'll wager." Fitz sat on the arm of an easy-chair. "Your man is skilled at obtaining information. People in market towns talk, especially when they've been wronged. Wickham owes money everywhere." "That's hardly a surprise. I take it he's hidden himself in London?" "That's the curious part. According to Manning, the magistrate's men arrived in Hertford ahead of the mail. They searched the coaching inn, but Wickham was nowhere to be found." Darcy consulted the report. "There was a stage that left about that time, bound for Sussex, by way of Kent." "That's in the opposite direction, and Wickham was not on it." "Come now, the man cannot have disappeared entirely." "He and his friend shared a meal in the tap-room. After the friend left, Wickham was not seen again." "Slippery as an eel." Fitz paused. "See here, he must have boarded that stage." "That's what I thought, but no one answering Wickham's description purchased a ticket." "Do you mean to tell me that he walked all the way to London?" "I'll see that," said Darcy. "It's at least 20 miles, if not more." "So he ran to the nearest farm and hid in the haymow, or better yet, the sty. Then, after seducing the farmer's daughter, he caught a ride in a donkey cart all the way to London." Darcy was betrayed into a grin. "Not in the sty, Fitz. He'd ruin his precious regimentals." "The man fled an arrest warrant in uniform." "Wickham's vanity has always been his downfall. You know that." "Pah! The man's a disgrace to every honest soldier. He's gone now, that's the material point. Your friends are out of danger." "So it would seem." "And now we have the mysterious lady joining us this evening. That should be amusing, if one enjoys seeing our aunt deal out snubs." An idea occurred. "You might wear your regimentals to dinner." "What for?" "To impress the lady when she comes." "Do you think her an heiress? She's not the one I'd like to impress. Now, if Miss Bennet were to join us—" "I hate to disappoint you," said Darcy gently, "but her family hasn't the wealth that you require." Fitz gave an unhappy shrug. "My misfortune. Ah, well, I'll be calling at the parsonage later today to hear her report. Care to come along?" Darcy hesitated. He would like it above all things, but he did not want to put Elizabeth in an awkward situation. What if she did not wish to confess the same suspicions to Fitz? A lovely thought, though unlikely. Why would she confide in him alone? "Some other time. I have correspondence to attend to." "A pretty young woman comes into the area, and you'd prefer to write letters." "I'll see her this evening. Georgiana will be inviting her to join us after dinner, without Collins." "Is that even possible?" "It's for a knitting lesson. I'll have the carriage sent." 10 to 1 Collins will climb in, uninvited, and then where will you be? He calls every day. How does our aunt stand it?" Fitz continued to complain about Collins, while Darcy opened his writing box. As he replaced Manning's report, a splash of colour caught his eye. Those Valentines. He hadn't meant to bring them into Kent, and yet here they were. He quickly closed the lid lest his cousin see, and not a moment too soon, for the library door creaked open.
"There you are," crowed Lady Catherine. "It won't do to have you hiding yourselves away. I had my fill of that while your uncle was alive."
Sadie Young arrived at the Crown that afternoon, accompanied by a stack of band-boxes. Fortunately, the boy brought her directly to Wickham's room. He was overjoyed to see the parcels.
"Bless me, here you are at last. Come in, come in."
By now, Lady Lavinia's sharp falsetto had become almost second nature. Mrs. Young gave a cry.
"What in the world?"
Wickham made a quick recovery.
"My dear Sadie, how I have needed you. Here, lad, here's a penny. Do we have all the boxes? Good. Off you go."
Before Mrs. Young could say anything more, he swiftly closed the door. She stood among the parcels, gaping at him.
"What you told me in your letter, I couldn't believe it."
"Believe it now," said Wickham, speaking low. "It was this, or be hauled before the magistrate. I haven't a taste for debtor's prison."
"You said that you have means to pay. You'd better, because I've put out a good £10, what with travelling here and all the items you had me buy."
"That I do, in guineas."
"Then you will pay me at once, George, and I shan't be loaning it back to you."
Wickham concealed a smile. Of course she would. She always did. Love made women into such fools. "Do have a seat, and I'll tell you how this came about, and also my plan for taking advantage of the situation. For there is money to be made here, my dear Sadie, same as at Ramsgate." He gave her a significant look. Sadie Young sat on the bed. But when Wickham finished his tale, she was anything but won over.
"You went to dinner where? At a parsonage, dressed as a lady?"
"I was in disguise. No one suspected a thing."
"Wearing that cap? In broad daylight? Are you mad?"
"People are altogether stupid. They see only what they wish to see."
"But your hands and your neck, there is no hiding those."
These objections he waved aside. "Because of my upbringing, I am familiar with the social niceties a lady of rank should observe. You would be exposed as an impostor in a moment, whereas I am able to portray an aging aristocrat splendidly."
"An aristocrat, are you?"
Sadie folded her arms across her chest. "Besides," Wickham went on, "it was only for dinner. How was I to know that Elizabeth would be there?" Sadie was instantly suspicious.
"Who is Elizabeth?"
Wickham shrugged. "Someone I met while in the militia. It was touch and go for a bit, but I carried it off."
"So you say? You're daft, thinking you can masquerade as a woman."
"But I now have you to help me, my love."
"There are things, George, that even I cannot do. This is a fine turn of events. A wretched journey, and now this. Where is my room? I need to lie down."
"At the moment, you haven't one. We'll need to share for several nights. You're to be my maid, by the way." Sadie pursed up her lips.
"I spent good money on this fool's errand. You'll find the clothes you asked for in those band-boxes. While you change, I'll inquire about the best way to travel back to London."
"But, my dear, I cannot suddenly appear as myself. I must remain as Lady Lavinia until we return to the East End." Wickham steepled his fingertips. "There is a far better reason to remain. Georgiana Darcy is here."
"What difference does that make? You'll never get within shouting distance of her."
"But I shall." Wickham reached for the invitation and held it aloft. "I'm taking after-dinner tea with Georgiana and her aunt today, at the Rosings Park estate, if you please." Sadie snatched the invitation and studied it.
"You'll appear as Lady Lavinia?"
"It won't answer." "I shan't arrive until after sunset. We'll sit round in the drawing-room, sipping tea in the rosy glow of candlelight." Sadie's brows knit in a frown.
"If Miss Georgiana is there, Mr. Darcy will be too. There'll be no concealing yourself from him, not from a man who's known you from childhood."
Wickham tapped an index finger to his temple and gave her a knowing smile. "I see it as a challenge, and it's one I shan't lose. You should have heard the stories I told about Darcy while in Meryton. He remained silent, as always, mindful of his dignity."
"Mr. Darcy saw you recently. Worse and worse."
"But that's not all. Colonel Fitzwilliam will be present this evening."
"Good gad!"
"They'll never suspect the truth. Who would? It's too outrageous."
"You'd best have a care, George Wickham. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread."
"Don't quote old wives' tales to me. This time Georgiana won't be able to escape. We're nearer to London than we were at Ramsgate. It will be simple to spirit her away."
"Were you thinking of making a run for the border? That's a good 300 miles.
"Scotland is too risky, and a private coach is too expensive. There is no need. After a week hidden away with me in the East End, Georgiana will be forced to marry me." Sadie's lack of confidence was annoying. "There will be no escaping it," he added. "Even Darcy must agree."
"And after, you'll set up household together as a loving couple?"
"Darcy will take her back to Derbyshire, the victim of an unprosperous marriage, while I pocket all that money." There was a small silence. Sadie Young studied him with narrowed eyes. "I want 10%, George," she said suddenly. £3,000. Wickham blinked. "That is a substantial amount, my love."
"It's a substantial piece of work you've brought me to do, passing you off as a woman. I dare say it's impossible."
"But you are willing to try. Please say you are." He gave her his most charming smile. But as Lady Lavinia, that smile did not have its usual effect, for Sadie continued to scowl.
"Georgiana Darcy is a sweet girl, too good for the likes of you."
Wickham put up his chin. "No one is too good for me." Later in the afternoon, Darcy found his way back to his uncle's library. Against his will, he brought his writing-box to the desk and unlocked it. The temptation was too great. He could not help himself. Eagerly he sorted through the Valentine cards. No, this was a foolish thought, one that deserved instant banishment. The trouble was, Darcy could not bring himself to do so. How could he, when he'd already found a valentine with lilacs? An empty spot begged for a snail, so he took up a pen and added one. Did snails have one set of horns or two? Two, he decided, but one pair made him look a bit more personable. Next came a lopsided smile and friendly eyes. Now then, what to write? It was tempting to celebrate Wickham's disappearance, but what would be the point? Was there anything here in Kent to warn Elizabeth about, in addition to his aunt's vituperative tongue? Perhaps instead he should share a bit of poetry. Darcy sat back and studied the ceiling. What sort of poet would a snail quote? He felt his lips twist into a grin. The snail would speak of romance, of course. Why not? Even a snail could fall in love. First to mind was this. "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate." But no, this was spring, not summer. Even a snail would know the difference. However, Shakespeare was an excellent idea. Darcy got up, found his uncle's copy of Romeo and Juliet, and brought it back to the desk. He began turning pages. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. How many times had Darcy mocked this oft-quoted line? And yet his heart had felt just this way when he encountered Elizabeth in the grove. The sun shining through the new green of spring was nothing compared to her smile. But she would likely laugh at such a sentiment. Any sensible person would. Darcy resumed his search. Page after page, so many words. At length he gave a cry. His index finger tapped the page. "Love moderately, long love doth so. Too swift arrives, as tardy as too slow." Here now, was this not the perfect thing for a snail to say? Moreover, it mentioned love in a way that would not alarm Elizabeth. Darcy smiled as he copied the words onto the card. Oh, this was wonderful. How to deliver the letter? Not by courier. Any person in the village would know at once what was going on. By post. Yes, but it must not originate here in Hunsford, or any of the surrounding towns. Darcy thought this over for some time. Subterfuge was not exactly in his line. On the other hand, what harm could a Valentine with a snail do? And then it came to him, the entire plan. He would write an express to Manning's father in London, thanking him for his son's services, while at the same time enclosing Elizabeth's letter. It would mean an extra cost for the elder Manning to receive it. But Darcy knew solicitors. That expense would be passed along and added to his account. A clerk in the office could post it, and he would be none the wiser. Darcy examined his handiwork with satisfaction. His friendly snail would not be lonely after all. Chapter 17. Measured Obsession. Elizabeth had had enough of her sister's complaints. She left the bedchamber and returned with Lydia's cloak and bonnet. "Mr. Collins is working in his garden. If we hurry, we can walk in the park without being observed." Lydia's lips turned down. "I have no desire to tramp about, thank you." "On a beautiful afternoon like this, of course you do. I thought we'd go into the gardens at Rosings. If our cousin encounters us, we can say that you were pining to see the many glazed windows he described to me." "As if I would care about something like that." Elizabeth held out the cloak. "The fresh air and sunshine will do you good. I'll tell you all about the people we met." "What is the point, since I am never to meet them?" Elizabeth opened a drawer and took out a stack of clean handkerchiefs. "You'll be well soon enough." Lydia swung the cloak over her shoulders. "Maria came up and told me about Miss Darcy and her aunt and cousin. Lady Catherine and Anne de Bourgh sound drearier than anything. The others I know already, unfortunately." "Did she describe to you Colonel Fitzwilliam?" With a sigh of resignation, Lydia put on her bonnet and tied the ribbons. "Why should I care about him? To hear Maria talk, he's as old, and probably just as dull, as Sir William." Elizabeth was surprised into a laugh. "I did not find him so. I doubt he is much older than Mr. Darcy." She opened the door and looked out. "Wait on the landing while I check for Mr. Collins." "I thought you said he was outdoors." "Yes, but with Mr. Collins one never knows." The way was clear, so Lydia came clattering down the stairs behind Elizabeth. Once they were well away from the house, Elizabeth said, "Isn't this better?" "I suppose." "Would you like to hear about Colonel Fitzwilliam?" Lydia unfolded a handkerchief and blew her nose. "Only if he is handsome. I dare say he is not half as good-looking as dear Wickham." "Few gentlemen are. However, I find him friendly and easy to converse with. Moreover, he has a distinguished air." "In other words, he is stuffy like Sir William. Did he wear his red coat? He cannot be as fine as any of our militiamen." "That will be for you to decide." "Thanks to Mr. Collins, I'll never have the chance." Lydia dabbed at her nose. "There is not much to see here. These hedges make me feel closed in, as if I'm in prison." Poor Lydia, to be so melancholy. At this time of year, each new day will bring improvement. Smiling, Elizabeth added, "What do you know of prison?" "More than you think. Where is the house? I cannot see it anywhere." "It's another quarter-mile. The gardens near the mansion are laid out in a formal design. When the roses come into bloom, the effect will be lovely." "As if anyone cares. How tiresome to have such a large park." "No doubt the gardener says the same." Lydia gave an unhappy sigh. "Who is that?" She pointed to a man coming along one of the paths. As he drew nearer, it became obvious that he wore an army uniform. Elizabeth's lips curved into a smile. "Why, it is Colonel Fitzwilliam. He must be on his way to call at the parsonage.
At least he is wearing his red coat."
As soon as Colonel Fitzwilliam saw them, he altered his course and came striding across the lawn. Lydia continued to study him.
"What was Maria Lucas thinking?"
Elizabeth heard her mutter.
"He's not as old as all that."
"Lydia," whispered Elizabeth, "lower your voice." Lydia became busy with smoothing her skirts.
"Is my bonnet crooked? You would give me the ugliest one. A girl must look her best when meeting a gentleman."
Elizabeth passed her sister a clean handkerchief, and Lydia hastened to blow her nose.
"Oh, heavens, I look a fright."
"Good afternoon," said Colonel Fitzwilliam pleasantly. "I call this a happy meeting." His uniform was impressive, but it was his smile that transformed him.
"You are very fine today, sir,"
said Elizabeth. He pulled a face. "I lay the blame at Darcy's door. He thinks I ought to impress the mysterious lady. I have come to hear your report, Miss Bennet." Smiling, he turned to Lydia. "Good afternoon.
May I present my youngest sister, Miss Lydia Bennet?"
Colonel Fitzwilliam made his bow. "Have we met, Miss Lydia? I think not, for I would have remembered your smile. How do you do?" Lydia coloured up and forgot to curtsy.
I have the cold, sir," she stammered. "Mr. Collins, the despot, has confined me to my bedchamber, on account of Lady de Bourgh's health."
"A wise precaution, but the despot cannot always have his way. You will soon be well." Colonel Fitzwilliam offered an arm to each sister for the walk back to the parsonage. "How do you find Hunsford, Miss Lydia?"
"So far this has been the dreariest visit imaginable."
Lydia looked up into his face.
"Do you like dancing, sir?"
His eyes smiled into hers. "Very much." Lydia brightened.
"Then we must host a dance, for apparently there are no assemblies here. Can you imagine?"
"A sad loss."
"Lizzie, you must play for us. That is, if we can convince Mr. Collins to lend us the front parlour."
Elizabeth concealed a smile. There was no pianoforte at the parsonage. No, protested Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Your sister must dance as well. We cannot have her imprisoned at the instrument for hours on end. I must warn you, opposition comes not in the form of Collins, but in the person of my aunt. She does not care for dancing."
"Why ever not? Is it because she is too old?"
He was surprised into a laugh. "I dare say you are right." He turned to Elizabeth. "Today I am serving as courier for my cousin. I have an invitation for you, Miss Bennet."
"And none for me?"
Lydia made a play with her lashes. She was fast becoming her usual saucy self. "I'm afraid not. The invalid must wait for health to return."
"I am no invalid,"
protested Lydia.
"As you see, I am able to walk about. There is not much difference between walking and dancing. Oh, bother," she added. "Here comes Mr. Collins. He's sure to be cross."
And he was. "What, pray tell, are you doing out of bed?"
"She came at my insistence,"
Elizabeth was quick to say.
"Fresh air and sunshine are healthful."
"You must leave me to be the judge of that." He greeted Colonel Fitzwilliam with eager graciousness, but then returned to glaring at Lydia. "Into the house with you." Meanwhile, Colonel Fitzwilliam presented Miss Darcy's invitation to Elizabeth. This did not escape Mr. Collins' notice. "What's all this?"
"Miss Darcy has invited me to join her this evening. I am to give her a knitting lesson."
"I trust you are aware of the enormity of such condescension. I ought to accompany you, given the distance and the lateness of the hour." "That will not be necessary," said Colonel Fitzwilliam. "We'll send a carriage for her." Elizabeth smiled as she recalled Mr. Darcy's words. Mr. Collins was certainly kept at bay. As soon as they entered the parsonage, Elizabeth was sent to escort Lydia upstairs.
"What a lovely man,"
Lydia said over her shoulder, as she and Elizabeth climbed the stairs.
"Did you notice how he smiled at me? I see what you mean about a military air. He is very distinguished. To say truth, he casts all our Meryton friends into the shade."
Elizabeth maintained an innocent face. "Do you think so?"
"Lizzie," said Lydia solemnly, "I take it all back. I shall go to bed and sleep the day away. I shall drink horrid broth without protest. I simply must get well."
"This is quite a change." As soon as she entered their bedchamber, Lydia kicked off her shoes and sat on the bed.
"And you say he is unmarried?"
"As far as I know."
"I dare say Colonel Fitzwilliam isn't looking for a wealthy wife, but for a pretty one, and we all know that I am the prettiest of us all. Indeed I am, according to Mamma."
"He is rather older than you are, dearest. Recollect that you are only 15.
"If I don't mind that, he certainly shan't. Gentlemen so often prefer younger wives. How glad I am that we went for that ramble together. We must do so every afternoon."
Elizabeth came down in time to follow Charlotte into the parlour. She was wheeling a tea-trolley, a gift from Lady Catherine. Charlotte was obviously pleased to entertain such a pleasant guest. "What about you, Miss Lucas?" Elizabeth heard Colonel Fitzwilliam say. "What oddities did you observe? It's often the quiet ones who see the most, you know." Maria's pinched expression vanished. What a kind man, to set a young girl at ease. Colonel Fitzwilliam glanced her way. "We are speaking of the mysterious lady, Miss Bennet. Carry on, Miss Lucas. I'd like to know everything you noticed." Mr. Collins broke in. "Far be it from me to correct you, sir, for as Lady Catherine's nephew you are entitled to an opinion, and are certainly above reproach. Nevertheless, I must protest, in this case, against your use of the word oddities. It was a singular honour to welcome someone of Lady Lavinia's rank to our humble table. I admire your pastoral instincts, but this woman is a stranger to us, and I would like to learn all I can before tonight. As you see, I am on mission." He smiled at Maria. "You were about to say, Miss Lucas." Every detail of Lady Lavinia's apparel was gone over. Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed at Maria's description of her turban. "She sounds like a freak. They are not as rare in London as you might think. If one cannot be pretty, then one must be odd, seems to be the line of thinking." Mr. Collins looked doubtful. "Lady Catherine herself is much the same, although to placate Mr. Collins, shall we substitute the term eccentric?" "I do not think that is a proper way to describe Lady Catherine, sir," said Mr. Collins stiffly. "Of course it is. My aunt positively delights in being eccentric, and why not? She has plenty of money and no one to answer to. Older women of means," he said significantly, "can be a menace." Even Charlotte joined in the laughter that followed. But although Elizabeth related amusing incidents involving Lady Lavinia, she did not tell him everything she had said to Mr. Darcy. Now, why was this? Sadie's help proved to be invaluable. She curled Wickham's own hair and artfully added Lady Lavinia's hair-pieces where needed. She chose a gown with long sleeves and sewed a generous lace frill on each cuff. This Wickham saw as annoying.
"The lace will cover the back of your hands."
"Why?" Wickham examined his nails. "These are the hands of a gentleman. I've not done a day's labour in I don't know how long."
"There will be no hiding their size. The shape of your knuckles could easily give you away."
He brushed such trivialities aside. "I am an ugly woman. What of it? Ugly women are everywhere." Mrs. Young also added lace to the neckline of the bodice to soften it, despite his complaints that lace itched. She prevented him from dousing himself with scent, and she taught him how to keep the figured shawl positioned just above his elbows. "How do women stand it?" he muttered.
"If you are discovered to be a man, George,"
she said warningly, "then I'll say that it's a jest, a thing I am doing on a bet, a friendly wager. It is not as if I am courting Darcy, although that is not a bad idea."
"George, really?"
"Oh, now, If my scheme to abduct Georgiana fails, I can conjure up a compromising situation with Darcy."
"Good gracious! To what end? You're not a woman. You can hardly force a marriage."
"Yes, but to keep that salacious bit of information quiet, Darcy can be made to pay. Not a princely sum, but enough to reimburse my expenses while I hunt for another heiress."
"You have got to be joking."
"Not at all. It took 3 months to find Miss King, who inherited 10,000. It should not take much longer to find another like her."
"How you can talk!"
"I did leave Mary a note before I fled, tenderly pleading forgiveness and explaining that I had been cruelly wronged. I pledged my heart and asked her to wait. If need be, I can persuade her to take me back. But," he added, "I shan't fail with Georgiana."
"Does it never bother you, the havoc and heart-burnings you cause?"
"Certainly not. I seldom feel remorse. I dare say others are the same." At Mr. Collins's insistence, Elizabeth changed her dress for a better one. Lydia helped her with the buttons.
"You mustn't monopolize Colonel Fitzwilliam tonight," she said.
Elizabeth had no intention of doing so, but could not resist teasing her sister.
"Why not?" "Because in my absence it is unfair. You care nothing for a red coat, while to me it is just everything."
"What about Mr. Denny and Mr. Pratt and Mr. Chamberlain? Are you abandoning them?"
"Those boys? Colonel Fitzwilliam is worth a dozen of them. They've neither use nor ornament."
Elizabeth choked back laughter.
"Even Mr. Wickham? Especially Mr. Wickham. Mary King can have him for all I care. I've thought it all over, and it answers splendidly."
"What does?"
"Mamma was pleased about what Mr. Bingley could do for us once he married Jane, but Colonel Fitzwilliam is miles ahead of Mr. Bingley. Imagine what I could do for you, Lizzie, once I become his wife."
"Introduce me to other rich men," said Elizabeth, amused.
"But I am already acquainted with Mr. Darcy. You know what I mean. Colonel Fitzwilliam is the second son of an earl, for goodness sake. What if his brother were to die? Colonel Fitzwilliam would become the heir."
"That is highly unlikely."
"It could happen."
"I dare say the heir is not only married, but has several children."
"But what if he isn't? I could become well, not Lady Lydia. Lady Fitzwilliam? That cannot be right, but Lady something. What is the Earl's name, by the way?"
"I have no idea. Ladies and gentlemen do not crow about their family's rank and titles."
"I certainly should. I hope it's not an odd title, such as the Earl of Bagsy. I should loathe being called Lady Bagsy."
"As there is no such title that I can recall, although one never knows, I think you are safe. Now then, you will begin your convoluted journey toward becoming a countess by getting well. Would you like another mustard plaster?"
"They burn rather, but yes, please. It is worth the sacrifice."
"I'll have Charlotte bring one up." Lydia took hold of Elizabeth's arm.
"Do tell me everything that happens, Lizzie," she said earnestly. "I am relying on you."
"It's only a knitting lesson."
"When gentlemen are present, it is always so much more,"
quoth the greybeard, said Elizabeth, and went out. Charlotte and her husband were below in the vestibule, conversing together.
"But, my dear Mr. Collins," Elizabeth heard her say, "the invitation was issued by Miss Darcy. We should not intrude."
"It is unsafe for a young woman of my cousin's age to travel alone."
"Which is why Lady Catherine is kindly sending her carriage."
There was a pause.
"And here it is."
"Trust Elizabeth to be tardy. She is, after all, a Bennet. I doubt whether any of them know how to read a clock, let alone abide by it." With a friendly greeting, Elizabeth stepped into the vestibule. Charlotte had her bonnet and cloak ready.
"Here are the knitting supplies I promised. When Miss Darcy selects a size for the needles and wool, she can purchase what she needs at the village shop."
Elizabeth took the basket. In truth, Charlotte should be the one giving the lesson.
have a lovely evening," said Charlotte, as Mr. Collins offered an arm to Elizabeth. "Do not linger out of doors, Mr. Collins," she added. "It is rather chilly tonight. You must protect your voice." He grumbled an answer. Chapter 18. No Scruple in Asking. Lady Lavinia was already seated in Lady Catherine's drawing-room when Elizabeth was announced. At once Mr. Darcy rose to his feet and brought her to sit beside Georgiana. He placed a chair for himself beside his sister. This gave Elizabeth a clear view of his face. She did not mean to exchange glances with him. It just happened. Lady Lavinia was more appropriately attired tonight, without the showy turban. It was a relief that Elizabeth was not obliged to converse with her. But as Elizabeth took out the balls of wool and knitting needles, she could not help but notice Lady Lavinia's pointed interest. She peered at Georgiana through her lorgnette. "Ah, yes, the knitting lesson," said Lady Catherine. "This is hardly the time or the place, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. You ought to come during the afternoons. You and Georgiana can work in one of the back parlours where you'll be in no one's way." Elizabeth did not know how to answer. Surprisingly, Mr. Darcy spoke up. "She comes tonight at my suggestion," he said, "and also by my sister's express invitation. In future we shall arrange a time that is more to your liking." Elizabeth knew better than to smile, but all the same she gave him a look of silent gratitude. "Now then," she said to Georgiana, "Mrs. Collins and I have worked up several samples for you, using needles of various sizes. Once you decide which you prefer, I'll cast on and we can begin." Elizabeth bit back a smile as she watched the selection process. Georgiana Darcy was as serious-minded as her brother. "What do you think of this size, Miss Bennet?" "Do call me Elizabeth, as we're to be classmates. Make no mistake, I shall be practising with Mrs. Collins before your lessons. In this way we each shall benefit. Perhaps I'll learn how to knit stockings after all." A shy smile was the result. "Please call me Georgiana, but not perhaps when my aunt is by." Elizabeth smiled an answer. "Do you enjoy shopping, Miss Darcy?" called Lady Lavinia. Elizabeth looked up to discover the lady's fixed gaze. The lorgnette magnified her eyes, giving them a ghoulish aspect. At what was this woman staring? She sensed Georgiana's unease. Lady Lavinia continued to talk. "Girls always enjoy beautiful clothes and ornaments. I have not forgotten what it is to be young and pretty." She gave a nickering laugh. "There are many delightful shops in Mayfair, which, as you know, is where I live." "Yes, ma'am," said Georgiana politely. She returned to the task of selecting a ball of wool. "I dare say there are shops devoted to varieties of yarn. Perhaps your brother and cousin can take you into London, where you'll have a better selection." "Drive all the way to town, just for knitting wool? I'll see that," scoffed Colonel Fitzwilliam. "I once knew a fellow who thought nothing of driving 18 miles to London, simply to have his hair cut. Now, what was his name? A dressy fellow. Churchill, I think he was called." "If he hadn't his valet with him, I can certainly understand," said Lady Lavinia. "One's appearance is very important. Which colour have you selected, dear Miss Darcy?" "Oh, yes, how silly of me. The blue. I should have known. Blue is my favourite colour as well." Lady Catherine's voice was shrill. "How is it that you have come to Hunsford? Mr. Collins described to me a series of events that sounds incredible and highly irregular." This subject occupied Lady Lavinia for some time, allowing Elizabeth to continue with the lesson. "Could you tell me again how to hold the yarn?" whispered Georgiana. "I don't wonder at your discomfort with so many pairs of watching eyes," Elizabeth whispered back, for even as she described her accident, Lady Lavinia continued to study Georgiana. Again, Elizabeth found her gaze drawn to Mr. Darcy. His eyes were kind.
He was obviously very fond of his sister.
"The gardens," said Lady Lavinia, "are quite marvellous on this estate. Yes, quite extraordinary. Do you enjoy flowers, Miss Darcy? We must have a little stroll here at Rosings, so that you can show me all your favourites."
There was a pause.
"With Miss Lucas and Miss de Bourgh, of course."
Lady Catherine again took command of the conversation. Lady Lavinia had many questions about Rosings Park, and it seemed she agreed with every one of Lady Catherine's opinions. Elizabeth was left to continue the lesson in peace.
"I do apologize. I am so very awkward,"
whispered Georgiana.
"Your fingers are simply unused to the task. You'll learn quickly enough. In fact—"
Elizabeth bit back a smile. Here was an audacious idea, but it just might work. She lifted the knitting from Georgiana's resistless grasp and shot a look at Mr. Darcy.
"Do you mind exchanging seats with your sister?"
He did so at once, and Elizabeth passed him the yarn and needles.
"Let me show you how to hold these, sir," she said. "It takes a bit of getting used to."
His blank surprise was comical. "But I—" Georgiana gave a gurgle of laughter. Here was a genuine smile, complete with dimples. The change in her demeanour was striking. Elizabeth gave Darcy a significant look and a tiny nod. Comprehension dawned in his eyes. "Am I to have a lesson?"
"You are. Shall we begin?"
He drew a long breath, and, after a glance in Colonel Fitzwilliam's direction, manfully took up the needles. Just a minute. Was Mr. Darcy holding back a grin? "I was not attending earlier," he said solemnly. "How do I hold these?" He made a pathetic attempt to move the yarn. Georgiana gave another giggle.
"No, Fitzwilliam, like this," she said. "That's right, isn't it, Miss Bennet?" "Indeed it is."
"Here," said Georgiana, "let me show you how."
"I am a very poor student," he said humbly. "I am all thumbs." Elizabeth saw at once what Mr. Darcy was about. In order to encourage his sister, he was deliberately clumsy. What kindness! How could she have thought him proud and unfeeling?
"You bring the yarn around this way," she told him, "and then slide it from the needle."
In the end, Elizabeth had to assist him, guiding his fingers to move the needles properly. Never in a million years had she thought to touch hands with Mr. Darcy. She dipped her head so that he could not see her blushes.
"There," she said at last. "You have made your first stitch. Well done." "Now you must make another like it, Fitzwilliam," said Georgiana cheerfully.
"Again?" There was no disguising his dismay.
"Yes, for the entire row."
"You don't say. This is more work than I realized. I've a long way to go before I race along like Mrs. Jenkinson."
"2 more stitches, sir, and then your sister can finish the remainder."
"Thank goodness," he murmured. He managed to complete the assigned task and surrendered the needles to Georgiana. She began to knit with more confidence. Again, Mr. Darcy's eyes met Elizabeth's. Was there admiration in his gaze? No, that could not be. What she was seeing was gratitude, nothing more. Lady Lavinia's voice came from across the room.
"Before I return to Clarges Street, we must have an outing to see a bluebell wood. What could be more charming in the spring? I take it there is one on the estate."
Surprisingly, it was Colonel Fitzwilliam who answered. "We do, ma'am. I second your notion. A splendid idea." Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy's head come up. "I am agreeable, provided it does not rain," announced Lady Catherine. "Naturally, Anne shall ride in Mr. Darcy's carriage." Elizabeth exchanged another glance with Mr. Darcy. He did not look pleased. Lady Lavinia rose to her feet.
"It grows late. I dare say the conveyance I hired from the inn is waiting."
She gave a nod to Lady Catherine.
"Thank you for a delightful evening. I have enjoyed myself. Do advise me when the outing to see the bluebells will take place. Soon, I hope. I wouldn't miss it for the world."
Mr. Darcy also stood out of politeness. Again came that pointed gaze from Lady Lavinia.
"Good night, Miss Darcy," she said sweetly. "I hope to see you again soon. Tomorrow afternoon, perhaps. I would adore to ramble through the gardens here. I'll send in my card when I come."
Too late, Elizabeth realized that she should have been observing this woman more closely. She'd been caught up with the knitting lesson, and with guiding Mr. Darcy's hands when he struggled. She felt her cheeks grow warm. That had not been the best of ideas. And now Lady Lavinia was keen to walk with Georgiana Darcy in the garden. Why was this so disquieting? The party began to break up. Colonel Fitzwilliam offered to escort Elizabeth to Lady Catherine's carriage. Mr. Darcy leaned in. His voice was low, but distinct. "Meet me at the Fallen Oak tomorrow." Chapter 19. Mystery upon Mystery. Darcy arrived at the grove early. His handkerchief was soon spread on the log in anticipation of Elizabeth's arrival. She did not keep him waiting long. How different was this meeting from their first. Instead of a polite greeting, she came to him with a frank apology. And for what? His knitting lesson, as if he minded that. Her fingers had guided his for pity's sake. Darcy did his best to hide a smile. "It was not my intention to embarrass you before your family," she said. "My only excuse, and it is wholly inadequate, is your sister's growing dismay. I thought that if she saw you struggle to knit, she would not condemn herself for being inept. Every beginner feels awkward." Darcy's grin escaped. "I thought it a brilliant idea. I trust I was sufficiently clumsy." "You are not offended?" "Great heaven, no. My cousin, however, had plenty to say. You should know that he has commissioned me to knit him a pair of striped stockings." Darcy saw the ghost of a smile. "He noticed our lesson, then. He seemed so intent on entertaining Lady Lavinia." "Don't let his pleasant demeanour deceive you. Fitz sees far more than he lets on. Shall we sit down?" Elizabeth settled herself on the log and gave him a searching look. "Was I right to be uneasy about her?" "I believe so," he said, sitting beside her. "Not that this woman has evil intentions, but she is certainly unusual. So, too, is the account of her carriage accident. I was not paying close attention, being occupied with the lesson." Darcy could say the same. She found an avid listener in Fitz. He drew a folded paper from his waistcoat pocket. "After you left, I made a list of observations." He paused. "I find writing out my thoughts to be helpful." "Whereas writing out my thoughts can be dangerous." Was she making a little joke? Darcy bit back a smile. "I have sisters," she explained. "There is little that can be kept private from them." Darcy spread the page on his knee. Elizabeth shifted closer to him in order to see. He tried not to notice, but, oh, the wonder of having her so near. Elizabeth pointed to the first word, lorgnette. "You agree with me?" There was no mistaking her delight. Did the thing ever leave her hand? She kept waving it about as some women work a fan. "Yes," cried Elizabeth. "When she came to dinner she kept peering at us, but I could not decide whether she was near or far-sighted." In other words, she was not using the lorgnette to see. He was rewarded with a smile. "Am I awful to think such a thing? How glad I am that we share a suspicious nature." Elizabeth pointed to the next word on his list. "Intonation." "And this?" Her voice was unnaturally shrill. To be honest, it put me in mind of what one hears in the theatre. Not that our guest was playing a part, per se. This was merely my impression. "And the next, what do you mean by no names?" "I have observed that when making a new acquaintance, ladies will mention their well-born friends. I assume this is a means of connection, giving validity to their social position."
You are so right, just as Caroline Bing—" Elizabeth broke off speaking. "I beg your pardon," she said quietly. "Miss Bingley is your friend."
"But the example is an apt one," said Darcy. "Miss Bingley goes out of her way to establish precedents. Our guest ought to have mentioned a few of her friends in an effort to ingratiate herself with Lady Catherine, but she did not.
Unlike my cousin, who must flatter her continually."
Elizabeth pointed to the next entry. No pursuit. Ah, yes. Darcy smiled in spite of himself. This one is a bit difficult to explain. Suffice it to say, her ladyship did not engage me in conversation.
Is this unusual?
Women seek me out, Miss Elizabeth. Once introduced, they are eager to converse, whether I like it or not. She gave a gurgle of laughter.
Not all women, surely.
He answered with a measured look. Elizabeth's dimple appeared.
You have a very fine opinion of yourself, sir.
Rather, it is unmarried women, and their mothers, who have a fine opinion of me, or rather of my family's estate and income. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes in amusement.
It is impolite to be unfriendly. Perhaps these women wish to get to know you.
As a means of ascertaining my character? Not at all.
Isn't character important?
It is, but not to these women. I could be Blackbeard himself for all they care.
I see,
said Elizabeth unsteadily. She moved even nearer, and pointed to the next entry. Darcy scarcely dared to breathe.
What does new creation signify?
Ah, he said. This happens to be Lady Catherine's esteemed opinion. Elizabeth turned to him. Her eyes were bright with surprise.
But Lady Lavinia is mentioned in Debrett's. Mr. Collins showed us the entry.
Nevertheless, my aunt is not convinced that she is well born. Like you, she was struck by the woman's unpolished manners.
She was not very graceful last night, admitted Elizabeth, particularly when the refreshments were served. She ought to be able to balance her plate, teacup, and saucer, without having the spoon fall to the floor. It's a skill we practice as girls.
There is also the matter of gloves, said Darcy. Lady Lavinia wore them for the entire evening. This caused my aunt to wonder whether she had something to hide. He coughed in an effort to disguise a laugh. This was unsuccessful. Elizabeth caught his amusement.
What? She demanded. What did Lady Catherine say?
Merely that she suspects Lady Lavinia to have taken up smoking cigars. Tobacco stains the fingers, and, according to my aunt, her ladyship wishes to hide this fact from us. Elizabeth burst out laughing.
You cannot be serious.
My esteemed aunt is famous for her, unique opinions.
And yet, said Elizabeth, perhaps she has hit upon a vital point, namely that Lady Lavinia has something to hide.
Even if it is only a smoking habit. Again, Elizabeth's adorable dimple appeared. She pointed to the final entry.
Laughing?
This is Fitz's conclusion. He thinks that Lady Lavinia was laughing at us, in the same way one has a private laugh when pulling a prank on unsuspecting friends.
That is rather horrid.
Bear in mind that Fitz's observations are influenced by his years in diplomatic circles, where everyone has something to hide. To be fair, every item on this list is based on fleeting impressions, feelings, if you will, intuition.
And
you know me well enough to realize how I mistrust them. This is why I am so grateful for your help. I am relying on you to be my guide.
I was of little help last night, being taken up with the lesson.
You saw more than you realize.
But is any of it helpful?
Elizabeth fell silent, thinking. At length she said,
Lady Lavinia seemed fascinated with your sister. She kept staring, or perhaps, she added, being a woman who lusts after your fortune, she was staring at you.
Another gentle jest. Darcy did not bother to hide his grin. He then drew out a pencil and wrote the word watchful. "Is there anything else you would like to add?" She frowned at the list. "Too agreeable. Not that I expected Lady Lavinia to argue with Lady Catherine. Flattery was present, but it was not in the style of Mr. Collins. She simply agreed with everything your aunt said." "Excellent." Darcy began to write. "To be honest, she reminded me of—" Elizabeth stopped. He looked up. "Yes, you were about to say—" "It's preposterous, but her behaviour brings to mind someone we both know. A gentleman who is also too agreeable." Darcy raised an eyebrow. "Charles Bingley?" "No, Mr. Wickham." Darcy nearly spat. "Wickham is certainly that, if only his talent for plausibility were accompanied by virtue." Elizabeth said nothing. "As you have become acquainted with Georgiana, I must ask you not to mention George Wickham's name in her presence." She turned to him in surprise. "But—" "My sister has an unpleasant history with the man." "What do you mean?" Again Darcy interrupted. "My aunt knows nothing of what transpired, and I intend to keep it that way. Mentioning his name will only bring harm." He could see the questions forming in her mind. He dared not answer them. "Oblige me in this, Miss Elizabeth, please, for Georgiana's sake, if not for mine." "Very well," she said. "As to Mr. Wickham, when Lydia and I left Meryton, he was in some disgrace due to unpaid debts. The magistrate came to father, which is how we learnt of it." Darcy concealed a sigh. Had Mr. Bennet so little discretion? Must he blurt out every piece of news to his wife and daughters? And now Wickham has fled. "If so, I have not heard of it, but letters from home are infrequent. My younger sisters are not reliable correspondents." With his hand, Darcy smoothed the paper. As Elizabeth looked on, he finished writing "too agreeable" at the bottom of the list. "Is there anything else?" She did not answer, but sat motionless, staring at the page. Darcy began to fold it, but she stopped him. "Just a minute. May I see this, please?" He surrendered the list at once. Elizabeth studied the page for a long moment before returning it. When she raised her eyes to meet his, there was no smile in them. Abruptly she rose to her feet. "Forgive me, but I have been away for too long." What had happened? Why did Elizabeth suddenly look stricken? In an instant Darcy was on his feet. "Are you ill, Miss Elizabeth? May I see you home?" "I am well, sir, truly," she stammered. "It's just that everything is turned upside down. Good day." But Darcy was left in the grove, list in hand, to gaze after her. Upside down? What did she mean by that? What had she seen on his list? Elizabeth gathered her skirts, and as soon as she dared, took the path at a run. How could she have been so blind? That list, it made everything clear. She had seen the handwriting before. It was his handwriting. The mystery was a mystery no more. Mr. Darcy was the admirer. No, this was impossible. Surely she was mistaken. She must be. But Elizabeth knew what she knew. Mr. Darcy wrote the letter R with a distinctive hook. She saw him do it. This was no mistake. The words he'd written last night, in ink, confirmed it. The parsonage came into view. Elizabeth halted. Her breath came in gasps. She must compose herself before entering the house. Charlotte would be at the breakfast table. She would surely invite Elizabeth to share a pot of tea. There would be at least a half-hour of conversation to get through. No doubt, Charlotte would inquire about her walk and the beauties of the spring morning. Elizabeth had seen nothing of them, and she could say nothing about Lady Lavinia or Mr. Darcy or, heavens, his anonymous Valentines. Her writing-box waited quietly on a bookshelf in the back parlour, away from Lydia's prying eyes. Beneath the false bottom were hidden 4 Valentines. His Valentines. Elizabeth winced as she pictured the quizzical Cupid and the adorable butterfly and the caterpillar. Fitzwilliam Darcy's hand had drawn them. He was the intelligent mind behind the poems. And what about the lovely musical notes? His pen had copied them. Drink to me only with thine eyes. Why? What could he mean by it? Chapter 20. Touchstone. Sure enough, Charlotte had the kettle on the boil. How could Elizabeth disappoint her by slipping away? Then, too, where could she go to be alone? There was only the Grove, and that meant Mr. Darcy. She slid into a chair. Charlotte came in with the teapot. "I am hoping that our visits to Rosings Park will give Maria a bit more confidence," she said as she filled Elizabeth's cup. How could Elizabeth answer? "We have no one like Lady Catherine in Meryton, except perhaps for Mrs. Brock." The mention of Meryton's worst gossip brought a smile. "During my first months here," confessed Charlotte, "I felt wholly inadequate in Lady Catherine's presence. However, she does improve over time." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps it is better said that one becomes accustomed," Charlotte amended. Before Elizabeth could reply, Mr. Collins came clattering out of his study. He rushed through the vestibule and wrenched open the front door. "Lady Catherine must be out and about this morning," observed Charlotte mildly. He returned with a victor's smile. "Mrs. Collins," he announced, "we have been singularly honoured. We are invited to Rosings Park to take after-dinner tea today. Moreover, before Sir William departs, her ladyship plans to ask us to dinner." Charlotte looked an inquiry. "She, did not give a day. I suppose she must consult her appointment book. This invitation is genuinely impromptu, as the French will say. By that I mean it is offered extemporaneously, simply out of goodwill and condescension." Mr. Collins turned to Elizabeth. "The word condescension, my dear cousin, is defined as a noble-minded and voluntary descent from one's auspicious dignity." Elizabeth averted her eyes. She ought to feel insulted, but instead was inclined to laugh. What an obnoxious man! But he was not finished. "I am tasked with reminding her ladyship of it when we call tonight, so that she does not forget. Now then, as to your attire—" Mr. Collins' fashion advice was interrupted by a racking cough. It came, most unfortunately, from just outside the dining-room. "Has that dratted girl been creeping about again?" Mr. Collins raised his voice. "Miss Lydia is to remain upstairs in her bedchamber until she is completely well. Is that understood?" More coughing. Elizabeth pushed back her chair. "It may be that she needs something. I'll go see. Please excuse me." She found her sister loitering in the vestibule. "Lydia, really," she whispered, "listening at doors. How can you be so provoking?" "How else will I learn anything?" Eavesdroppers never hear good of themselves, as well you know. "Why can't I go to Rosings tonight?" "You know why." "It's just a cough. Is it my fault that I sound like a dying horse?" "How do you know what a—" "Never mind. Up the stairs with you, my girl, before Mr. Collins comes out and reads you a lecture." Lydia began her reluctant ascent. "What a croaker he is, as Denny would say." "Any more of what Denny would say from you, and our cousin will ban you from Rosings altogether." "Pooh! He's just stuffy." "He does not like to be put to the blush in Lady Catherine's presence, and neither do I. Consider yourself warned." "But Colonel Fitzwilliam is sure to be there. He'd like to talk with me, I just know it." "Absence makes the heart grow fonder," quoted Elizabeth. "It doesn't, and besides he won't care if I say croaker or bacon-brained or anything like that." Elizabeth followed her sister into the bedchamber.
Would you like me to bring up a cup of broth?
If I drink it, will you take me on a ramble through the gardens at Rosings?
Later this afternoon, when it's warmer, yes. Slip off your shoes and get back into bed. Lydia attempted a dramatic sigh, but broke out coughing again.
I'm always being ordered back to bed. It's so tiresome.
Here was the voice of a young girl of 10. I know, dearest, said Elizabeth, gently tucking her in. I'll just fetch the broth, and then you can have a little nap. She passed her sister a clean handkerchief. Lydia blew her nose defiantly.
I loathe naps, even when I must take one before a ball. Speaking of balls, Colonel Fitzwilliam said he loved to dance. Perhaps...
I'll be right back.
But Lizzie...
Elizabeth closed the door on her sister's protests. Presently, Elizabeth was free to retrieve her writing box. She would find a quiet spot and examine the Valentines. Never mind that she knew each of them by heart. The parlour door was ajar. Mr. Collins was there, pacing back and forth before the windows. "I don't suppose you could take Miss Lydia instead," she heard him say. Elizabeth halted, Lydia-like. She put her eye to the opening. Her cousin's pulpit-trained voice carried easily. "Your Maria is a pleasure to have as a guest, whereas my youngest cousin—" Mr. Collins gave a hearty sigh. "I suppose it is indicative of the role I must play as head of the family. That is to say, after I step into Mr. Bennet's shoes. Never did I envision myself as an overseer for flighty young women." "You'll do fine," said Sir William. "Look at me with 4 of them. Well, the youngest cannot be said to count, although she does know how to flirt, the little minx." He gave a gentle chuckle. "The Bennet women are in need of continual guidance. Lydia sneaks through the house in the most deceitful way, and now this." Mr. Collins held up a letter. Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat. Was it another Valentine? Would her cousin dare to open it? "It is my duty to ensure that nothing untoward is written within. You will note that it is addressed to Elizabeth only, not to both sisters. It comes from Meryton. Furthermore," Mr. Collins went on, "their father is suspicious of militiamen. I suspect that this is a love note from one of them. If so, it is my duty to apprehend it and inform Mr. Bennet." "Ahem. I never opened one of your letters to my Charlotte." "But, my dear sir, I declared my intentions from the very beginning. Moreover, I am a gentleman. But this, it has got to be from one of those paltry officers." "What makes you think so?" "Why, the size of Elizabeth's settlement. To a man of that stamp, £1,000 sounds like a fortune. Who else would have her for so little?" Elizabeth's mouth dropped open. How dare he? "There are 5 of them to see married off. 5. I begin to sympathize with Mrs. Bennet's nerves. I certainly do not want any of them left on my hands. Nevertheless, marriage to a good-for-nothing officer would bring no credit to the family." Elizabeth had heard enough. She rapped smartly on the door. "Come," called Mr. Collins, as if she had interrupted an ordinary conversation. "I do not wish to disturb," she said quietly, "but I need to retrieve my writing box." Your cousin has something for you, my dear," said Sir William. Mr. Collins stood gaping like a fish. "'Tis only a letter," Sir William added. "What harm can it do?" "Oh, very well. This came for you yesterday afternoon. It was mixed in with my letters." Mr. Collins held it out. "Thank you," said Elizabeth sweetly. At once she turned it over. "Why, it's from Mary. How delightful to have news from home." With that she took up her box and went out. As the latch clicked into place, she heard Sir William say, "There, you see." Surely her cousin was the most odious man in the world. For the moment the parsonage was quiet, but Elizabeth knew this would not last. She went into the vestibule and found her bonnet and a shawl. She then set her box on the table, opened the lid, and slid a hand beneath the false bottom. There were Mr. Darcy's Valentines, all 4. These she removed and hid in the folds of her skirt.
As quietly as she dared, she opened the main door. As she stepped across the threshold, she heard a voice. "Good afternoon." Elizabeth looked up. There, with his hand on the latch of the wicket gate, was Mr. Darcy. "You!" she cried. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of seeing him blink in surprise. He took a step back, as well he should. When Wickham awoke, he found Sadie in his room, sorting through the contents of Lady Lavinia's trunk. "What the devil are you doing?" She turned. "So much talk, George Wickham, and all of it involving money. You mention hiring a carriage, hiding out in the East End for a week or more, purchasing a marriage license, and who knows what else. How are you intending to pay?" He gave a groan and lay back. "Must you bring up money so early in the day?" "It is past noon. Your precious supply of guineas is almost gone. Therefore, I need to pawn something." Wickham blinked himself awake and surged out of bed. "You dare! I need those things, every one of them." "Surely you can spare a bracelet or two, milady?" she mocked. "As for the earrings, you'll never wear them." "Perhaps I should. They would certainly remove suspicion, should anyone doubt my identity as a woman." He sent his best smile in her direction, and added sweetly, "Have you a large needle at hand, my love?" "Don't talk nonsense. I won't be poking holes in your ears, not for anything. Since you're awake, help me choose what to take with me. You'll pawn nothing. Is that clear? I'll return tomorrow with the money." Wickham's temper began to boil. "Now see here. You will stay put, George Wickham. You're nothing but trouble when dressed as her ladyship. It isn't worth the risk of discovery." "I've got plans to walk in the gardens with Georgiana today." "Over-eager as always. Did your mother never tell you that haste makes waste?" "Of course not. She never bothered about waste, especially when it came to wasting money. She was a charming creature." Wickham's smile widened. "My good looks are her best gift to me, bless her." "Don't change the subject. It is vital that you remain indoors while I'm away. Are you not supposed to be ill?" "That was only when I first arrived. On second thought, I'll go to London myself and raise the funds. You'll only be cheated." "And you won't be. Do you intend to travel as a lady?" "No, as myself. Look," he added, "there are arrangements to be made, for later, when I bring Georgiana to London." Again his smile broke out. "I've already begun planning with her. We're to shop in London for the perfect shade of blue knitting wool." "Are you out of your mind? You'll never get her alone." "I won't need to." Wickham made an expansive gesture. "Everyone will join us for a grand shopping expedition, even Darcy." "And Elizabeth?" scoffed Sadie. "That is the name of the woman you saw at the parsonage, as I recall." "I aim to stay as far from her as possible." Wickham heaved to his feet. "That's it, then. I'll go tomorrow. Take yourself down to the stable-yard and engage the gig." She folded her arms across her chest. "You are not driving all the way to London in a gig." "Of course not. You'll take me to the next coaching stop. Along the way, I'll change clothes. I'll purchase a ticket for the stage." "There you go again, spending money." "I'll be away for 2 days, during which time you will keep up the ruse that I am present but indisposed." Sadie pursed up her lips. "It answers perfectly. Georgiana and I shall have our little walk as planned. I'll suggest our shopping trip." He paused, counting off the days on his fingers. "That will take place on Monday, 5 days from now. I should be able to have everything arranged by then." "You're not to run off and leave me here." "Why would I do that when there's a fortune to be had?" "Well, then, this is your last week as an unmarried man. I suggest you make the most of it." "My last week as a poor man," he corrected. Darcy found his voice. "I am calling to inquire about your health." "I am well, as you see." He studied her face. "Have I done something to offend you?" he said quietly. "Oh, no," she cried, "unless one counts lying as giving offence." With her head held high, Elizabeth brushed past him. Once in the lane, She turned and showed what was in her hand. Darcy glimpsed a flash of colour, red roses and lilacs, and an ugly Cupid's face. "Ah," he said, "I can explain."
"This is neither the time nor the place," she said angrily. "No doubt Mr. Collins is looking out the window as we speak. Heaven help us if we are caught talking together."
Darcy blinked. "Here in the lane? How is this improper?"
"How should I know?" she said crossly. "My busy cousin now counts it his duty to read my mail, as if I cannot be trusted. This letter comes from Mary, and yet he claims it is a love note from a militiaman."
Darcy gave a dry cough.
"Is that all you can do? Laugh."
"Which militiaman does Collins think it is?" he said unsteadily.
"Does it matter? I doubt he can remember any of their names. It would serve him right if I eloped with one of them, thereby shaming his precious reputation."
"A tempting inducement."
"Isn't it just? He had the nerve to tell Sir William, in a voice that the entire household could hear, that my settlement is such that only a paltry militiaman would be willing to marry me."
Darcy cleared his throat.
"How abominable of you to laugh," she added.
His gaze shifted to the parsonage. "Do not move or speak," he said softly. "As you say, we are under observation."
"Mr. Collins?"
"The very one. I'll bid you good afternoon, thus." Darcy lifted his hat. "And go on my way. Meet me at the Fallen Oak in a quarter hour."
"As if I— Oh, very well."
Elizabeth dropped a slight curtsy and stalked away. Darcy was left to stroll in the opposite direction. Heaven only knew how he would explain himself. She was in a blaze of temper, not that he blamed her. On the other hand, she had saved each of his Valentines. Was this a hopeful sign? There, in the dappled shade of the grove, stood Mr. Darcy. His hat was in hand, the picture of humility. Elizabeth was not taken in. She held up the Valentines.
"You sent these. Do not deny it."
Good heavens, was he smiling? "And I went to such pains to conceal my identity," he said meekly. "You did not like my snail?"
"What snail? I've had no card with a snail."
"You will." How could he be so nonchalant?
"Unless Mr. Collins finds him first and throws him into the fire."
"In that case, I'll draw you another." Did he think she enjoyed his cards? Elizabeth put up her chin.
"You wrote the poems."
"I did."
"Why?"
"It occurred to me that in leaving Meryton, I was abandoning you to George Wickham. Your family hasn't the fortune to tempt him, but he can do harm. I wanted to put you on your guard."
"Your poems were about him? How was I to know that?"
"I was hampered by the need to conceal both my identity and his, should your mail be read by another."
"You certainly succeeded."
She selected the Cupid's card and held it out to him.
"The only scoundrel I know in Meryton was you."
She saw him struggle to hide a smile. Did he think this was a compliment?
"That's exactly what you are. You denied Mr. Wickham the living promised by your father. You cheated him."
"He chose not to become a clergyman, for which I thank God, and instead negotiated a financial settlement to the tune of £3,000.
"That is not what he told me."
"Well, no," said Darcy. "It wouldn't be." The knowledge that Wickham had lied did little to quell Elizabeth's irritation.
"Did you think that I was fool enough to marry him?"
She held up the caterpillar's card.
"Go nowhere near that altar."
"Ah, that was in reference to Collins. When I heard you were coming to Hunsford through Manning, I could think of no other reason."
"How do you know about Mr. Manning? He came months after you left."
"Actually, he came at my request. The more I thought about Wickham, the more concerned I became. Not only for you, but also for the men and women of Meryton."
"The warrant for his arrest was from you."
"No, that came from a London tailor, a firm Wickham knows I patronize. He ordered his regimentals and then insinuated that I would pay."
"But that was months ago. Surely it was a mistake."
It was no accident. Wickham has done this sort of thing before, shamelessly abusing my late father's kindness." Elizabeth fell silent. This was all too much. Her mind seized upon Mr. Manning. To think that Mr. Darcy had sent him. "Do you specialize in breaking hearts, sir?" He looked genuinely surprised. "Not to my knowledge. Why do you ask?" "First you helped part Mr. Bingley from Jane, and now Mary writes that Mr. Manning, whom you sent, is leaving. Mary is too proud to say, but her heart is broken. They used to sit together and discuss the law. He came almost every evening." "Did he? Well, I've been hoping that he will ask father for her hand. He and Mary are perfectly suited. Gilbert Manning has years of study ahead before he can take a wife. As if Mary would care about that. She would likely say that a delay builds character." "He did ask if I had more work for him in Meryton, and so I should if Wickham hadn't disappeared into thin air." His eyes met hers. "I'll write and tell him to stay on, at least for the time being. He doesn't seem to mind working for your uncle." Mr. Darcy then took one of the cards she held. "Gad, I'd forgotten how ugly he is," he said, smiling. "What sort of a person sends a card like this to a woman?" "You do?" "But only in jest." Elizabeth pulled out the musical card. "Was this also in jest?" His smile became lopsided. "It was Valentine's Day. I thought you might like to have a card of your own to display, alongside Miss Lydia's many tributes." "Drink to me only with thine eyes?" He shrugged. "I've always thought that to be rather romantic. Wouldn't it be delightful to have someone with whom to share a private laugh?" What should she say in reply? "Take heart," he said. "Perhaps Collins will open the next one." "Happy thought indeed. I ought to go. I promised to take Lydia on a ramble through the park." "Could you delay for an hour? Lady Lavinia is keen to stroll through the gardens with Georgiana. I'd like to have you with us." "You do not trust her?" "Not a bit." "It's strange. I've never met her, and yet she seems so familiar." "Uncanny, isn't it? But she does not behave in a familiar way toward either of us. Why is this?" "I wish I knew. Sometimes at the edge of sleep I feel as if this knowledge is within my grasp, but I lose the thread." She heard Mr. Darcy sigh. His eyes closed. He brought his fingertips to his temples, as if working to think. "Just a minute," she cried. His eyes snapped open. "That's it," said Elizabeth. "Only it's one hand, not two." She took hold of Mr. Darcy's wrist and pulled it away. "One finger, the index finger placed alongside your temple. I've seen Lady Lavinia do this." Mr. Darcy's gaze did not waver. With a single finger he tapped his temple twice. "Yes, that's it. I've seen someone else make that very gesture. 2 taps. But who?" His eyes were hard and bright. "I know exactly who. And so do you. Wickham." But that's impossible. Lady Lavinia is a woman." "Is she?" "Do be serious. I am in no mood for one of your little jokes." "Think, Elizabeth. The similarities are remarkable. The colour of the eyes and hair, the height and breadth of shoulders, the hands encased in gloves, that lorgnette waved about as a distraction." "How can this be possible?" "When it comes to Wickham, almost anything is," said Mr. Darcy grimly. "According to Manning's report, the magistrate's men traced Wickham to the coaching inn in Hertford. But when a search was launched, he was nowhere to be found. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. No man boarded the stage, which happened to be bound for Kent." He paused. "But a woman did." Chapter 21. Invited to laugh. Elizabeth did not trust herself to speak. Was all the world turned upside down? Yet in the hedgerow birds flitted and sang as usual. The sun shone bright in a cloudless sky. Then Elizabeth realized that her fingers still clasped Mr. Darcy's hand. Mortified, she released her hold.
"This is unbelievable,"
she said rather breathlessly.
"Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Wickham boarded the stage as a woman?"
Mr. Darcy's voice was grave. "The evidence indicates that he did."
"I can see why he wished to evade capture, but why continue the ruse? Why is he still here?"
Mr. Darcy's lips twisted. "He is after Georgiana's fortune, of course."
"I don't understand. How can he hope to accomplish such a thing?"
She heard Mr. Darcy sigh. "About a year ago, he arranged an elopement. As you've seen, Georgiana has an affectionate, trusting heart. She came to believe that she was in love with him and he with her. Thank God I arrived in time to stop it. Now that he has seen her here, and has access to her through Lady Lavinia, his objective is not hard to guess. He does not intend to fail a second time."
"You must take Georgiana away at once. Every moment you remain puts her in peril."
Mr. Darcy's gaze held hers. "On the other hand," he said slowly, "it occurs to me that this time we have the advantage."
"How so?"
"Wickham has an outstanding warrant for his arrest. This could prove useful when the time comes."
"When the time comes for what?"
Elizabeth studied his face.
"You plan to unmask him?"
"Most certainly. When we do, it will be best to have him taken into custody, both for Georgiana's safety and for the others upon whom he might later prey. Cooling his heels in debtor's prison will do Wickham no harm."
"I had no idea he was so degenerate. How did he come up with the disguise, the clothes, the turban, the gloves, all of it? I've seen Lady Lavinia's calling cards. They are certainly genuine."
She paused.
"They are kept in a gold case. How did he come by that?"
"Perhaps thievery will be added to Wickham's list of crimes." Mr. Darcy paused. "I need you with me in this, Miss Elizabeth, every step of the way. May I count on your help?"
"Yes," she said. "It seems incredible that we will be the ones to catch him. Do you think we'll succeed?"
"George Wickham is not as smart as he thinks. With a little help, he'll fall into his own trap."
"But Georgiana—"
"Fitz and I won't let her out of our sight. From now on, each of us will carry a pistol. Yes, even as we walk through the garden this afternoon." Warmth returned to Mr. Darcy's eyes, and he took hold of Elizabeth's hand. "Please do not fail me," he said quietly. "I covet your observations. What you see and hear today could be of key importance." Elizabeth's cheeks grew warm. Was she blushing?
"Very well."
"Are you willing to meet here tomorrow? Better yet, every morning. We'll go over our findings and lay plans. Tomorrow morning, you must come for a knitting lesson, but earlier than the stated time. We'll sit down with Fitz."
"You are serious about this?"
"Very much so." The rustling in the hedgerow grew more pronounced. Elizabeth turned.
"Are there deer in the park?"
He paused to listen. "There must be, or very large rabbits." Then came a sneeze. Elizabeth cast her gaze heavenward.
"It's Lydia. I left her sleeping upstairs. That girl. I must go."
Mr. Darcy released her hand. "I apologize for the Valentines," he said. "I meant no harm. No doubt my identity is a disappointment."
"I wouldn't say that, although in the beginning I did think that Mr. Wickham was the sender."
"No." Mr. Darcy's dismay was comical.
"Mr. Brooksby, our curate, who is twice my age, was the next suspect. After that I wondered if the admirer was one of my uncle's scriveners. As you see, it might have been very much worse."
"And all the while you thought me a scoundrel." Elizabeth dropped a curtsy.
"Aren't you?"
she teased. Before Mr. Darcy could respond, she turned and went on her way. She found Lydia just waking up from her nap, heavy-eyed but keen to stroll in the garden. With an eye on the clock, Elizabeth kept her distracted until the appointed time. This was not difficult, as her sister was concerned with her appearance. Once outdoors, Elizabeth found herself trailing behind, so great was Lydia's eagerness. She caught up only when Lydia paused to cough.
"My nose is not running nearly as much as it was. I dare say I am better."
"That may be, but you certainly sound worse." The half-mile to the mansion was soon covered.
"Do come on, Lizzie. We're later than I wish to be. Now then, which of those windows belong to the dining room?"
"How am I to know?"
"I told you to look about when you came to tea. Surely you know where the dining room is. That's where he'll be."
Elizabeth knew precisely who he was. Colonel Fitzwilliam.
"How do you know he'll be there?" "Because he told us that he enjoys dancing, silly. Such people are never in bed before sunrise."
As if Lydia knew everything.
"He'll see us and come out. I just know it. Let's walk back and forth. A promenade, they call it. So that he can see that we are here."
Elizabeth fell into step beside her sister. Presently she saw a gig approach. It pulled up before the mansion and stopped. Elizabeth's heart nearly did the same.
"Look there," said Lydia. "Who do you suppose that is?"
"It must be Lady Lavinia, the woman Mr. Collins brought home to dinner."
"The grand lady. Maria told me about her. I must say that pelisse is sadly out of fashion. Heavens, does she have lace at her wrists, like a grandmother?"
It was Lady Lavinia, all right. Here was confirmation of her true identity, for she was the one driving. The woman with her then took the reins, and Lady Lavinia jumped down, giving Elizabeth a glimpse of her feet. Gracious, was she wearing a man's riding boots? Mr. Darcy was right. This had to be George Wickham.
"The other woman is just as bad," scoffed Lydia. "A ruffled cap with flaps that tie under the chin. What she is wearing over it does not deserve to be called a bonnet. Ugly women must wear black, I suppose. Why don't they remain at home? But we don't want her. We want Colonel Fitzwilliam."
"Let's remain where we are for a bit."
"Why? I'd like to meet her."
Elizabeth glanced to her sister's eager face. Well, why not? What had she to fear from Mr. Wickham? "Very well, so you shall. Presently, when the others join her."
"What others? Oh, you must mean Colonel Fitzwilliam."
Lady Lavinia's shrill voice carried.
"In an hour's time, mind," Elizabeth heard her say. "If I am delayed, you'll simply have to wait."
She went directly to the front door, plied the knocker, and was admitted. Presently Mr. Darcy and Georgiana emerged with her, but not Lady Catherine. Elizabeth recognized the snub, but would Lady Lavinia notice? She now wore a veil over her bonnet and face.
"Shall we have our little stroll?"
said Lady Lavinia. She linked her arm through Georgiana's. Lydia coughed, and Mr. Darcy looked round.
"I cannot help it, Lizzie," she whispered.
"I know, dearest. If you must, do so softly."
"A lady does not cough in company," mocked Lydia, "as if Mamma hasn't repeated it 100 times. It is the stupidest thing."
Elizabeth thought of something else. "After you are introduced to Georgiana Darcy, please don't mention that you know George Wickham." Lydia gave a toss of the head.
"Why should I talk about him? He is probably Mary King's husband by now, which is the greatest bore. He is welcome to her money and her freckles."
"The man is not a favourite with Miss Darcy, so it is best not to bring him up." Darcy approached and invited Elizabeth and Lydia to join them.
"What about Colonel Fitzwilliam?"
This was from Lydia.
"By all means,"
piped Lady Lavinia.
"You must fetch him at once, Mr. Darcy. The more the merrier."
"At present he is unable to join us. He has a set of pistols that needs setting to rights."
"Oh, dueling pistols?"
Lady Lavinia turned to Georgiana.
"Tell me, is he the sort of man who engages in duels? So many of our military men do. It's barbaric, but vastly romantic. What do you think, my dear? Does the Colonel enjoy shooting?"
"Of course he does," cried Lydia. "All gentlemen enjoy shooting."
I have heard him say that my brother is now the better shot, said Georgiana shyly.
Is he indeed?
Since last summer, Georgiana added, he has been practising a good deal.
Well, then, I'd best not enrage him.
Lady Lavinia sent a coy smile in Darcy's direction. Elizabeth fell behind.
How did we not see it before?
She whispered to Mr. Darcy. We were blind indeed, he whispered back.
She came in a gig with a woman, her maid, I think.
This arrested his attention.
Was she tall, rather hatchet-faced? I could not tell because her cap and bonnet hid much of her face. I did hear that she is to return in an hour's time.
I'll make it a point to be present. Elizabeth lowered her voice even more.
Is Colonel Fitzwilliam truly cleaning his pistols?
Mr. Darcy looked an answer. Lady Lavinia continued to converse with Georgiana.
The sunlight is treacherous,
Elizabeth heard her say.
Moreover, a veil is a preventive against flies.
But only if one wishes to look like a grandmother, Lydia pointed out. Well, it's true. I'd never wear a veil unless it was for my wedding. Won't that be fun? It would keep the bridegroom guessing as to my identity. He wouldn't know until after the vows that it was me.
Dear me,
cooed Lady Lavinia.
You are quite the flirt, aren't you? A breaker of hearts, I dare say.
Lydia smiled widely.
It is such a comfort to be pretty.
Georgiana spoke up.
Mrs. Annesley says that charm is deceitful and beauty is vain.
In no wise,
protested Lady Lavinia.
Charm and beauty are important, Miss Darcy. It is poverty that is vain.
Georgiana looked perplexed.
Vain means useless, ma'am.
Does it? Money is never useless, my dear, nor are good looks and a clever mind.
Elizabeth decided to join the conversation.
Why not provoke Mr. Wickham? All the world runs after wealth and appearance. She indicated her companion. Take, for instance, Mr. Darcy.
Yes, do take him,
cried Lady Lavinia.
Take him far away. Young men like him are a nuisance.
She gave a tittering laugh. Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy shared a glance. His eyes were bright with suppressed laughter. The tour of the gardens continued. The roses were not yet in bloom, but there were primroses to admire and a variety of spring bulbs planted en masse in the beds. Curiously, Lady Lavinia no longer mentioned visiting the Bluebell Wood. Elizabeth thought of something else. As soon as she was able, she drew near to Mr. Darcy. He guessed her purpose and slowed his steps.
The rabbit in the hedgerow was not Lydia, she whispered. She was asleep in her bed the entire time.
Another mystery.
Are there poachers on the estate?
With my aunt keen to prosecute, I'd like to see them try. The gravel paths converged in a semicircle.
Now then,
announced Lady Lavinia,
since we are all present, it is time to unveil the grand expedition I have planned.
Here we go, murmured Mr. Darcy.
On Monday, we are to travel together to London to do a little shopping.
Splendid, cried Lydia. I adore shopping.
Thank you, my dear. I'd like everyone to come, even Colonel Fitzwilliam and Lady Catherine and Mr. Berg. We'll leave early and stop for a meal along the way. It will be my treat.
But,
said Georgiana,
this has been arranged expressly for you, Miss Darcy. You need proper knitting wool. One of my London servants will ascertain which of the shops we should visit, and then, my dears, having reached London, I shall bid you adieu.
Again Elizabeth's gaze met Mr. Darcy's. His eyes held hers, and he gave a tiny nod. This was it, the day for Georgiana's abduction.
Lydia, she said suddenly, this has been quite enough for one afternoon. It's time for you to rest. But, Lizzie, I've coughed only once, honest.
Lydia lowered her voice.
What if Colonel Fitzwilliam finishes with his guns, or whatever he is doing, and joins us? We cannot run away now. We must remain for as long as we can.
But Elizabeth held firm, and they said their goodbyes. "Until tonight, Miss Elizabeth," added Mr. Darcy.
"That's right,"
grumbled Lydia, as they turned toward the parsonage.
"You're to go for after-dinner tea. It is so unfair. I am very much better than I was. It's for a knitting lesson with Miss Darcy. We might not see any of the others. I still say that I am well enough to come with you."
For most of the walk back, Lydia continued to cough. That night, Lady Catherine was in a peevish frame of mind. She forbade Georgiana's lesson, which was probably just as well. There could be no objection to scheduling it for the following afternoon. When the tea trolley was brought in, Georgiana was ordered to pour out. "You want practice," Lady Catherine announced. "Tonight presents a perfect opportunity, for our guest is inconsequential. It is Anne's place to act as hostess in my stead, but she has been properly trained. Her skills need no refinement." Mr. Darcy came forward to assist his sister. Presently he approached Elizabeth. "Would you care for coffee or for tea?" he said quietly.
"I'm brave enough for coffee tonight. With cream and sugar, please."
He brought her the cup and saucer. "Since I am not to knit, I hope you'll play and sing for us." Georgiana seconded his request.
"Fitzwilliam has told me how much he enjoys your singing."
Elizabeth gave Mr. Darcy a look. "Your brother is too kind. My performance is nothing out of the ordinary, I assure you." "No hiding your light under a bushel," called Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Come, Darcy, you must persuade her." Elizabeth discovered that she was blushing.
"Don't press her, Fitz,"
said Georgiana kindly. She lowered her voice.
"If you'd rather not, I understand. Perhaps you can share with us whatever you've been working on. We'll enjoy it very much, I am sure."
Oh dear, this was not going well.
"My sister Mary and I have been learning a piece that I am ill-prepared to play, let alone sing. The sorry truth is that I haven't the voice for it. I prefer ballads to arias."
She guessed Mr. Darcy's unasked question.
"If you must know," she said to him, "it's Gluck's Che Faro from Orfeo ed Euridice. Frankly, I cannot do it justice."
Georgiana was undeterred.
"I have the music here. Shall I accompany you?"
"Hear, hear." This came from Colonel Fitzwilliam.
"Or, if you prefer," said Georgiana, "I can play a ballad. I have in mind one of my brother's favourites. He had me play it again and again, until at last I made him sing with me."
Elizabeth heard a perfectly genuine groan. Mr. Darcy's face was now red with embarrassment. "Georgiana," he muttered, "no." The temptation to tease him was too great.
"I'll sing Che Faro," offered Elizabeth, "if you'll sing the ballad with me."
Desperation was in Mr. Darcy's eyes, but his bashful smile was intriguing. "You'll regret it," he warned. "Darcy singing, I'll see that," cried Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Any more from you," called Mr. Darcy, "and I'll make you belt out God Save the King." Colonel Fitzwilliam broke out laughing. "A treat indeed. I'd set all the dogs to howling." Meanwhile, Georgiana was sorting through a stack of music.
"Fitzwilliam has a fine voice, and you needn't sing the harmony line," she told him. "An octave lower will do. Here we are."
She passed the sheet to Elizabeth.
"I know the accompaniment by heart. You and Fitzwilliam may share this. He knows the words, but you might not."
Elizabeth opened the music, and a gurgle of laughter bubbled up. She shot a look at Mr. Darcy, who was still blushing, and pointed to the title. His eyes held a frank apology. "It is a favourite." He moved to open the instrument for his sister. Soon she began to play the opening measures. "Here we go," he murmured to Elizabeth. "Do or die."
"This was a bad idea," she whispered back.
"You issued the challenge.
I thought you would decline.
Do you think me so poor-spirited?
Do you think me cowardly?"
They missed their entrance. Lady Catherine gave an impatient huff. Mr. Darcy bit back a grin. Georgiana circled back and repeated the introduction. From the corner of her eye, Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy's chin come up. This was it. "Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Or leave a kiss within the cup, and I'll not ask for wine." As he sang, Mr. Darcy's voice became stronger and more confident. To Elizabeth's surprise, he then launched into the tenor line, reading the notes. There was more to this man than she realized. "The thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of love's nectar sip, I would not change for thine." At one time, Elizabeth had determined that she would never so much as dance with Mr. Darcy, and now here she was, singing a romantic ballad with him. Chapter 22. Find a Way or Make One. Darcy knew he shouldn't be smiling like this. After all, Wickham was seeking revenge in the worst possible way. Shouldn't he be soberly plotting the counterattack? And yet all he could do was grin, and hum a tune, and take dancing steps along the path to the grove. What was wrong with him? As if he didn't know. He was in love, that was what. He was finding it to be a delightful experience. Last night, as they sang together, each of them flustered, yet not wishing to admit cowardice, his heart had come near to bursting. Was shared embarrassment a mark of affection? And she was to meet him again today. How he longed to do more than simply spread a handkerchief on a log. A lavish breakfast picnic was more in keeping with how he felt. But he must not frighten her by betraying the extent of his feelings. Not just yet. Did she feel the same about him? Why was it now so important that she should? Never had Darcy enjoyed the natural beauties of Rosings more. How much he had missed! The days of successive sunshine mirrored the miracle taking place within his heart. He watched as Elizabeth walked toward him through the trees, the dappled sunlight causing her gown to glow. She was altogether lovely. Was there affectionate warmth lurking in her eyes? He mustn't stare or grin like an idiot. "Good morning," he managed to say. "Surely we have imagined it all," said Elizabeth, taking a seat on the log. "Such an incredible theory. And at present we must remember that it is only that. I cannot think of a way to prove that Mr. Wickham is disguising himself." Darcy could not hold back a grin. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Short of removing his clothes, that is. Was this part of your plan, to lift his skirt?" "The thought did occur." "What if we are mistaken?" "There is that risk, certainly." "So I suppose, as a woman, I must be the one to act, in case we are wrong? I tell you plainly, sir, I shan't do it." Darcy knew that he shouldn't laugh. He coughed several times before giving up the struggle. Her musical laughter joined his. "What a situation! Who would believe it?" "We'll see what happens when Fitz finds out." "You haven't told him?" How could Darcy reply? His former self would have informed Fitz at once. But now he wanted to share the experience with her. "Not yet," he said. "Look, we are in this together. I don't want you to miss any of the fun." "Fun?" "Then, too, I might need your help to restrain him. My cousin tends to act first and think later. He'd likely ride straight to the Crown, knock Wickham to the floor, and then proceed to, verify his identity." She broke out laughing. "I cannot believe we are discussing such a subject." "If it comes to that, I cannot believe what happened last night. How in the world did you convince me to sing?" Her chin came up.
I merely issued a challenge, sir. It was up to you to walk away." Her dimples appeared. "How can you claim to be a poor singer?"
"How can you?" he retorted. "Now then, we'd best get down to business. Our next objective is not to unmask Wickham, but to determine where in London he plans to take us.
A shop with the knitting wool.
Once we come up with potential locations, I'd like to have someone look them over, determine where the exits are, which back alleys connect, that sort of thing." He paused. "What do you think of sending Charles Bingley?"
"Is he able to free the time?"
"Bingley is too much at his sister's beck and call. He has little to do, plus he'd relish the excitement. And also—"
Darcy hesitated.
"Yes, Bingley is a good soul, but I'd prefer that he have an assistant. Would your uncle be willing to lend a hand? That is to say, to accompany Miss Bennet as she meets up with Bingley?"
There was no disguising Elizabeth's surprise. "You will send Jane to help him?"
"We can kill two birds with a single stone, meaning it will be easier for Charles to call on your sister if he has already met your uncle."
"Mr. Gardiner has always been obliging," she said slowly. "I dare say he won't mind."
"Good. Once we come up with the names of shops, I'll send an express to Charles, and another to your uncle, including a note from you, if you're willing. We'll mention the plot against Georgiana, but not Wickham's, disguise. We'll leave that to Fitz."
"Ought we to keep an eye on Mr. Wickham in the meantime? I can call at the Crown and invite Lady Lavinia to tea at the parsonage."
"Not alone, you won't."
"I'll send a note, or better yet, I'll take Lydia with me. Her ladyship can receive us in the coffee-room, or in a private parlour if there is one."
"Your sister hasn't a suspicion of the truth?"
"Not our Lydia. At the moment she is captivated by your cousin, sir. According to her, he casts Hertfordshire's militiamen into the shade. Her heart is irrevocably lost."
Never did Darcy think to feel sympathy for Lydia Bennet. Was she truly in love with Fitz?
"That is,"
added Elizabeth smilingly,
"until the next handsome fellow in uniform comes along. After all, she is only 15. Sometimes I wonder if she is able to form a lasting attachment."
A rustling in the hedgerow interrupted. "Our friend the rabbit has returned," observed Darcy dryly.
Elizabeth's smile disappeared. "You don't suppose we are being spied upon?" "No, of course not. What have we to conceal, unless—" She lowered her voice. "Could it be Mr. Wickham?"
"At this time of morning? Very unlikely. There, you see, our visitor has likely gone to ground." Darcy then brought out a folded note. "Here is your invitation to the knitting lesson. I took the liberty of advancing the hour to facilitate a meeting with Fitz."
Elizabeth opened it. "You wrote this?"
She recognized his writing. How could something so slight cause his heart to swell with delight? "I thought you might need something to show Mr. Collins. When you arrive, my aunt's butler will direct you to the library, quietly, without her knowledge."
Elizabeth's smile reappeared. "You are right," she said, pocketing his note. "This is becoming rather fun."
Sadie Young was adamant, a definite setback. After the intimacies they'd shared, Wickham expected a bit more cooperation. True, he was dressed as Lady Lavinia, and they were jolting along the coaching road in the inn's ill-sprung gig, but what of it? Where was her loyalty?
"You may sulk all you like, but I'll not give you my key," she repeated, speaking through shut teeth.
"But where else am I to stay in London? Unless I dip into our funds, that is."
"You'll spend money like water no matter what I do, just as always. When I am in residence, you are welcome to stay," she said loftily. "But not in my absence. Ask Smitty. He'll give you a bed."
"On the floor?" grumbled Wickham.
"That is none too clean. Mind the road. Must you hit every rill and pothole? If we end up in the ditch—"
"If you must know, I am looking for a thicket in which to change out of this cursed skirt."
"We ought to have left while it was still dark, but no, you must increase the risk by sleeping too long."
"What of it? Risk makes for a sprightly adventure, don't you think?"
"I do not. Kindly find a spot to change clothes. Gad, I wish I were out of this."
"Now, my love."
"I mean it, George. Here I am, assisting you to leave me and marry a fortune. I must be out of my mind."
Wickham covered her hand with one of his and gave it a squeeze. "Nothing between us will change, you know that, save that we'll be more comfortable. You'll finally have the establishment you deserve. Think of it, Sadie. You'll be set for life." He heard her sigh. She was weakening. He pulled the gig to the side of the road and boldly kissed her on the lips.
"George, really? What if someone sees?"
He laughed. "What of it?"
"You and your risks."
She pointed to a thick section of hedgerow.
"There's a likely spot. Hurry and change while the road is still empty. Who knows when you'll have another opportunity?"
George Wickham did not need to be told twice. Stealthy was the best way to describe the glacial silence of Lady Catherine's butler. Without a word, he brought Elizabeth directly to the library. A trio of upholstered chairs was set before the fire. As she came in, Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam rose to their feet.
"Ought I to have crossed the butler's palm with a coin?"
she said cheerfully. Colonel Fitzwilliam's brows went up, and his ready smile widened. "I've seen to that already," said Darcy. He drew forward a small table and placed it between the chairs. From a pocket came a notebook and pencil. "Shall we get down to business?" Elizabeth seated herself between the two men and looked to Mr. Darcy expectantly.
"Are we to have a game?"
chirped Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Shall I fetch the playing cards?" "You could call it that," said Mr. Darcy. "We've something to relate that is rather unbelievable. Would you like to do the honours in breaking the news, Miss Elizabeth?" Colonel Fitzwilliam's eyes were bright. "You've uncovered a bit of gossip. Do tell." Elizabeth felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Did Mr. Darcy think this an honour? Men were strange creatures.
"It is rather more than that," she said. "We, your cousin and I, have uncovered a plot."
Colonel Fitzwilliam rubbed his hands together. "Better and better. Against whom? Aunt Catherine?"
"We suspect a certain person of scheming to acquire Miss Darcy's fortune through marriage, and at the same time exacting revenge against Mr. Darcy."
The smile disappeared. "Revenge, do you say?" Colonel Fitzwilliam turned to his cousin. "I can think of only one person who fits that description. Wickham, who, according to your report, has disappeared." "He has turned up here in Hunsford," said Darcy. "We suspect he means to abduct Georgiana."
"You said I'd need my pistols, and you were right. But hang it all, Wickham daren't show his face here. We'd know him in an instant."
"Would we?" To Mr. Darcy's credit, he did not crack a smile. "You have conversed with him at length, yet you suspected nothing."
"With Wickham? I have done no such thing."
"Here, in our aunt's drawing-room, you served him tea and cake."
"To Wickham? Are you out of your mind?"
"He described to you his coaching accident. Flirtatiously, I thought. You'd best be on your guard." The truth hit Colonel Fitzwilliam like a thunderclap.
"The mysterious lady?" he shouted. "She is Wickham?"
"We suspect that she, or rather he, is planning to make off with Georgiana."
"I'd like to see him try. If he's so keen to be a woman, I can facilitate that, if I don't kill him first."
Elizabeth broke out laughing. She couldn't help it. Colonel Fitzwilliam joined her.
"Plague and the devil take it! This does beat all."
He turned to his cousin. "You mentioned getting down to business. I am entirely at your service. I've always been fond of rat-catching." Mr. Darcy explained Lady Lavinia's proposed expedition. "I'll need you in London on Monday."
"I can do better than that. I'll have Galbraith and Watson waiting for him, along with whoever else I can scare up. I'll travel with you. At some point, Wickham will bolt for it. You'll need a second gunman."
"Point taken."
"Would you like me to leave for London at once?"
"After we determine which of the shops that Wickham has in mind, yes. To that end, we might find what we're looking for in these." Mr. Darcy indicated a stack of newspapers. They're old, but the advertisements should be helpful. Colonel Fitzwilliam shook one open. Ackerman's Repository. Do well-born ladies knit? We'd do better to check the Daily Advertiser and the Gazetteer, to which our blue-blooded aunt does not subscribe. Mr. Darcy passed a newspaper to Elizabeth. Keep in mind that Wickham will not choose the best shop, but one suited to his purposes. In other words, on a well-travelled street, where he can snatch Georgiana and disappear, such as among the never-ending throng that fills Fleet Street, or, better yet, Cheapside. Cheapside Street, said Darcy. That'll be the one. It connects directly with the East End. They spent some time turning pages. Elizabeth looked to Mr. Darcy. What do you think of this one? Pavenham's Emporium is on Cheapside Street. He moved nearer in order to see. Looks promising. Bingley can begin there. My aunt and uncle live in this area of London, as his business has to do with the financial district. Colonel Fitzwilliam can deliver your letter to Mr. Gardiner and ask for suggestions. Excellent. Bingley can then investigate each location. Colonel Fitzwilliam's head came up. Do you mean Charles Bingley? Has he experience with this sort of thing? No, but he'll relish the excitement. I'm arranging for an accomplice to keep him on task. Elizabeth gave a gurgle of laughter. Some accomplice. They'll not stop talking long enough to do much of anything. Mr. Darcy shared her smile. By that I mean Mr. Gardiner. Since you say there is a warrant, said Colonel Fitzwilliam, I'd prefer to engage the Bow Street runners. My thoughts exactly. I am willing to cover all expenses, including a reward. Then, too, there is the matter of the genuine Lady Lavinia, who, I take it, does not live on Clarges Street. Elizabeth noticed Mr. Darcy's wry amusement. Wickham was hard-pressed to converse about an area of town that I know intimately. If I'd known his identity then, I would have enjoyed making him squirm. Colonel Fitzwilliam turned to Elizabeth. Darcy's house is on Clarges Street. What were you saying about the real Lady Lavinia, Darcy? We think Wickham stole the garments and jewellery he's wearing. That reminds me, cried Elizabeth. When he descended from the gig yesterday, I caught sight of his feet. Beneath the skirts he wears a man's boots. Mr. Darcy gave a shout of laughter. Does he indeed? The woman who poses as his maid has got to be Mrs. Young, his former accomplice. That sounds about right, said Colonel Fitzwilliam. I take it that Georgiana is not to be told. I don't like it, for she deserves to know, said Darcy. But neither can we have her betray that knowledge in Wickham's presence. He cannot be set on his guard. Great Scott, can you imagine what will happen when Aunt Catherine discovers who he is? She never did like him, as I recall. She'll rip and tear. Darcy laughed gently. He'll be begging the constables to protect him. Colonel Fitzwilliam sat back with a satisfied sigh. And here I thought my visit to Rosings would be uneventful. This does beat all. Elizabeth returned to the parsonage shortly before dinner was due to be served. Mr. Collins emerged from his study with a letter. "This came for you," he said crossly. "It's from London." At once Elizabeth recognized the shape. Here was Mr. Darcy's Valentine. "It, must be from my Aunt Gardiner," she said, taking it from him. If Mr. Collins were to discover the words "an admirer," all would be lost. He stood his ground. "Open it." "Oh, but—" "Now, if you please." What choice had she? Elizabeth set her knitting basket aside, broke the seal, and slowly removed the colourful card. Sure enough, from beneath a spray of lilacs, a cheerful snail peeked out. There was no signature. Elizabeth gave a sigh of relief. Bless Mr. Darcy's bashful reticence. Mr. Collins held out his hand. "Give it here." Elizabeth complied. "It's nothing, really." "I'll be the judge of that." He examined the verse with a frown. "Love moderately, long love doth so—" "What in the world does that mean? Is your aunt off her head?" I think it's a warning against the dangers of whirlwind romance.
It is like her to remind me in this gentle way. We spoke on this subject while I was in London.
Never mind that it was Lydia whom her aunt had warned.
I spent good money to receive this rubbish. It's fit only for the fire. No, cried Elizabeth. She felt suddenly very protective of Mr. Darcy's smiling snail. I'll reimburse you for whatever you spent. My aunt, or someone, spent time and effort to draw this. I cannot be so rude as to destroy it. She snatched it from his hand. Mr. Collins clicked his tongue in disapproval. I'll just fetch my purse. Elizabeth turned and fled up the staircase. While you're at it, he called after her, you might as well change your dress for dinner. And don't be late.
Chapter 23. Surly and Proud. Lady Catherine was in fine form. All through dinner she lamented Colonel Fitzwilliam's unexpected departure. Over coffee she complained about how crowded Rosings had become. Darcy cast his gaze to the ceiling. Surly and proud, that was Lady Catherine's way. He glanced in his sister's direction. Georgiana was now busy with her knitting needles.
The sanctity of my home has been invaded, yes, invaded, by Miss Elizabeth Bennet's continual presence.
It isn't as if you haven't enough room here, ma'am, said Darcy dryly. Tonight Rosings' immense drawing-room held only 5 persons.
You must allow me to be the judge of that. Hereinafter, if Georgiana wishes to knit, she may work with Mrs. Jenkinson. There is no need to have Miss Elizabeth Bennet come.
Georgiana looked up.
My dear aunt, what can be the objection? I enjoy her company. She is unworthy of your time, my dear. She lacks the proper family connections, as well as the requisite social graces. She is a gentlewoman. Is this not enough? Who is her father? Who is her mother? No one of note. Mr. Collins tells me of an uncle who is in trade, and of another who is a solicitor. Her family is decidedly inferior, my dear. She is kind and sincerely helpful. Are these not Christian virtues?
They are indeed, said Darcy promptly.
My dear Georgiana, I quite forgive your ignorance. You have no mother to properly instruct you. Your brother, she gave Darcy a speaking look, ought to exert himself more than he has. You lack inculcation in the gentle art of discerning rank and superiority.
Darcy's brows descended. Inculcation? Was his aunt serious? I beg to differ, ma'am.
Kindly do not contradict me. In another year your sister will be making her come out. She cannot be allowed to think that just anyone is kind. That sort of thing baits the lure of the fortune-hunter.
It was as if Lady Catherine had slapped Georgiana. Blast his aunt's infernal tongue, and Wickham's infamy. But Lady Catherine was not finished.
A lady, a real lady, is the most pleasing person in the world. In appearance her figure is flawless. She dresses with taste and style, wearing ornaments that are appropriate for her rank and station. Never does she raise her voice in anger. Her countenance is unfailingly serene. Instead of being merely kind, in the manner of Miss Elizabeth Bennet, she is something more. She is gracious. She displays noble condescension always. Moreover, she is skilled in the art of social distinction. She knows precisely how to depress presumption without giving offence.
Lady Catherine paused to smile.
Under my tutelage, Anne has mastered these skills.
Darcy settled his coffee-cup in its saucer, and fully faced his aunt. But before he could say a word, Georgiana spoke.
This picture of perfection is rather colourless, is it not? She said. It's like playing musical notes precisely as they are written, without regard to beauty or artistry or anything. We are not speaking of music, said Lady Catherine sharply, but of Miss Elizabeth Bennet's deficiencies. However, now that you bring it up, you ought to play something for us, my dear.
Georgiana jumped to her feet. She stalked to the pianoforte, with Darcy hard on her heels. Straightway she began sorting through her music sheets.
"I know it's here somewhere,"
he heard her mutter. "What is?" he whispered.
"The toccata and fugue in D minor. I know precisely how I shall play it, too."
Georgiana lowered her voice even more.
"How can she say such mean-spirited things about our friend?"
Darcy knew precisely why. Elizabeth was lovely and intelligent and sincere. In short, she was everything his aunt was not. I dare say she is jealous. Georgiana looked up.
"Do you think so?"
He smiled in answer. She sighed.
"Well," she said, "you did warn me about how it could be. She hasn't yet criticized my shoes."
"Could you play something else, a less dramatic piece that won't enrage our aunt? As I recall, he wrote a song about coffee." Darcy was rewarded with a slight smile.
"The coffee cantata was not written for the pianoforte."
"What about something of Mozart's, or the other fellow, Haydn?" Georgiana let go the music. She gave another heavy sigh. Were her eyes filling with tears? He laid a hand on her shoulder. "Are you truly unhappy here, dearest?" he said gently. "Shall I take you home to London?" This would ruin his plans to capture Wickham, but he was not about to sit by while his sister was browbeaten by their aunt.
"I am not such a poor creature. If I fled, Lady Catherine would never let me hear the end of it. Besides, Fitz has the coach. Then, too," she added, "toccata and fugue deserves to be played on a massive church organ, at full volume."
"It does indeed." Then Darcy thought of something. "If you'd like to punish our aunt, shall we have Drink to Me Only again? I'll even consent to sing." Georgiana's frown vanished.
"Oh, she will dislike it excessively. And if you sing, how can she object? It will be our tribute to Elizabeth. You are the best of brothers, Fitzwilliam."
The next morning Elizabeth came to the grove with his Valentine in hand. Her cheeks were a delicate pink, as if she was both bashful and pleased.
"I think the snail is my favourite," she confessed.
What else could Darcy do but grin? He could sit beside her on this rustic log and bask in the beauty of her smile forever. There was no more misreading the state of his heart. His aunt's cruel assessment had cinched it. He could search the world over and never find another who was Elizabeth's equal. Well then, what was he waiting for? Here was opportunity. Should he go down on one knee? Yes, probably. But would this alarm her? He ought to say something first. That was it. He must speak. Elizabeth's hand was temptingly near. Should he take it in his? Or would that alarm her even more? Darcy rose to his feet. Back and forth before the log he paced. Proposing marriage was not as easy as it looked. This was about love, not a paltry business arrangement. At length he halted and faced her. "In vain have I struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love." But Darcy never finished his heartfelt admission. A crackle of snapping twigs interrupted, and a figure came crashing through the hedgerow.
"Aha!"
cried Mr. Collins' pulpit-trained voice.
"I have caught you in the very act."
Darcy turned. "The very act of what?" Collins pointed a quivering finger.
"Alea iacta est. The die is cast, sir."
"I know what it means, Collins. In what way does it apply to me?"
"You have been found out, sir. Compromised. You have compromised my sweet cousin's honour."
"He has done nothing of the sort,"
said Elizabeth crossly.
"We were merely talking. On 3 separate occasions, hidden away in secret. Scandalous, I call it. As the future head of our family, I demand satisfaction."
"What?"
cried Elizabeth. "By that I mean matrimony, of course," said Collins primly. "Never mind that Mr. Darcy is engaged to Anne de Bourgh. He is now honour-bound to marry you."
"Engaged to Anne?" cried Darcy. "That is an outright lie."
It is well for you that a gentleman is able to cry off. You have 3 days in which to contact Mr. Bennet and apply for a license, or else—"
"Or else what?"
"Or else I go to your esteemed aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. She understands the meaning of honour and duty. She will demand that you do right by my cousin, sir."
Darcy felt his lips twist into a wry smile. Lady Catherine would have Collins tarred and feathered. Are you certain of that?
"You shan't force Mr. Darcy to marry me," cried Elizabeth hotly. "Furthermore, you cannot wish for an alliance with a man whom you think to be base and dishonourable. On the contrary, through your marriage, my dear cousin, I shall become connected, albeit distantly, with the family of Lady Catherine de Bourgh." "You have got to be joking."
Darcy coughed to disguise a laugh.
"To put it plainly, Mr. Darcy is yours in honour if you wish it."
"What if I do not wish it? Not that I dislike Mr. Darcy, but I refuse to have him badgered into marriage simply because you wish to be connected with Lady Catherine de Bourgh."
"As I said before, cousin, the die is cast. Just yesterday I sent off a letter to your father, appraising him of the situation. He will be expecting Mr. Darcy to call."
This did nothing to improve Elizabeth's temper.
"So you have written to father? What of it? I am in no way obligated to marry anyone."
Mr. Collins' lips curled into a sneer.
"You have always been disobliging in this way."
"Thank God for that. You now have a wife who is far superior than I could ever be. I refuse to have Mr. Darcy cowed into a deplorable marriage of convenience."
Darcy spoke up. "Nor shall I allow Miss Elizabeth's hand to be similarly forced." Collins took hold of Elizabeth's forearm.
"There will be no more private meetings unless Mrs. Collins and I are present. Is that understood?"
Elizabeth's eyes met Darcy's, and he raised an eyebrow. Yes, they understood all right. He would be here tomorrow morning without fail, and unless he missed his guess, so would she.
"You will bring me a letter of consent from Mr. Bennet and a receipt for the licence from Meryton Parish. By first thing Tuesday morning, or so help me I shall read the banns on Sunday next, whether you like it or not."
He turned to Elizabeth.
"Very sly you have been about this business. I wonder if this was your intent all along."
"Do you mean I lured Mr. Darcy here in order to entrap him into marriage? Of all the loathsome things you have done, this surely is the worst."
"You'll thank me later, once you are safely wed."
Darcy had heard enough.
"You have said your piece, Collins. Now take yourself off."
With a sniff of displeasure, Mr. Collins did so, pulling Elizabeth with him. Darcy stood in the grove, arms crossed, watching until they disappeared from sight. So much for his heartfelt proposal. On the other hand, she hadn't exactly refused. Chapter 24. Over unknown seas. Elizabeth awoke to the sound of steady rain. This did not bode well for a meeting in the grove. Then, too, she would have to confront that petty tyrant, Mr. Collins. He would lurk before the door like a spider on its web, ready to pounce if she came anywhere near it. Well, then, she would not go down to breakfast. Why face Mr. Collins's prim smile? Why give him the satisfaction of seeing her gaze longingly out the windows in the direction of the grove? She could do that just as well from her bedchamber. A connection through marriage to Lady Catherine. Only her cousin would concoct such an outrageous plan, unless it was her mother. What a stir Mr. Collins's letter would cause. Elizabeth counted the days. This was Saturday. There was a very good chance that the letter would arrive at Longbourn this afternoon. What in the world would her father think? How much she used to dislike Mr. Darcy. Why had she spoken so openly of this? When her father read the letter, would he merely laugh and toss it into the fire? Or worse, would he share it with the family as another example of Mr. Collins's foolishness? What if Mr. Darcy came to call in order to ask for her hand? Would her father refuse to give consent? Surely this was what she wanted, wasn't it? What had happened to her disdain for Fitzwilliam Darcy? Should she write in his defence? And say what? Dear Father, Mr. Collins tells me that he has written to inform you of a so-called compromise to my character and reputation. This accusation is nonsense. Mr. Darcy and I met in the grove by chance. Here Elizabeth paused, for this was not precisely true. They met by arrangement morning after morning. She mentally scratched out the offending sentence. Mr. Darcy and I were merely talking together, nothing more. Again she paused. Was it truly nothing? Yes, she and Mr. Darcy had talked, and plotted to entrap Mr. Wickham, and exchanged smiles, and delighted in one another's observations and ideas. And then there was that romantic ballad they had sung, and the way their fingers intertwined as he struggled to knit, with all those shared glances and so much silent laughter. What had grown up between them was a good deal more than nothing. Elizabeth lay back against the pillow and studied the ceiling. What had happened to her heart? She couldn't be falling in love with him. She just couldn't. But this feeling was entirely different than what she had once felt for George Wickham. Mr. Darcy might be reserved, but he was honourable and good and kind. There was something he had said just before Mr. Collins came leaping from the hedgerow. What was it? Something about ardently and admire and love. Love whom? Did he mean her? Was Mr. Darcy confessing love for her? Was this the reason for his bemused response to Mr. Collins? He ought to have been extremely put out, enraged even. Yet this was not the case. He was more annoyed than angry. Why did she see him fighting to conceal a smile? Was Mr. Darcy about to propose? If so, how would she have answered him? Elizabeth squeezed her eyes shut. This couldn't be right. Of course he hadn't proposed, nor would he. She was dreaming, or more probably losing her sanity. Why would Fitzwilliam Darcy love her? Some time later, after Lydia was awake and bustling about, Elizabeth looked down into the lane. A man on horseback came into view, riding slowly toward the gates of the Rosings estate. It was him. Scorning the rain and the dirt, Fitzwilliam Darcy had come to the grove, and she had disappointed him. Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat. At once she unlatched the window and pushed up the sash. Rain stung her face, but she did not care. "Good morning," she called. Would he hear? She saw the rider wheel to face the parsonage. "What are you doing?" cried Lydia. "You're letting in the wind and rain." "Fresh air is healthful," replied Elizabeth, without taking her eyes from Mr. Darcy. She saw him lift his hat. Was he smiling? He was, gracious, and so was she. Then she watched him turn his horse and ride away. Elizabeth drew back and pulled the window shut. Her heart was hammering, and yet she continued to smile. Why did this simple exchange mean so much? The next morning Elizabeth was desperate to escape from the parsonage. In this she was aided by Mr. Collins's preoccupation with the reading of his sermon. He would be busy with it for some time. The air was thick with fog, which muffled sounds and caused the trees to drip. Elizabeth hugged her cloak for warmth and hurried along the path. At last she saw a figure with an umbrella. She stumbled forward at a run. How she had missed him! What else could she do but apologize? "I meant to come yesterday," she said breathlessly, "but I was prevented by my loathsome cousin, who is truly the worst beast in nature. If he were not so busy with his sermon, I dare say he would have followed me here." "What Collins thinks is unimportant," said Mr. Darcy. "I have something for you." From a pocket he drew a white square, another Valentine. Elizabeth received it eagerly. The card held a spray of red roses and an enormous pouting rabbit. "Marry him or else," it said. Mr. Darcy's lopsided grin appeared. Goodness, this man was rather a dear. "Not the most romantic of proposals, is it?" he said. Elizabeth was torn between laughter and tears.
"I am mortified, truly, that you have been put in this position. Mr. Collins's threat to read the banns is no idle one. He told me so last night. He dares not do it, but he would certainly like to."
Mr. Darcy gave a gentle laugh. "I dare say he would." He drew nearer, sheltering her beneath his umbrella.
"I have failed you in other ways as well. Lydia and I called at the Crown yesterday, but Lady Lavinia was not at home to visit us. I left a note, but have had no reply. Where can Mr. Wickham be?"
"In London, probably, although to carry out his plan he must show himself soon. Perhaps we'll see him at church." Here was another worry.
"Lydia is well enough to attend service with us, a thing I dread. She simply will not mind her tongue. And your aunt has invited us to tea again this evening. You know that will not go well."
"Come, where is your fighting spirit?" To her chagrin, Elizabeth felt her eyes fill with tears. What was wrong with her today? Mr. Darcy closed the umbrella and set it aside. "Please, don't cry," he said softly.
"It's just that I am so angry and humiliated. I have brought nothing but trouble to you. When Mr. Collins announces to your aunt that you must marry me, she will be extremely displeased."
"Well, yes. Picturing her reaction is the most delightful thought I've had for a long time, aside from loving you."
"But you don't. If I were you, I would dislike me very much."
"It is a good thing, then, that I am not you." He stroked her cheek with gentle fingers. "Can you find room in your heart to love me, even just a little?" Oh, she could love this man a great deal more than that. Modesty demanded that Elizabeth look away, yet she could not tear her gaze from Mr. Darcy's eyes. It was as if time stood still. Though hidden by the fog, a flock of crows called to one another. She felt his arms come around her, pulling her close. She ought to object, but her heart had other ideas. Mr. Darcy's lips found hers in a tender kiss. "Dearest Elizabeth," he whispered, "will you have me as your husband?" She leaned against his shoulder.
"But everyone will say that I entrapped you."
"And so you did. My heart has been yours these many months."
"I abused you shamefully and believed lies about you. I willfully misunderstood every single thing you said."
Then Elizabeth thought of something else.
"Upon my word, when we are married, what will Caroline Bingley say? She counts you as her possession."
"I could not care less what she, or anyone else, thinks," said Fitzwilliam Darcy firmly, and he kissed her again. His lips were warm and inviting. She was kissing Mr. Darcy. How was this even possible? Elizabeth knew that she ought to protest, for here was scandal indeed. At this rate, they'd each be late to breakfast, and yet for some reason that thought was particularly delicious. He pulled her close against his chest and deepened the kiss. Why, this wonderful man was quite the romantic, and he was her very own. Wickham was up early, in spite of his miserable journey of the day before. "For I must appear at service this morning," he told Sadie. "There are arrangements to be made for tomorrow's travel. I will charm Lady Catherine and Darcy into offering their carriages."
"You are as bold as a fox in a hen-house."
"And if not, I'll succeed. I always do. If they refuse, I can hire something."
"With what money?"
"Didn't I tell you? I pawned the gold jewellery, including the lorgnette. After tomorrow, I won't need them. I did well."
"You weren't recognised?"
"As if someone would be on the watch for me. I am miles from the wilds of Hertfordshire."
"A warrant is a warrant, George."
"They'll have to find me first. By the by, I sent Smitty to Hertford to claim my trunk."
"How did you know it would be there?"
He shrugged. "Smitty has his uses. Her ladyship was bound to return it in any case.
What use has she for a gent's clothes? One would think, scoffed Sadie, that a gent would have no use for hers. And yet, I wonder, what if she is able to guess your identity? From a trunk filled with clothes? You worry too much. Smitty has set up a hiding spot for Georgiana. A love nest deep in the slum. We'll vanish, sure enough. Darcy will never find us in the maze of black alleys. And what about me? Do I wait here like a sitting duck? I won't do it. She pointed to Lady Lavinia's trunk. Be sure to take that with you tomorrow. Why? Her clothes are first-rate. After you do a bit of sewing work, you'll be quite the lady. I've had my fill of cast-offs, thank you. I'll be finding my own way back to London. It might be best if we are not seen together. Especially by your future wife, she said bitterly. Trust a woman to be testy. Smiling, Wickham said, Parting is such sweet sorrow, my love. The more he thought about it, the more her spiteful tone rankled. Who knows, he added, perhaps as a married man I'll give respectability a go. Sadie's eyes narrowed. Once you are wed, you will pay me what you owe. I mean it, George. I have just as many useful friends as you do. They will make sure that, for once in your life, you keep up your end of the bargain.
Chapter 25. Off she goes. Lydia's fingers plucked at Elizabeth's sleeve.
Look there, it's Lady Lavinia, she whispered. She's looking rather haggard, don't you think? What a trial it is to be both old and ugly.
Elizabeth glanced in Mr. Wickham's direction and encountered a bold stare.
And don't tell me I'm not invited tomorrow, Lydia went on, because I know that I am. I wonder which of the shops we'll visit.
You should ask her ladyship after service.
If she will consent to speak with me. I don't think she likes me very much.
Elizabeth knew better than to smile. If there was one person who would recognize Mr. Wickham, it would be Lydia, but only if she stopped talking long enough to truly study his face. Lydia followed Charlotte into the Collinses' box pew and settled into a side seat.
This is very nice, she said to Elizabeth. So much better than at home, because I can look about without being scolded. Whose pew is that? The one with the high sides and the lattice screen?
It belongs to the de Burgh family.
Does Lady Catherine wish to hide?
I think the idea is to escape cold draughts. You know how miserable our parish church can be in winter. Presently the party from Rosings came down the centre aisle. Far from wishing to hide, Lady Catherine's gait was as stately as an archbishop's. She granted a dignified nod to anyone who happened to look her way. Again, Lydia twitched Elizabeth's sleeve.
There he is,
she whispered. Elizabeth knew who Lydia meant, but she only had eyes for Mr. Darcy. Soon the service began, with the liturgy loftily recited by Mr. Collins. Elizabeth waited, dreading that he might carry out his threat to read the banns. When he ascended to the high pulpit, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Good gad, whispered Lydia. I forgot. We have to listen to him preach. That will be worse than anything. Why didn't you say that I was too ill to come?
Because then you would be unable to visit Rosings with us after dinner. Lydia considered this.
Then it's worth it, even if dear Fitzy is shut up in that pew so that I cannot see him. Ha! Do you suppose he can see me?
Lydia began to smile and wave.
What did you call him?
Demanded Elizabeth.
If Wickham can be Wicky, then Colonel Fitzwilliam can be Fitzy.
Do not let him hear you say so, please, and stop waving.
Why?
Because it's childish. Thank goodness the sides of the de Burgh pew are so high.
I think they're that way because Lady Catherine doesn't like to look at Mr. Collins. Who would?
Lydia sighed heavily.
If he must read a sermon from a book, why can't he at least choose something interesting?
Or at the very least, thought Elizabeth, a subject having to do with the Bible. Mr. Collins continued on, His voice fairly dripped with unctuous condescension. How did Charlotte tolerate listening to him week after week? Elizabeth's gaze wandered to the de Bourgh pew. She should not be thinking of Fitzwilliam Darcy during church. But those kisses they'd shared, and the loving warmth in his eyes. What was more, she had agreed to marry him, a joyous choice that had nothing to do with duty. Never did Elizabeth think to marry for love. After service, she and Lydia waited with the others, while Mr. Collins greeted his parishioners. Lady Catherine's carriage drew up before the church. From behind came the rustle of silk skirts. "So this is your sister? Why, she is quite young." With a gracious inclination of the head, Lady Catherine passed by.
"How dare she dismiss me like that?"
complained Lydia later, as she and Elizabeth returned with the others to the parsonage.
"As if I am the merest scrub."
A reprimand for cant speech was clearly a waste of time.
"Aren't you?"
said Elizabeth wearily.
"Hey, don't be mean."
"Then why confirm Lady Catherine's opinion by behaving as such? Do try for a little decorum, for Colonel Fitzwilliam's sake, if not for mine."
"Dear Fitzy," said Lydia, "you're right. For him I ought to try. I can be splendidly well behaved when I wish it. You'll see."
Darcy tossed a letter onto his uncle's desk. A charming note from her ladyship, outlining the plan for tomorrow, written to our aunt in Wickham's hand, as if I am too simple-minded to recognize it. Fitz took it up. One would think he'd taken pains with his spelling. Gad, even I know that expedition is wrong. Your father's support at Cambridge was a waste. Wickham, like so many others, is educated beyond his intelligence. Darcy studied his cousin's face. "What time did you get in last night?" "Just before sunrise today, if you must know. I delayed as long as possible, but the results were worth it." "You must be dog-tired. Shall I ring for more coffee?" "And risk alerting dear auntie to our presence here? Not on your life. Your idea to find the real Lady Lavinia was brilliant, by the way. You should have seen her face when I presented her own calling card. A nice touch, that. She's a sporting old girl, and she does live in London, by the way, although not on Clarges Street. If Wickham's caught with her property, she is willing to charge him with theft." "Excellent. It's quite the story. Her people forced open one of her trunks, thinking the lock was broken. And what do you suppose was within? Wickham's gear. Can we prove this, in addition to the laundry marks on his clothes?" "I believe so. A certain letter written to dearest George by one Mary King should do the trick. Apparently she is, or was, Wickham's fiancée. Convenient that she signed her full name. Manning did mention a Miss King in one of his reports. So her ladyship has Wickham's trunk, and he ended up with hers. Incredible. Isn't it? Captain Chester, he's the Bow Street officer who's leading the sortie, had her people return Wickham's trunk to Hertford on Friday. Notices in the leading London papers came out the same morning. "And?" said Darcy. "And yesterday someone was foolish enough to claim it. A ginger-haired chap with a letter, which described the trunk in detail. He took it away with him. He was followed. To a back slum in the East End, an unsavoury spot to hear Chester talk. But we now have an idea where Wickham will be hiding, that is, if he succeeds in parting Georgiana from us, which he won't." Colonel Fitzwilliam's grin widened. "I must say, your generous reward for his capture has certainly motivated the Bow Street runners, along with the fact that Wickham will be wearing a dress. Adds to the sport, does it? You won't notice them, but they'll be at each of our proposed locations. Moreover, a pair of men will be waiting at Bromley, and will discreetly follow." Darcy came out from behind the desk. "Be frank with me," he said suddenly. "Am I risking too much? Should Wickham be arrested here in Hunsford, there would be less danger for Georgiana. But then there will be fewer crimes with which to charge him. Once Wickham shows his hand, it will be over soon enough." Darcy took a turn about the library. There are a dozen ways this can go wrong, and yet... He paused and studied his cousin. Very well, we'll proceed as planned. By the by, he added, I'll be keeping Georgiana with me in London. She has had more than enough of Lady Catherine's sharp opinions. Haven't we all? Is our estate business concluded? Almost. I'll be travelling to Meryton for a few days. Later, I'll return to finish up. I must say Mr. Gardiner was of particular help. He knows Cheapside well. He suggested another shop, Pygmalion's. Obliging people, the Gardiners, continued Fitz. They asked me to dinner and offered their home for meetings with the Bow Street constables. Gardiner is eager for Wickham's capture, and so is Charles Bingley. I've always thought Bingley a mild fellow, he added, but he has a set of pistols that any man would envy. Charles is a better shot than one would think. Let us hope his skills won't be put to the test. Lydia was as good as her word. As the door of the Rosings mansion swung open to admit the party from the parsonage, she was uncharacteristically quiet. The others went ahead, but Lydia hung back.
"Wax candles everywhere, Lizzie, and so many chandeliers," she whispered. "Think of the expense. All those footmen, and some of them are very good-looking, and mirrors on every wall."
She paused to make a careful adjustment to her curls.
"I look rather nice tonight, don't you think?"
Elizabeth smiled her answer.
"This is really something, and here I thought Netherfield Park was impressive. No wonder Mr. Collins brags so much."
Their cousin's voice echoed through the entrance hall as he pointed out various features that Sir William might have missed. Elizabeth looked about with new eyes, and not just because of Lydia. The house and its occupants would soon become linked with her in ways she'd never dreamed. When next she came, she could well be a member of the family. The drawing-room doors were opened, and Lady Catherine's butler announced each of their names.
"Longbourn is nothing to this," whispered Lydia. "Do you suppose Mr. Darcy's house is as grand?"
Elizabeth blinked. She had never given a thought to Mr. Darcy's estate. Caroline Bingley had spoken of Pemberley often enough. The moment Elizabeth became Fitzwilliam's wife, she would become its mistress. This was a heady thought. Meanwhile, Lady Catherine greeted each guest, and gave suggestions as to where he or she ought to sit. Mr. Collins made certain that she was obeyed. This evening, Anne de Bourgh was assigned to pour out tea and coffee. Mrs. Jenkinson hovered nearby. "What do you think of tomorrow's expedition, Mrs. Collins?" announced Lady Catherine. "A great deal of trouble, and for what?"
"Since my father and sister will be leaving for London on Wednesday, I shall remain at home with them."
Mr. Collins's eyes grew round, and he began to fidget in his chair. Was he worried that Charlotte would displease Lady Catherine? Gracious, how much he resembled Fitzwilliam's frowning rabbit. "I thought your sister was to remain for another month."
"She is needed at home,"
said Charlotte quietly. "Anne would like to join the party tomorrow, which means I must accompany her. We shall travel in your carriage, Darcy, along with Mrs. Jenkinson. You will sit with us. Colonel Fitzwilliam and I plan to ride, ma'am." This news was not to Lady Catherine's liking. "You must ride alongside so that we may enjoy conversation. Mr. Collins will take your seat." He gave a cry of delight. "Thank you, your ladyship, for your generous consideration, not only to—" He would have said more, but Lady Catherine went on talking. "The others may travel with Lady Lavin, or whatever her name is. We certainly do not want her with us." Fitzwilliam's gaze met Elizabeth's, and a dimple appeared in his cheek. How handsome he was! Why had she not noticed this before? "Darcy, I take it we shall change horses at Bromley?" This was not a question. "I've already sent word ahead, ma'am. I'd prefer to keep a brisk pace, so as not to tire our guests." "You and Colonel Fitzwilliam are always rushing about."
"But where is Colonel Fitzwilliam?" cried Lydia. "Is he ill?"
Lady Catherine sent a quelling look in her direction.
"He has called at the parsonage several times," explained Elizabeth. "He is quite a favourite of ours."
"The treatment of gentlemen officers is scandalous," complained Lady Catherine. "The army has much to answer for. Officers are ordered about, without regard to duties they might have at home. Colonel Fitzwilliam could not tell me why he left. These things are always hushed up. He was unable to return until late last night, but I was not born yesterday. I shall have something to say to his commanding officer when I write. Indeed I shall."
Elizabeth could not help but notice the twinkle in Fitzwilliam Darcy's eyes.
"In consequence, he was falling asleep during dinner." Lady Catherine turned. "Speaking of dinner, Mrs. Collins, you and your guests may dine with us on Tuesday." "Thank you, ma'am," chirped Mr. Collins. "Such an honour. We are delighted to accept. Moreover, Tuesday is important for quite another reason." He gave a significant look to Mr. Darcy. "But my lips are sealed. I shan't spoil the surprise." Again Elizabeth's eyes met Fitzwilliam's. "I loathe surprises," was Lady Catherine's only response. Lydia now came under her scrutiny. "Your family has 5 daughters, Miss Bennet? What on earth would I do with 5 daughters?"
"You would dress them beautifully, ma'am," said Lydia promptly, "and take them to all the balls and parties, just as our mamma does. They would sing and dance and play quadrille together. The rooms of your house would be filled with laughter and friendly talk, always."
"And fortune hunters, no doubt."
"We needn't worry about them in our house, thank goodness."
Lady Catherine gave a sharp laugh. "Not with your family's estate entailed on Mr. Collins."
"Fortunately," said Lydia cheerfully, "our father enjoys excellent health."
Lady Catherine now fixed her gaze on Elizabeth. "Balls and parties, she says. Is this sister out?"
"She is, ma'am. All my sisters are out."
"All 5? The youngest out before the elder are married? Very odd."
Before Elizabeth could reply, Mr. Collins spoke up.
"A wedding could be in the offing for one of the Bennet sisters," he said archly.
"You never know." "For me?" squeaked Lydia. "Oh, famous! How I should love to be married before any of my sisters. Then I would chaperone them about to all the balls."
"You," said Lady Catherine, "are fit only for the schoolroom."
Again she looked to Elizabeth.
"I suppose this sister will accompany us tomorrow?"
"It would be unfair to exclude Miss Lydia, ma'am," said Fitzwilliam. "We'll seat the young women together in the barouche. If it's an especially nice day, I'll have the hood put down." There were many questions Elizabeth longed to ask about tomorrow, but this was not the time or the place. She studied her future husband as he gravely sipped his coffee. Fitzwilliam had the situation in hand. She could trust him. Trust, Elizabeth now discovered, was a delightfully comfortable element of love. Chapter 26. Basely consigned.
"Will you get on with it?" complained Wickham. "As the organizer of our excursion, I ought to be punctual."
"I'm not the one who chose to sleep late. You'll be closely observed today. You must look your best."
"I'll be wearing a cursed bonnet. What difference does my hair make?"
"A great deal, believe me. Women notice one another, and we are harsher critics than any man. Once I finish, you can close the trunk and have it carried down."
"I don't see why you won't take it with you. After all, you are my maid."
Sadie brought her hands to her hips. "Don't insult me. Look, you've set it about that you are returning to your home. It's to be expected that you'll bring your possessions, including the clothing I was so kind as to purchase for you." She took up one of the hair pieces and secured it. Wickham made a face, for the hairpin scraped against his scalp.
"It's bad enough that I must bring a blasted bandbox. So undignified."
"You and your precious dignity. How else will you carry your change of clothes?"
She had him there. "I'll need a reticule, one large enough for the pistol."
"Mind you don't shoot yourself as you carry it, milady," she mocked. "What kind of a fool do you take me for?"
Sadie sighed heavily.
Smitty will be meeting you inside that shop."
"Not Smitty, Hob."
"Hob Blackamoor? He'll be noticed sure as fire."
Wickham shrugged. "He'll be remembered, and I won't."
"Hob will not see it that way."
Wickham shrugged. "His misfortune. But Hob is no one's fool. He won't be caught, and neither will I. When Georgiana and I disappear, they'll be searching for 2 women, not for a woman and a light-skinned Englishman."
"I don't like it," she grumbled. "There are too many things that can go wrong. Plus, Hob Blackamoor can get ugly when crossed."
"Fortune favours the bold, Sadie.
Unless your plan is to milk a he-goat."
Wickham sailed out of the inn carrying the bandbox. From his wrist dangled a fringed reticule. His trunk was already waiting on the porch. The fine hat Sadie Young had brought from London was inside with the other clothes, likely crushed beyond repair. No matter. He would buy a dozen hats after he was married. A year ago, Wickham had been affectionate with Georgiana. To hear the new Mrs. Wickham declare undying love for him, especially in Darcy's presence, would have made his revenge all the sweeter. This time he wouldn't bother with love. Her money was enough. What was more, Georgiana's dislike of Lady Lavinia rankled. Who knew she was such a snob? Here was more evidence of the Darcy pride. The Darcys deserved what they got, even gentle Georgiana. Before long, 2 carriages drew up before the Crown. To Wickham's irritation, the guests were already arranged, as if Lady Lavinia were not the host. A forward-facing seat was reserved for him in the second vehicle, a barouche. The hood was down. His travelling companions were the youngest women, which ordinarily would be preferable. However, these 3 were the most likely to recognize him, especially if he sat in the sun. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam were on horseback. Wickham did not like this any better. He preferred to have these men sitting where he could see them, instead of freely moving about. Lady Lavinia's trunk was promptly loaded by liveried attendants.
"For, as you know,"
he announced to the company at large,
"today I shall be returning to my own home."
"Once we are again in residence, perhaps Georgiana will invite you to tea," remarked Darcy. "You will recall that we also live on Clarges Street." Yes, Wickham knew. This was the reason he'd mentioned that location. At the time he could recall no other residential street in Mayfair. Darcy's expression was mild enough. Apparently he suspected nothing. Wickham approached the other carriage. Lady Catherine lowered the window and surveyed him with obvious distaste.
"The sun is treacherous to my complexion,"
he said, using Lady Lavinia's whine.
"Mr. Collins, would you be so good as to exchange your seat with mine?"
Collins flatly refused. Wickham turned next to Mrs. Jenkinson, but Lady Catherine stopped him.
"She is employed to look after Anne, and Anne must travel with me. Do not press Anne to change her seat. In the bright sun she will certainly contract the headache. Moreover, we shall travel in the lead position so as to avoid dust."
She put up the window, signalling an end to their conversation. Wickham hid a grimace as he strode away. Into the barouche he climbed, taking care to conceal his boots beneath Lady Lavinia's skirts. He settled in beside Georgiana Darcy. Elizabeth and Lydia had the rear-facing seats opposite his.
"The sunlight is harmful,"
he explained again, adjusting Lady Lavinia's veil.
"and so is the dust."
"The recent rains should mitigate that," observed Elizabeth.
A small silence followed. Wickham saw her send a smile in Darcy's direction. Was the man planning to ride alongside for the entire journey?
"Well,"
said Wickham,
"what are we waiting for?"
Soon the carriages were in motion, travelling at a pace that was unusually brisk. When Wickham expressed surprise, Darcy was the one to answer. "We stop at Bromley to change horses."
"But why? I had planned for our outing to occupy the entire day, a gentle, sedate journey. We are to enjoy refreshments at Bromley."
No, said Darcy. We don't wish to tire the ladies with a delay. We should arrive in Mayfair just before 11.
2 hours from now?
Or less. Our destination is Mayfair, is it not?
The shop is, slightly to the east, near Cheapside.
I see, said Darcy. This was not good news. Hob would arrive at Pygmalion's several hours too late, and Hob's task was to bring Georgiana out into the alley to meet him. Wickham drew a long breath and let it out. He would need to improvise.
I know what I wish to purchase, said Lydia, bouncing up. Hats! Lovely, glorious hats. The selection in Meryton is always so dreary. I'm looking for something truly smart.
And if you are unable to find what you're looking for? Said Elizabeth, smiling.
Why, if the price is low enough, I'll buy one anyway. You know I will. And then I'll pull it to bits. I do love adorning bonnets according to my own design.
She went on to describe several of her more successful projects. With difficulty, Wickham avoided rolling his eyes. Must he listen to Lydia natter for 2 hours? Why did she laugh so much? And what was behind the series of smiles that Elizabeth exchanged with Darcy? That he admired her, Wickham knew. Did she now return his regard? Wickham set his teeth. He himself was first in Elizabeth Bennet's heart. Everyone in Meryton knew it. At length, Darcy fell back and joined Colonel Fitzwilliam in bringing up the rear. Wickham could not help but notice the many looks Lydia cast in their direction. Was Lydia also smitten with Darcy?
How I wonder what has been going on in Meryton while I've been away, she said. Who has married, who has become engaged, and even who has died, although that's rather sad to think about. It's the weddings that interest me most. One of the officers became engaged just before I left. It was the saddest thing. Of all our friends, he was the most charming.
Charming men do not always make good husbands. Wickham shot a look at Elizabeth, but said nothing.
He would have proposed to me, said Lydia, but for my lack of fortune.
Was she talking about him? What a lie! Who would marry Lydia?
If I had money enough, I could well be married by now, for this is a leap year, you know. On leap day, we women are able to propose to men.
Georgiana expressed surprise. Lydia laughed merrily.
It's true. Isn't that amusing?
The person receiving the offer has every right to refuse, Elizabeth pointed out.
If I were as rich as I am pretty, no man would. Oh, well, I was a different girl then. By now Wicky is Mary King's husband. He is welcome to her freckles and her 10,000.
Wicky,
faltered Georgiana.
That would be George Wickham, said Lydia cheerfully, who I used to think was the handsomest man in all the world, but now
Wickham saw Elizabeth give her sister a kick, and Georgiana shrank back in her seat. The look on her face told Wickham exactly what she thought of him. He felt his temper rise. If Lydia kept talking—
Oh dear, I forgot. I am not supposed to mention him.
But Georgiana did not remain silent.
Surely you would not wish to be courted only for your wealth, she said earnestly. To know that every loving glance, every expression of admiration and care, every sweet note written, was given only to obtain your fortune?
Wickham gave Lady Lavinia's tittering laugh.
You make no allowance for chivalry, Miss Darcy. What about gallantry and the romance of courtship? Every pretty girl enjoys flirtation. Miss Lydia certainly does. I dare say a dozen militiamen languish at her feet.
Georgiana ignored this.
What happens after, she said to Lydia, when the fortune hunter has what he wants?
Lydia tossed her head.
Then I would have a handsome husband who would squire me about to all the balls and parties. My father has little affection for my mother, but she does not seem to mind. She has a lovely house and pretty dresses, and she sets a fine table. Are these not enough?
Georgiana did not answer. Wickham adjusted the set of Lady Lavinia's veil. He could not get to their destination fast enough. When they entered the outskirts of London, the barouche carrying Wickham was allowed to take the lead. Darcy rode close beside. Presently they reached Cheapside Street, where congestion hindered their progress. As they rolled past Pavenham Emporium, Darcy noticed Charles Bingley standing in the doorway. His startled expression spoke volumes. Apparently this was not to be their destination. Even though Wickham's face was hidden behind that veil, Darcy could sense his agitation, if he bolted now before the warrant could be served. But no, that would mean giving up Georgiana's fortune, and Wickham was too greedy. From the corner of his eye, Darcy saw Fitz drop back. Would he speak with Bingley? After several blocks, Wickham leaned forward to tap the driver on the shoulder.
"Just there, on the right," he shrilled. "There's a clever little lane, do you see it?"
"This is not the most prosperous location," observed Elizabeth.
"Trust me, the selection at Pygmalion's Bazaar is unparalleled."
"What an odd name for a shop."
"If the prices are right, who cares?" cried Lydia. "We're keen for bargains."
At the corner, a man working a broom glanced their way. He was anything but the usual gaunt street sweeper. Darcy's spirits rose. Here was a Bow Street runner. Again Wickham addressed the driver.
"Set us down. We'll walk. Pygmalion's isn't far."
Lydia looked about with wide eyes.
"I say, this is famous. It's the kind of place Uncle Gardner has always warned us about. Colonel Fitzwilliam," she called. "Do you suppose there are pickpockets and ruffians lurking nearby?"
"Mercy, Miss Lydia," cried Wickham. "As if I would bring you to a shop that is dangerous or unsavoury."
Lydia grinned.
"I'm no spoil-sport."
A liveried groomsman jumped down. Darcy gave his horse into the man's care and went to assist the ladies. Now why was Wickham bringing that bandbox? Politely, Darcy offered a hand. Wickham had no choice but to clutch it as he descended. From his wrist swung a heavy-looking reticule.
"Come, ladies,"
he called, taking up the bandbox.
"Follow me."
Wickham turned to go down the lane, but Colonel Fitzwilliam caught his forearm. "Let's wait here, shall we?" he said pleasantly. "It's too easy to get lost among all this throng. You ladies deserve proper protection." Wickham shook free of Fitz's hold and moved toward Georgiana. She drew back.
"I don't like this place,"
she whispered to Darcy. "I know, dearest. We shan't be here long. Stay close to Miss Elizabeth."
"Darcy," called Lady Catherine, "come at once. We require your assistance."
Darcy ignored her. Lydia followed hard on Wickham's heels, talking all the while.
"You must promise to take us to other shops. I dare say Miss Darcy won't mind."
"That is for her to decide," he replied. "Our journey has been designed with Miss Darcy in mind."
He sent a smile in Georgiana's direction. Lydia was unconvinced.
"It's rather hard to be brought all this way just for wool."
"As I said before, you will recall, my sole object is to please Miss Darcy."
"Then it seems to me that you have failed. I dare say she'd like to be any place but here."
Charles Bingley now came along Cheapside Street, dodging pedestrians. Without meeting Darcy's eye, he turned down the lane and made his way toward Pygmalion's. A few minutes later, a well-dressed man sauntered by. On his arm was Jane Bennet. If Elizabeth noticed, she gave no sign. Wickham was too busy arguing with Lydia.
"What a disagreeable girl you are,"
he grumbled, using his own voice. Up came Lydia's chin.
"There are plenty of gentlemen who think otherwise, ma'am."
"How thrilling for you!"
Wickham turned to the others and called,
"Are we all together? Excellent. This way, please."
Darcy fingered the pistol in the pocket of his frock coat. Who knew what waited for them in that shop? Then again, there was a Bow Street runner guarding the corner. Surely more of them were nearby. Before crossing the threshold, Lady Catherine paused.
"Outrageous," she announced. "This is anything but an exclusive shop. My late husband would call it a hole in the wall, Anne," she added.
You are to touch nothing. Do you hear?" Still carrying the bandbox, Wickham pushed past. Darcy saw him look this way and that. He removed the veil, opened his reticule, and fussed over its contents. Obviously he was occupied with putting the veil inside. Or was he removing something? The proprietor came forward.
"These ladies are interested in wool," said Wickham sweetly. "Specifically blue-coloured wool for knitting. Of the finest quality, if you please."
The man hesitated. "Of course, ma'am."
"And I," said Lydia, "am interested in hats."
She pulled at Wickham's sleeve.
"Look there, your ladyship."
She indicated a display.
"What do you think of that green one? A dashing style, and the colour perfectly matches your pelisse. You ought to try it on."
"No,"
said Wickham flatly.
"Why not?"
Playfully, Lydia pulled at the ribbon of Wickham's bonnet.
"Don't be a spoil-sport. It won't take but a minute. The right hat can make all the difference. Believe me, let's have it on."
Dash it all, no."
Wickham turned roughly away, with Lydia still clinging to the ribbon. His bonnet slipped from his head and fell to the floor.
"Now look what you have done."
Lydia bent to retrieve it.
"I beg your pardon, milady, however—"
"I have no time for this, no time."
Leaving Lydia with his bonnet, Wickham made his way deeper into the shop. Fitz soon caught up with him. "Where are you off to, milady?" Wickham gave a forced laugh.
"As if you didn't know."
He tossed his head and lowered his voice.
"To visit the lavatorium, you silly man."
With a bandbox. Darcy edged round a display table and followed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that another man had the same idea. Just then Lydia gave a cry.
"Why, Jane, what are you doing here? Look, Lizzie, oh my goodness, Uncle Gardner."
Wickham gave a start and doubled back.
"My dear Miss Darcy, come with me. I've found just what you are looking for."
He let go the bandbox and linked his arm through Georgiana's. He hurried her toward the rear of the shop with Elizabeth at his heels. Darcy and the Bow Street officer kept pace.
"Just through here, my dear,"
Wickham piped.
"You'll find samples of the finest wool."
The curtain that covered the exit parted. Out stepped Charles Bingley with his pistol. Wickham was cornered like a rat. Bingley's fingers dug into Wickham's forearm. "The game is up," said Darcy quietly. Wickham gave a snarl and shook Bingley off. "Take Georgiana, Gardner," called Fitz. He too was armed, and so was Wickham. He lunged and grabbed hold of Elizabeth Bennet. Panting, Wickham put the barrel of his pistol to her temple. "Georgiana becomes my wife," he shouted, "and Elizabeth will live. Do you hear, Darcy? Bring Georgiana to me, or I'll shoot." Elizabeth was breathing heavily.
"You dare! You are a greedy beast, a liar, and a coward."
Wickham's eyes never left Darcy's. "Fine words, my girl. They could well be your last. Well, Darcy, the choice is yours." Elizabeth struggled to free herself. One of Wickham's hair pieces came loose and fell. Then came an ear-splitting scream, not from Georgiana or Elizabeth, but from Lydia.
"Wicky!"
she shrieked.
"Good Gad, Wicky! What are you doing wearing that dress?"
Chapter 27. Tally-ho! Lydia's screech startled everyone, including Wickham. Elizabeth shoved him hard. He stumbled, and his pistol went spinning to the floor. Bow Street runners rushed forward. He struggled and fought, but they knew their business. There would be no escape. Wickham fairly snarled with rage. Darcy released his hold. "The gun," he said, breathing hard. "Where's his gun?"
"I have it,"
said Georgiana. She rose to her feet and levelled the pistol at Wickham. "Here now, dearest, give it to me."
"No."
Georgiana faced Wickham, who still struggled to free himself.
"My cousin has joked about shooting you after what happened at Ramsgate. He was always rather sorry that he didn't."
"Hold hard," protested Fitz. "I wasn't serious."
"But I am.
said Georgiana. "And now I have my chance." Her hands no longer shook. "I know that I am shy and afraid of many things, but I can pull this trigger. Oh, I can." The silence was broken only by the breathing of the Bow Street runners. Another of Wickham's false curls dropped to the floor. He sent a coaxing smile in her direction. "Now, Georgie—" "Do not speak to me, not one word. You have lied to my brother, and to me, and to everyone here, by pretending to be a lady. And for what reason? Greed. Have you no shame?" For once, Wickham was speechless. "What would have been my fate after you had my fortune?" Mr. Collins's voice came from across the room. "I must say these tea towels are very fine. Yes, and quite a bargain. I shouldn't spend the money, but Mrs. Collins will be pleased. A man should always please his wife. Moreover—" He broke off speaking. "Why, what is Miss Darcy doing with that pistol? Goodness, it is aimed straight at her brother." "Stow it, Collins," said Darcy. But the man would not be silenced. "My dear Miss Darcy," he said earnestly, "you needn't worry that your brother won't do his duty. He knows what is due Miss Elizabeth. There is no need for violence." "But someone must stop Mr. Wickham." There was a catch in Georgiana's voice. One of the Bow Street runners stepped forward. "Now then, little miss," he said gently, "we've got him covered, see? He won't get away." "He is an evil man. You heard what he said. He meant to shoot Elizabeth if I wouldn't go with him." "Aye, miss, we heard." "And he was set to marry another girl for her fortune. If he lives, he'll prey on someone else." "He won't harm no one where he's going, miss. You have my word on it. We have a warrant, see?" Georgiana's cheeks were now wet with tears. The man went down on one knee. "You're a God-fearing girl, aren't you, miss?"
"Yes,"
she whispered. "Well now, you can't cut down a man in cold blood, can you? It would be murder." Slowly, Georgiana lowered the pistol. "That's the ticket, miss. You pass the gun to me, nice and easy like." His fingers closed around the barrel, and Georgiana's courage collapsed. She buried her face in her hands and wept. Darcy hurried to embrace her. Everyone began to talk at once. The Bow Street officer rose to his feet. "Well done, men. We'll serve the warrant outside. The van should be here by now." He nodded to Darcy and turned to shake Colonel Fitzwilliam's hand. Over Georgiana's shoulder, Darcy's eyes found Elizabeth's. "Are you all right, my dear? I never imagined this would take such a turn." She gave a shaken laugh. "Nor did I. But there's no harm done, save to Mr. Wickham's pride. Your sister was the true hero. Never have I seen Mr. Wickham so thoroughly frightened." Lydia came rushing forward. "Lizzie, did you see? Colonel Fitzwilliam is a wonder. He actually fought Wicky. How brave and strong he is, unlike a certain militiaman I could name." Darcy kept an arm around Georgiana's shoulder. "I think we're finished here." "Not quite," said Lydia, "for I simply must purchase the green hat. Have you any money, Lizzie?" What else could Darcy do but smile? "Do allow me, Miss Lydia. Once Wickham is hauled away, I'll return and settle up." "Hauled, did you say? We cannot miss seeing that." She lowered her voice. "I say, Lizzie, this is even better than a night at the theatre." Sure enough, on Cheapside Street a black delivery van waited, without regard to the congestion it caused. A crowd gathered to watch Wickham be brought out. He had lost even more of his false hair. One of the men read out the warrant as chains were fastened to Wickham's wrists and ankles. "Well done, Bingley," said Darcy, extending his hand. "And you too, Miss Bennet. It is a pleasure to see you again." Elizabeth began to introduce her uncle, but was interrupted by a shriek.
"Good gracious! Those are my clothes! That man is wearing my favourite pelisse!"
Darcy's eyes met Elizabeth's. "Oh dear," she whispered.
A dimple appeared in her cheek. There was no mistaking the woman's identity. Here was the genuine Lady Lavinia Snowdon. Fitz had called her a game old girl. This was no understatement. "My favourite pelisse, worn by a man, and now it must be burnt, for who knows what he's done while wearing it? He has defamed my very character." She tapped one of the Bow Street runners on the shoulder. "See here, young man, you are not to remove the dress. Not until after I contact the Times, and have an artist sent to the prison house. I want this man's picture in all the London papers. Everyone must learn of his infamy." Elizabeth's uncle began to chuckle. Lady Catherine stepped forward. "I offered him hospitality in my own home, under false colours." "You have my sympathies, ma'am," said Lady Lavinia. "As for this fiend, he deserves none." She gave Wickham a solid thwack with her furled parasol. "Ow!" he cried. Lady Lavinia hit him again. "George Wickham was a horrible boy," said Lady Catherine. "My coachman thrashed him thoroughly for throwing rocks at us. How I'd like to do the same." "Be my guest." Lady Lavinia passed her parasol to Lady Catherine. "Ow!" cried Wickham again. The Bow Street runners laughed, and so did the onlookers. "Gentlemen are fond of the barbaric sport of pugilism," said Lady Lavinia. "I can now see why." She took a swing at Wickham with her reticule, and delivered a solid hit. "You pawned my mother's gold locket. Don't deny it. A gentleman would have returned my trunk to Hertford. When you did not, I knew you for a thief. My faithful Paget has scoured the pawnshops of London. I had to buy back my own property." "Was it a large locket adorned with diamonds? He wore it when he came to take tea in my drawing-room. I shall be delighted to testify." Lady Lavinia faced Wickham. "I'll see you rot in debtor's prison, and after I'll have you deported to Australia as a thief. See if I don't." "Very good, ma'am," said the officer in charge. "We'll be taking him with us now." Lady Lavinia gave Wickham a parting thwack with her parasol, much to the delight of the crowd. "My poor Anne is quite exhausted," lamented Lady Catherine. "A fool's errand this has been." "May I offer you hospitality until it is time to resume your journey? It is preferable to have a little lie-down, instead of standing about in the street. I live near Green Park." Lady Catherine looked her over thoughtfully. "Very well, I accept. Darcy, you will accompany us." "Mr. Collins will have to do, ma'am. I have an errand that cannot wait, at Doctors' Commons." He turned to Elizabeth and added, "Here's hoping my name pulls weight with the Archbishop." "I care nothing for that," said his aunt. "Your duty is to attend to us." Wickham, meanwhile, was being marched to the van. Before being pushed inside, he shouted, "Doctors' Commons, is it? So you'll marry Elizabeth Bennet? It's about time." Lady Catherine gave an unhappy sniff. "As if that creature knows anything. Darcy shall marry my Anne, of course." Mr. Collins puffed out his chest. "Mr. Darcy knows his duty, ma'am, and by now so does Elizabeth Bennet's father. Compromised. She has been compromised by Mr. Darcy." Chapter 28. Happy to oblige. Elizabeth could scarcely believe her ears. Was Mr. Collins so thoroughly stupid? Surely he recognized the dangerous spark in Lady Catherine's eyes. But no, his triumph was such that he must pour out the entire story. Lady Catherine listened in growing indignation. "After all I have done for you, this is the thanks I receive. I am seriously displeased." Mr. Collins adopted a contrite pose, but not quickly enough. It was well that Lady Lavinia's parasol was not within reach. Lady Catherine lowered her voice. "Let me be rightly understood. This match which you have the presumption to promote can never take place. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now, what have you to say?" Mr. Collins was reduced to incoherent gabbling. Elizabeth felt a hand at the small of her back, warm and reassuring. "There is nothing to be said, ma'am," said Fitzwilliam Darcy quietly, "and certainly not here on the street. You and I have discussed this subject ad nauseam. I have no obligation to my cousin, as well you know." Lady Catherine spoke through shut teeth. "Your alliance will be a disgrace, a reprehensible monstrosity that I shall never countenance." "On the contrary," he said bitingly, "it is the dearest wish of my heart. I bid you good day, ma'am." She seized his arm. "Darcy, you will return with me to Rosings, at once, do you hear?" "Not until later, ma'am. I have pressing business elsewhere. Georgiana will remain with me in London." Lady Catherine's lips compressed into a line. She turned sharply and raised her voice. "Colonel Fitzwilliam, since Darcy is determined to be disobliging, you will escort us back to Rosings." Her glare shifted to Mr. Collins. "I can no longer trust my rector to have my best interests at heart." "But your ladyship," he protested, "I'll not share a seat in my barouche with a snake in the grass. Who knows when the next stab will come? I have been entirely mistaken in your character, Mr. Collins. You will find your own way back to Hunsford." Fitzwilliam guided Elizabeth away. "Introduce me to your uncle." "But Lady Catherine is best left to her own devices. Ours is an old battle, one she knows that she will never win." His wry smile appeared. "Since we'll have a special license, I'm tempted to ask Collins to do the honours. But no, he would never live it down. Tell me, would your aunt and uncle be willing to host you and Lydia for a few days? It won't be pleasant in Hunsford. I prefer to have you well out of it." "But what of Mr. Collins? We cannot leave him stranded here." "Will a yellow bounder do, or would you prefer him to suffer on the stage?" Elizabeth slipped her hand into Fitzwilliam's. His fingers closed tenderly over hers. "He does not deserve your kindness, but I dare say he has already suffered enough. Who knows how long it will take to re-enter Lady Catherine's good graces? I give him a week at most. She does enjoy his compliments." "Uncle Gardner," called Elizabeth, "I don't believe you've met Mr. Darcy." He came at once to join them, with Jane and Mr. Bingley in tow. Jane hung on Mr. Bingley's arms. Her eyes were shining. There was no longer any hint of indifference. "How do you do?" Fitzwilliam let go of Elizabeth's hand, but only long enough to shake Mr. Gardner's. "I cannot thank you enough, sir. Your assistance has been invaluable." "The pleasure is mine. Quite the adventure, wasn't it?" "To put it mildly," said Elizabeth. "And also," she added, "such happiness for Jane. Her, dilemma has resolved itself in the best way possible. I'd invite you to join us for dinner, Mr. Darcy, but I dare say you'll be returning to Kent?" Mr. Gardner's smile widened. "It goes without saying that Mr. Bingley will be with us." "I am delighted to accept, as my sister and I will remain here. If I may ask another favour, sir." Elizabeth spoke up. "It's about Lydia and me. Would it be possible for us to stay with you for a few days? The situation in Hunsford is likely to be tense." "By all means, my dear. We'd be delighted, although it will be a bit crowded. A friend of mine is ashore. We've invited him to stay while he's in town. Business at Whitehall, that sort of thing. He comes to us tonight." "Ashore," said Elizabeth. "A military gentleman?" "An officer of the Navy." Mr. Gardner lowered his voice. "When we issued the invitation a fortnight ago, we were hoping that our Jane might catch Captain Wentworth's eye. All that is at an end now, of course. But Lydia—" He gave Elizabeth a look. "Oh, dear, is Captain Wentworth handsome?" Mr. Gardner's eyes twinkled. "Very. I'll let him know not to wear the uniform." He turned again to Fitzwilliam. "Charles Bingley has been sharing our breakfast, sir. You are welcome to do the same." "Gladly. I have a call to make in Meryton tomorrow. I'll be inviting Charles to accompany me. I suspect that he too has business with Mr. Bennet."
"How I wish I could come with you," said Elizabeth.
"Do you?" Fitzwilliam's eyes smiled into hers. "I have no objection. Would Miss Bennet like to join us? That is, if your uncle will permit us to travel as a foursome." Elizabeth could not resist teasing him.
"Dare you risk another scandal, sir?"
"Does it matter? I am honour-bound to marry you, whether you like it or not, and your mother won't let Bingley escape a second time." Mr. Gardiner was working to hide a smile. "Under the circumstances," he said gravely, "I have no objection at all." The next morning Elizabeth came down to breakfast and found a letter beside her plate. Heedless of her aunt's presence, she broke the seal and opened it. Hearts covered the card, drawn by her own Fitzwilliam's hand. He added a tiny bird, perched in a spray of roses. "A beautiful day to ask a very important question." How right he was. Sunshine, a rarity at this time of year, was again in abundance this morning. Humming a tune, Elizabeth propped the Valentine beside her plate. When Lydia came in, she did nothing but sigh.
"Colonel Fitzwilliam has gone away to Kent. I did ask him to call when next he came to London. A mere gesture of friendship, so you needn't look at me like that. But it was no use. He will be leaving England for a spell of duty. Leaving."
Jane poured Lydia a cup of tea.
"He bid me good-bye as one would a little sister. Is that so bad? Lizzie, he nearly patted me on the head. I have had enough affectionate farewells from officers to know the difference. If only he had the devotion of poor Mr. Chamberlain."
"Colonel Fitzwilliam is, perhaps, a bit too old for you, dear," said Mrs. Gardiner mildly.
Lydia sighed again. "And last night, when we had enough couples for dancing, it was more of the same. Would Captain Wentworth comply? No, he is as handsome as anything, but he turned me down flat. What a disappointment."
"I dare say you shall recover, dear," said Mrs. Gardiner. "Have some toast." She glanced at the clock. "Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley should be here soon." Lydia piled several pieces on her plate.
"Well," she said, around a bite, "if Captain Wentworth tries to pat me on the head, he has another thing coming. I'll clonk him one."
"Isn't that rather undignified?" said Jane.
"If Lady Lavinia can take a swing at Wicky, and Lady Catherine too, then so can I."
"At this rate," remarked Elizabeth, "the only proper suitor for you is Johnny Lucas. He'd give as good as he got."
"That boy?"
scoffed Lydia. Elizabeth bit back a smile. Boys were certainly in Lydia's future, as she would take Jane's place in the household there. Entertaining their young cousins, instead of officers almost twice her age, would do Lydia a world of good. Shadows were beginning to lengthen when Darcy's carriage turned in at Longbourn. As he helped Elizabeth descend, strains of "Drink to Me Only" could be heard on the pianoforte. He and Elizabeth shared a smile. "Mary," she whispered. "An odd coincidence." Elizabeth dimpled. "It is hardly that. The fault, sir, is entirely yours. Your Valentine with the musical notes had me humming the tune. Mary heard me. It caught her fancy, and she began to practice it." She paused. "Lydia used to tease her mercilessly about Mr. Manning." The door was thrown open. Mrs. Bennet rushed to envelop her daughters in an enthusiastic embrace.
"Why, Mr. Bingley! And gracious, Mr. Darcy!"
Charles Bingley could not contain his delight. "Is Mr. Bennet at home to call us, ma'am?"
"He'd better be," cried Mrs. Bennet.
Come in! Mary, Kitty, look who's here! Elizabeth and Jane and Mr. Bingley, and Mr. Darcy too, although why he would come is anyone's guess."
Darcy hid a smile. Elizabeth took his arm and whispered, "Her dislike of you was fed by Mr. Wickham." "Now why should you dislike me?" he teased. "Because you did not instantly fall in love with me, of course. I loved you from almost the first moment I saw you." She laughed.
Almost, indeed. A fitting answer, sir. You told Mr. Bingley that I was merely tolerable.
Baggage. No one was looking, so Darcy boldly kissed her cheek. In the drawing-room, Manning stood beside the pianoforte. It appeared that he had been turning pages for Mary. Darcy went directly to him and slapped down a copy of The Times. "Behold your handiwork," he said, smiling. "Well done." "Sir?" "This morning's edition. On the front page is someone you know." Manning opened the paper. The headline, "Dodger Don's Address," was emblazoned beneath the masthead, including a rarity for the Times, an engraving. "Good gad, sir, it's him. He's dressed as a woman?" "That is how he escaped the magistrate's men. The account is sensationalized, but the facts are sound. He has amassed a list of additional crimes."
"Who?" cried Kitty. "Who is dressed as a woman?"
Mr. Bennet came in and closed the door. "My wife and daughters are, according to the most recent dressmaker's bill. Good afternoon." Mary edged nearer to Manning. She read aloud.
"Dress-wearing thief, debt-dodger, and would-be murderer, George Wickham of Derbyshire, made a grab for an heiress in Cheapside yesterday. Quick action by the officers of Bow Street disarmed him and prevented the tragedy."
"Our Mr. Wickham?"
Mrs. Bennet snatched the Times and peered at it.
"Are you sure? This could be anyone."
"I was the one he threatened to shoot, Mamma." "I was there too, and so was Uncle Gardner," said Jane. "We saw everything."
"Oh, my dears, how could you involve yourselves in something so dangerous?"
Mrs. Bennet surrendered the newspaper to her husband.
"It was thrilling," said Jane. "Mr. Bingley kept Mr. Wickham from escaping. He guarded the doorway with his pistol. Mr. Darcy and the other men brought him to the ground, and Uncle Gardner was able to advise the Bow Street runners about everything."
Mrs. Bennet looked as if she were about to collapse.
"Bow Street runners?"
she faltered. Elizabeth's father appeared dumbfounded. "Did you say he threatened to shoot you, Lizzie?"
"She knocked the gun from his hands," said Jane. "You would have been proud of her presence of mind."
"Hear, hear," murmured Darcy, with a smile for Elizabeth. This did not escape Mr. Bennet's notice. Darcy felt the man's eyes studying him. Of a certainty, he had received Collins's letter. Bingley was the first to request an interview. "It is only right," Darcy told Elizabeth, as Charles followed Mr. Bennet from the drawing-room. "He knew his heart from the very first." The excitement was too much for Mrs. Bennet.
"My dear, dear Jane,"
she said in a loud whisper,
"I knew how it would be. I was sure you could not be so beautiful for nothing. Oh, he is the handsomest young man that ever was seen, and so rich, too."
Darcy's interview was somewhat less propitious. When he came in, Mr. Bennet brought out a letter, presumably Collins's, and scowled at it. Before Darcy could say a word, he spoke. "Do not allow my foolish cousin to influence you in any way, Mr. Darcy. You are not obliged to offer for Elizabeth, especially against your will." Too much more of this, and the man would sound like Lady Catherine. "It is the dearest wish of my heart, sir. Mr. Collins's interference has nothing to do with my desire to marry your daughter. When he interrupted with his demand, I was about to propose, and there was no impropriety. Miss Elizabeth and I merely conversed together. Nothing more." "So Lizzie claims. She wrote to me." "Yes," said Darcy. "She told me as much." A small silence stretched between them. Presently Mr. Bennet murmured, "Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing." Darcy finished the quotation, "and obtaineth favour of the Lord," an apt text. Said Mr. Bennet. "But my Elizabeth is something more." "She is beyond price," said Darcy quietly. "In no way do I deserve her." Mr. Bennet's eyes bored into Darcy's. "She has not always held you in high esteem. At times, quite the reverse." Darcy was betrayed into a smile. In part, her dislike was encouraged by George Wickham. As for the rest, my faults were entirely to blame. You own that you have faults, a point in your favour, that. Nevertheless, I find her change of heart remarkable. So do I, sir, truly. Mr. Bennet drew a long breath and let it out. Well, then, you might as well sit down, son. The remainder of the conversation progressed along conventional lines. In the end, Mr. Bennet gave his blessing. When he and Darcy came into the drawing-room to share the news, his spirits were recovered enough for him to say, "If any young men come for Mary or Kitty, Mrs. Bennet, send them in, for I am quite at my leisure." Above his spectacles, Mr. Bennet eyed his third daughter. The significance of this was not lost on Mary.
"Father, really," she complained.
Mr. Manning rose to his feet.
"Actually, sir," he said, "if you can spare a moment."
"Hubert," whispered Mary.
"Where are you going?"
She received no reply. "I surmise that he wishes to engage in, shall we say, legal inquiry, Miss Mary," said Darcy softly. Mary blanched.
But his situation is such that he cannot marry anyone."
Darcy smiled. "That is what we all say, until our hearts are bewitched and taken captive."
"Bewitched? By me? But that's impossible."
Mary rose to her feet and began to pace about.
"My love," whispered Elizabeth, "you shouldn't tease poor Mary."
"He obviously cares for her," he whispered back. "Why can't she believe this?"
"For that matter, why couldn't I?"
Darcy lapsed into thought. "I have 3 Valentines left," he said. "Gilbert Manning needs them, don't you think?" Elizabeth slipped her hand into his.
"Without a doubt, especially if one of them has an ill-favoured Cupid."
Was he the means of winning your heart? But Elizabeth would only laugh. In the end, so did Darcy. Who knew that one could laugh simply because of happiness? Epilogue. To Mrs. Bennet's delight, within the fortnight, Fitzwilliam Darcy and Elizabeth were married in Meryton's parish church. Their month-long honeymoon was spent at Pemberley. It goes without saying that married life has exceeded all expectations. Elizabeth said it best in a letter to her Aunt Gardiner.
"I am the happiest creature in the world."
Perhaps other people have said so before, but not one with such justice. I am happier even than Jane. She only smiles. I laugh. At present, Mr. and Mrs. Darcy divide their time between Pemberley and their house on Clarges Street. Under Mrs. Annesley's guidance, Georgiana is preparing for her first London season, which is set for the following spring. As for Jane and her Mr. Bingley, their wedding took place not long after the Darcys. The hunt is on to find an estate that is nearer to Pemberley, and farther away from the effusive Mrs. Bennet. Mary's wait will not be as long as she once feared. A wedding is set for late summer. She and Gilbert Manning will live entirely in London. Darcy has an interest in furthering Manning's career. Charlotte Collins extracted a vow from her husband to never again dabble in matchmaking. With many useful compliments, such as ladies enjoy, he weathered the aftermath of Lady Catherine's wrath, and was soon welcome at Rosings Park. In this, Anne de Bourgh's intervention was key. Apparently, she was weary of listening to her mother talk. After a month-long sojourn in London, Lydia returned to Meryton, and to the news that the militia would indeed decamp to Brighton. Mr. Bennet did relent. The officers were again able to visit Longbourn. However, after the thrill of encountering men with genuine military experience, Lydia found their company to be sadly flat. Mrs. Young disappeared into London's East End, a free woman but £10 the poorer. She has determined to have nothing to do with George Wickham. Lady Lavinia's threat was no idle one. Wickham was tried, sentenced, and deported to Australia. 14 years in a penal colony was certainly better than the hangman's noose. As of this writing, he is already planning his future. including a change of surname. Why not take the one he has coveted for so long? Down under, the aristocratic touch carries weight. Thus Wickham plans to one day become George Darcy, if he lives. This has been As Only Mr. Darcy Can, written by Laura Hile. Copyright 2020 by Laura Hile. Narrated by Benjamin Fife. Production copyright by Laura Hile.